Oh, this is not, we got to start off the day right. I got a day off today because of Clayton. So I'm telling you, I'm not on Pix 11 today. Well, I'm going to be on at 4, 5, and 6, putting all of you on TV in just a few seconds. So you have to look perky for television, okay? Please. My boss will be watching. Clayton, I think you're my boss too because I just love him so much. Good morning, everybody. Oh, it's so wonderful to be here with all of you and all your smiley faces. This is the future. The future is now. And when I met Clayton, I don't know how, when I met you so many years back, we did our first story together for Pix 11. I think I knew that you were just ahead of your time, and I knew that I had to follow anything that you did. And I'm so grateful that now I'm not alone. We all feel the same way, right? Put our hands together for Clayton, the CEO of Silicon Harlem. 10 years, successful years. Now, everyone just says, oh, he's just such an overnight success, but he worked so hard for this. And I saw every day how hard he worked for the children, specifically the children of Harlem, because that's really what it's about. Everyone talks about real estate and investments and stock stuff. It's not about that. It's about the people and investing in our future and empowering the children of Harlem to have access. And every day, my name is Monica Morales, and for 7 years now, every day I've focused on the people of public housing across our city. Thank you, thank you. And I'd like to say we're the only station doing that. I'm the only reporter in the country doing that. And the reason why I did that, and I think the Chief Technology Officer is here as well. Please put your hands together for our Chief Technology Officer is here. Last time I saw him was in a NYCHA development, and he has given, 300,000 residents across our city Wi-Fi, free cable. And do you know, when I would do stories on the people of public housing, they couldn't watch the story that I did on them. Can you imagine that? Not having that access? Children not being able to do their homework, having to drive or go to other neighborhoods to finish their homework. People like Clayton, people like our Chief Technology Officer are changing that. People like Mayor Adams are changing that, right? So we are so grateful for you and your hard work. Now, of course, I'd like to introduce a very special member of the Silicon Harlem family. He's known as the inventor of the internet. Is that right? Oh my goodness gracious. National Medal of Technology for founding and developing the internet from President Bill Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a special video from Mr. Vint Cerf. And this is when I say, roll tape. Breaking news.
Evangelist at Google, and it's my pleasure to wish you a happy 10th anniversary of Silicon Harlem. A lot of what you do is certainly painting the road towards the future. Among those things that that road contains, of course, is technological progress. How do we get there? How do we advance the state of the art of all?
The internet went down. But what an amazing character. Thank you so much for that. Hopefully we'll get it back. You think we'll get it back? Oh, I know that circle so well. I live with that circle. Yes, I do. Oh, there I am. Thank you. Okay. I'm back, and here he is. Hopefully we'll get that back. Now, when this happens to me in the studio, I usually have to move on or, talk about other things.
Hello, my name is Vint Cerf. I'm Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist at Google, and it's my pleasure to wish you a happy 10th anniversary of Silicon Harlem. A lot of what you do is certainly painting a road towards the future. Among those things that that road contains, of course, is technological progress. How do we get there? How do we advance the state of the art of all of our work? And one answer to that, of course, is more and better education. I'm sure you're well aware of that. I'm seeing an extraordinary evolution taking place, maybe even revolution at this point. Many years ago, that, of course, has colored the way in which the 21st century is unfolding, because computer power has turned out to be applicable to almost everything. Not a day goes by, I think, when some piece of software somewhere has either done something for us or to us. Those of you who have mobile phones, which is certainly a significant fraction of the world's population, something over 5 billion are known to be in use. Those devices, of course, have applications running on them that we rely on a day-to-day basis. If you're in the science fields or in engineering or anything, you know that computer cycles are very important to you. Applications that help us design, test, and imagine. Is surely a part of our world. I think the term computational X is appropriate for almost every value of X you can think of, whether it's astrophysics or linguistics or biology or almost anything else, history. So here we are with these power tools in our hands, and the question is, how do we make use of them to the best advantage? And here again, I think education is key. We need to understand how these things work so we can put them to work on our own behalf. I had promised that I would also say a little bit about the interplanetary internet work, which was started 25 years ago in 1998 at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. The team there has grown pretty dramatically now. We have all of NASA's laboratories. We have colleagues at ESA, JAXA, and CARI in other parts of the world who are working for those space agencies. All of them looking forward to manned and robotic space exploration. And those of you who have been following events will know that we've reached the point now where commercialization of space is becoming more and more normal. In low Earth orbit, of course, we see products like Starlink and others that are producing communications capability, reaching places on Earth that we would not expect to ever meet or reach with optical fiber, for example. So that's a powerful inducement for making use of network-based resources in the course of day-to-day events. Perhaps even more interesting, though, is the return to the moon mission that's sponsored by NASA and ESA and others called Artemis. And in that mission, we are returning to the moon. We're expecting to put people back on the moon. We expect them to have habitats and laboratories and maybe even mines. NASA is offering to buy the product of mines on the moon. So there's an interesting commercial opportunity there. It does raise some very interesting questions, like, can I own the mine on the moon? Where would I register that? And what if there's a dispute? In what jurisdiction do I settle that dispute? What if there's a conflict? And is there a space force or a space police that will handle situations on the moon? I don't have good answers to those. But the reason I tell you this is that it's not 20 years from now. This is 2 or 3 years from now. We will be in that circumstance where there's commercial activity on the moon. And of course, looking towards the 2030s, we may see a similar evolution on Mars and some planets and moons and maybe even asteroids in our solar system. So the commercialization of space is a little bit like the commercialization of the internet. It started out as a government-sponsored thing. And then when it became commercially available in the late 1980s and early 1990s, and then hit with the arrival of the World Wide Web, which simply exploded access to the network and made it far more useful, we can anticipate similar kinds of evolutions, I think, in space. So you're in for a really an amazing ride. At least I'm here at the beginning chapters of the Interplanetary Backbone Network, which I hope will serve as a platform for accelerating the commercialization and exploration of space in our solar system and perhaps in the very long term visiting other star systems within our galaxy. Well, let's come back to Earth now. Here you are, you're in Harlem and you're doing great things, and it's the 10th year in which you've met and have accomplished so much. So I hope the next 10 years are equally, if not more satisfying and more productive, and contribute to a growing economy and a population that sees the future in positive terms. Meanwhile, see you on the net.
Thank you, Ben. That was so inspiring.
Now I'd like to introduce Kat Seibel and Marcus Johnson to the microphone. Come on up.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming out to the Next Gen 10 Conference, 10th edition. Another round of applause for that. So on behalf of the entire Silicon Harlem family, Marcus and I, we have the honor of introducing somebody special. We all know him. An entrepreneur, an innovator, a community leader. You know what I'm talking about?
I think so. I just wanted to give a quick couple of words. So again, my name is Marcus Johnson. I'm the senior resident advocate for Silicon Harlem, and I work with our internet service provider arm, which is titled Better B, which stands for Better Broadband. We work directly in the community and try to really connect people to the internet, right? It's all about people having access to gain to the internet so they can take advantage of it. And so I've known Silicon Harlem for a long time. I think it's around 2018 when I got introduced to them. And I've always had a passion for technology, always had a passion for my community of Harlem, born and raised over here in the community. And so once I heard of the Silicon Harlem mission, it was always kind of my mission to get a part of the team officially. And so as of this year, I've been officially part of the team, doing some great work with them, very excited for what we got planned moving forward. And so throughout this time of me knowing of Silicon Harlem, it's been a great opportunity to deepen my relationships, but also Clayton, who we're going to be introducing to the stage in a moment.
He's always has shown great leadership, but he has also presented himself to be a great mentor of mine as well. And so with that being said, right, let's wait no longer in introducing
A true
Harlem Night
yes
to the stage. And so together, we're going to bring the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Clayton Banks.
It's all true. I'm sorry. Thank you guys very much. And what the jobs they're doing, what the work they're doing in our community is incredible. They literally are figuring out ways to help people that are living in affordable housing, public housing, and these various things that are happening around the world. You need the internet. You need, wait a minute, it's a real resource. All of our civics are basically on internet. Every home has to have the internet. That's just the bottom line. And having Marcus and Kat going out into the streets of New York City and talking with people, which is what is desperately needed. This isn't just talking about internet, it's talking to people. Does anybody hear what I'm saying to you? This is not just how great the technology can be, it's the impact we can do for so many people, where we see people that are, some people have a single parent trying to get their kid to school and get to a job at the same time. How are we addressing those issues to make it more efficient? So these are the things we're going to continue to work on. We've been working on this for a long time, and we've made some success, but we're not satisfied. And having you people here, which most of you have probably been here almost the entire 10 years with me, it's very gratifying on our side that we have help. It's not just us doing this, it's all of us in this room and more. And I do have to say that, having people like you, but people who we're serving, it really gets you really understanding why a community is called a community, right? Conversations, communication, all those type of things that you probably have heard along the way, what's happening in this city. And I'm very proud that we're seeing progress on all levels, but there's still a long way to go. So I want to also just say thank you to all those who've been working so hard on this particular conference, putting it together. My crazy sister, her name is Roxanne. She is here. She's the crazy woman running all around the place. She's 1 year younger than I am, so we're very close for for all of our lives. And so I'm just so grateful for her. She actually lives in California, and so she comes here to New York just to work on this. And she's also running a nonprofit called See Better Foundation, which you'll learn more about that today. But again, I just want to thank my sister and all of those who are volunteering here, all of those who are sticking with us. Like I said, we have a lot to do. We still have a lot to do. So all of you who are in this is so important for us to be able to do what we're doing. And I have to say, you know, Pix 11, Morales, if you haven't checked out that, you're missing. She's been very, very good to all of us, but she's all in with Harlem. If you watch Pix 11, any story you see, there's going to be a Harlem story for Morales. So I really, really hope that all of you will take a look. If you haven't already, please get on top of that. It is amazing. And she's actually helped so many people move forward as a result of that kind of access and exposure that she provides for so many of us. And her passion, at least I'm going to maybe say it for you, she has a lot of passions, but one she does is not only just Harlem, but the people in the Harlem, especially young people. And I really appreciate that. She's been in our office many times. She walks the streets, and I am grateful that you're here to be our MC today, at least for the morning. Thank you. Oh, baby, all right. So what we're going to do is move the project on, I guess. We're going to move on. Roxanne, where am I? Oh, I get to do, all right, good, I get to bring them up. Well, we have honor today. One of the great people that Mayor Adams has looked at as a leader, and particularly around technology. So we have the Chief Technology Officer of the OTI of the New York City. He's got a lot of titles, but he is 100% trying to do the best he can to make sure this community and the city in general not only is, you know, getting everybody internet, but he's got so many different technology issues that he's addressing for our community. So, my beautiful brother, he's a good-looking man. Come on up here. Get up here, Matt Fraser. The CTO, Matt Fraser. What a great honor for us to have him come here, right here in Harlem. By the way, 2 weeks, I think it was about somewhere around 2 to 3 weeks that he got the job, and he came up to Harlem, and he came right to Silicon Harlem's location, and I'll always be grateful for that.
Oh, thank you very much. Man, you're a little tall. Let me fix this. Good morning, everyone. Oh, I thought this is Harlem. Good morning, everyone. Oh, okay, all right, good. So, as the great Clayton Banks just said, I'm Matt Fraser. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for New York City. So I know that, yeah, I like that. I like that energy. Yeah. So that sounds like tech. Some days it is, some days it isn't, right? But the reality is we're long past the days where tech is just a tool or it's something that's relegated just to gaming. Tech is in every facet of how the city operates. And one of the biggest challenges that we had as a city is that the communities that historically has had access to the lease, we didn't put on the priority list to bring them up to par with technology. When we stepped into office in 2021, we were coming off the second wave of COVID. And in some cases, over 50% of the people that lived in public housing didn't have access to broadband. So imagine being a school-age kid, needing broadband at the time where it was most in demand, going home with a tablet or a device and not being able to do things like your homework. And more than just doing your homework, being able to connect with friends at a peer level. Like most kids play Roblox, they play all these other online games. Without connectivity, you can't do that stuff. Then we look at those communities and we wonder why crime is higher in those communities than others. Now, technology may not be the silver bullet that deals with that issue, but it's part of the thing that can bring and affect the quality of life in the neighborhood. So within 9 months from being in office, we announced a program called Big Apple Connect. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to make sure that we went into those communities where people didn't have access and provided them with a pathway to access. So sitting here today, we are now in almost every public housing development. And in every public housing development, they have access to broadband and basic cable as a basic human right. So now they don't have to choose between putting food in the fridge and getting access to technology. But that's not enough, right? When you look at what we can do next, if you look at this like the old proverb, you give a person a fish, they eat for a day, you teach them how to fish, they'll eat for a lifetime. When I look at broadband, broadband is like the water, right? You give people access to the ocean. The device is like a tool, is like the fishing pole, and now you have to give them the skills to use those things to feed themselves. So in addition to what we've done from providing access, we're now working on building digital skills programs and device programs so that people that live in these communities can get a pathway out of poverty. It's not enough just to provide access to the water. You have to teach them how to feed themselves, and that's where we have to get to. But in addition to just providing access to the community, one of the things that we also have to do is make sure that in the schools that the youth in these communities are growing, that they have programs that reflect the things that are going to be relevant in tomorrow's world, so we can build them up so as they jump out, they're ready to jump into the workforce. For the first time in modern history, New York City has outpaced this year the number of startup tech companies that's grown here versus Silicon Valley. So New York is very serious about tech, and we're very serious about bringing up those that's been left behind. But being here with you today, a community of people that celebrate and focus on bringing tech to those that historically has been left behind, it's an honor and privilege to be here with you today. And I know I think there's some questions that some folks may have, but what? Yes, ma'am. All right. But again, honor and privilege to be here with you today. And thank you very much for the time and energy. 10 years is a long time to keep anything going. And I look forward to the next 10. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw you was which NYCHA development? Where were we? It was in Brooklyn, I think, wasn't it? And you were giving 100,000 people, or was 100,000? Can you imagine 100,000 people getting free cable Wi-Fi because of your initiatives? We can't say enough about what you're doing for the city. And so many times, I think I've said it, people I cover said they couldn't see themselves on television, couldn't see the stories, couldn't watch, couldn't be informed. And now they have access because of you and your initiatives. Thank you. Thank you so much for what you're doing. It's almost mind-blowing a little bit. And the fact that it's taken this long, but now you're making it happen in a fast way is incredible. So now we're going to do, I think, a panel now, empowering our youth. Is that right? Oh, let's moderate some questions. I think we do. You want to take some questions?
Do we have a second mic? All right, I'm from Brooklyn. I can hear you. Talk to me.
My name is Crystal Glover. I'm a New York City Housing Authority resident, and I want you to know that the New York City Housing Authority gives money to tenant associations. It's called Tenant Participation Activity Funds. And most of the New York City Housing Authority tenants associations, 95% of them do not go by their bylaws, and they're being allowed to function any way they feel like it. Now you can go online and you will see that how NYCHA gives millions of dollars to tenant associations that they're not using. The only time you hear them using that money is when they're having family days and they're giving out hot dogs and hamburgers. So you got money sitting there. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna shut up. Any of you who know anyone living in New York City Housing Authority, oh, the poor people, disenfranchised, socioeconomically deprived, all those names that they got for us in NYCHA, well, guess what? The tenant associations were formed to be the conduit between NYCHA and management. But they don't teach the tenants about tenants associations. When I became president in 2011, they put infill in my development, which was under Bloomberg. And what did we do? We hooked up with the Urban Justice Center, and for $4,000 of our TPA money, we got a lawyer, and infill was cut. They was gonna put 3 buildings under my watch. One in front of my building, one on the side of the school, and one on, and tear our management office down. And we fought. The lady's waving her hand, I'm shut up.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna ask if you had a question for the CTO because he's gonna need to leave soon.
Right.
And
I
if
just
there's a
want this
question.
information to get out, because
I understand.
you're putting technology into NYCHA, but most of the residents won't even get the information.
Okay.
Because the tenants associations are not reaching out. Once they get in, the politicians get in their head and they no longer serve the purpose that they were meant to get in there for. So,
We really needed to hear this. That was something we really needed to hear. And even though, you know, the CTO can't be here that long, I'm certainly believe that you'll take in what she said and perhaps even talk with the mayor and everybody else about that. So it's a good thing. We're going to start with you, and then we're going to get you guys in just a moment. So go ahead. I'm going to come to you.
Yeah, if they don't talk into the microphone, it won't be on the screen.
If you, okay.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Betsy Coleman, and I live in Flushing, Queens. Yeah, do you have this program in Flushing, Queens?
So
we need it.
yeah, so for all the housing developments, the NYCHA facilities that are in Queens, they should all be in scope, and you should have access. Do you live in NYCHA? No, I don't. Oh, okay. So beyond NYCHA, we're now working on expanding the program to folks that are also recipients of other subsidized housing. So if you get things like Section 8 or things along that lines, we're working on bringing that forward. In addition to that, there are other programs that the carriers have if you have a certain income threshold, which is called a Lifeline service, where you can get low-cost broadband, I think at $20 a month or something along that line for most carriers. But I'd be glad to have someone from the team connect directly and follow up. Yeah.
And you can talk to Marcus. Marcus.
Greetings, Dallas Lee Bell, a Manhattan brother who lives in downtown Brooklyn.
Okay.
There's a distinction. I'm not a Brooklynite.
Well, I'm a Brooklynite.
That's
Be careful.
We link arms and we link aim.
Yeah.
Thank you for mentioning that this opportunity program coming out of your office is going to be made available to those of us who are in subsidized housing, supportive housing, fixed income, low income housing. Because I reached out to the office that takes care of the kiosks.
Yes.
Said we need a kiosk in front of the building. So we have great access if we walk around the corner past the hotel.
Yeah.
But said my building, a lot of seniors, a lot of people with heavy disabilities, we need the kiosk in front of our building. And they said, sir, we'll get back to you. Is that the equivalent of the check is in the mail?
Well, it could it could be, but when we talk about things like placements of link kiosks and things along that nature, there's surveys that are done to make sure that where we put that equipment, we get community board approval. So when they say they'll get back to you, it's very likely that they took the site down and they're put it on a priority list to get in front of your community board. If the community board agrees, then we can deploy a kiosk in those areas. A lot of times what happens is if we try to put something somewhere without getting that pre-approval, we usually get a lot of kickback saying, it's not that we don't like the technology, but you just can't put something here without talking to us. But I can definitely follow up to see the building and see what we can do about that.
Peace. I was in the Bronx, in Soundview, when you and the mayor made one of your early announcements about bringing NYCHA into more of having access.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned we need to do more. I'm hoping the do more part, because from tech, a major part of that is designing software. A major part of that is the nuts and bolts of how you put something in front of people that they want to see and buy into. So could this program or your initiatives at some point branch into the skill set to this now new audience that has access to maybe get skills later?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think we're doing things on twofold. One of the things that we're doing is we're looking at how New York City services are presented out to the public. I mean, I make this joke all the time. Maybe I shouldn't, but I make it all the time. It's like, when you go to nyc.gov right now, every third click takes you to 311. You're never sure how you got there, but you always find yourself right at that page. And I said the way that site is designed, it's not designed for people that are looking for services. So we are in the process of taking all of our services and moving it into our My City platform. We started with childcare. This week we relaunched a business portal with an AI chatbot that's focused on giving real answers to people that are looking to start businesses in New York City. So in addition to building and redesigning, we want to go into those communities to start building skills that the people of the community can use to participate in the system. So it's more than just giving you skills, but also you need a pathway to employment. I think what you'll hear as we get towards the end of the year about a program that we'll be launching, it will answer a lot of the questions it will answer the question that you just put out. But there's something coming very soon. And that's more than the check is in the mail. There's something really coming soon.
We got second to the last question here.
Greg, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Frazier, I'm the founder of Grandparents Around the World. We were in existence for 20 years. We around the city, but we really focus on Harlem. And the question I'm asking is 2020, on Zoom, we had to went straight to Zoom. And what we're doing right now, what is going on with our organization, we are having a lot of issue connecting seniors to technology. Do you have any information, or can our office come and talk to you in reference to that?
Sure thing. So under Mayor Adams, we created an office, or we created a cabinet for older New Yorkers that was focused on bringing equity to those that are aging in the community. That includes bringing technology, both devices and access. We've launched a couple of gigabit centers. One gigabit center was in an older New Yorker facility. And in addition to that, we have other programs like upskilling and device programs where we can bring in. So Leslie, if you can connect directly and you can plug her in with Daniil, then we can get a conversation going between the organization.
And write this down. Silicon Harlem, all right? Actually, Silicon Harlem, that's email me. mr.banks, what's that spell? You got that right. At siliconharlem.com. We do a lot with seniors, so we love doing that. We'll even give a few of them computers.
Good morning. I'm from the Bronx, Sandra Henson Simpson. I'm a senior at the Parkside Center. They are helping us out. They do bring a young man in to teach us how the technology works. But another thing, I live in the development, and I don't know how many questions that 50 words, when I call 311, do the mayor gets those informations?
Yeah.
Because I've always called 311 and they say 50 words a minute and that's it. But do you check those emails out?
Yeah, so everything that comes into 311 for the first time in the city's history, we built a dashboard where we can look at not just our responsiveness to 311 complaints, but we can also look at the efficacy of the response. So I'll give you a very good example. When you look at potholes, right, there's a pothole in the street. Someone called 311 and say, hey, I see a pothole, I made a complaint, and then a day or two later, they get a note saying that, oh, the complaint has been closed. It's been completed, the request has been completed. They walk down the street, it's like, well, the pothole's still here, it hasn't been completed. What we found was that there was a misalignment between when we say something is complete and what a customer or what a citizen expects to be complete. So we were closing the request when we referred it out to a vendor to go fill the pothole. We didn't close it out when the pothole was actually filled. And that's the metric that people are actually looking for. So to your question, we're now taking a closer look at all things that are coming in through 301 to make sure that we're responsive in a way that the people actually expect us to be.
That is
They should get the money from them instead of the taxpayers.
yeah, that is a fantastic question, and I would have
To get back to you on that one.
Let me just say this, because I like all the things that you just said, but particularly about how you started. Data. And so 311 is all about the data. So when you make a call, it gets recorded and it gets put into a database. Here's the good news. You are all able to access that data. Now,
100%.
you might want to call my company to help you learn how to do it, but you can actually, we actually did a dashboard also built on the dashboards that you guys have been doing from the city perspective, but we did a dashboard particularly for Harlem. If you haven't seen it, call us, email, we'll send you to it. We hope every store will put it up, and it goes from, you know, data about noise, data about the air quality, and yeah, there's a database on rats. So we have all that kind of stuff. Hello. So, so when you're making that 311 call, we do get that data, so we can help with that. And if it does cut off or something else like that, we can identify that. So I'm glad you brought that up. We're going to have to move Mr. CTO out of here. I'm sorry. Can you do one last question?
Of course,
here?
of course.
Okay.
I have two things to say. The woman that asked about 311, every year in March, they have New York City Open Data Week, and they've
Yes.
had it for like about 10 years.
That is correct.
Right, so you might want to check that out. What I do is, for 8 years, I'm a Wikipedian, and I'm with AfroCrowd Wikipedia in New York and New York City Wikipedia. And we train people on how to use Wikipedia, how to add content, how to use linked data, and it's really easy. So I can, if anybody is interested, I can do a presentation, I can share information. We go to global conferences, and I've been doing it for 8 years. And we would love to get some more seniors involved, and young people, both.
I'm going to advocate for that. I like that.
I like that.
I like that. I really did. I look up on that all the time, and it does create some opportunity for people, because a lot of people don't know how to actually put the stuff in there. So the fact that you can train people and all that kind of stuff, that's amazing. Yeah. Matter of fact, why don't you put mine up? Well, listen, okay, thank you. So I just wanted to, once again, one big hand for our CTO, Matt Frazier, the rock star, doing great things. He owes me, but that's another thing. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have a good day. All right, Morales, get up here with me. Can I work with you for a minute?
I think we should have our own show. I mean,
good, absolutely.
Don't worry, I'll talk to my boss when I get back. But I wish the technology, our chief technology officer, would wait, because my camera is 10 minutes away. He's just almost here, but if he can hear. But thank you, Mr. Frazier, for what you've been doing. I can't say enough. He is everywhere. Everywhere.
He is everywhere.
And that's what we love about him. And like you said, it's about the people. It's the technology, but it's also about the people and staying in contact. Okay, next we have a very important panel.
I'm going to do Taylor first.
Oh, let's do, okay. Oh, wait, Assemblyman Taylor's here?
Yes.
What?
Yes,
oh,
my man.
Assemblyman Taylor, come on up. You got to come up first before
One
this.
second. We're gonna introduce you in.
Oh, yes.
But we definitely want you to come up here. So if you haven't got the sense yet, but Al Taylor is here. Al Taylor, one of our great political people here that has been doing so much great, not only just for Harlem, but for all of New York City, and particularly been so great to Silicon Harlem. He supports what we do. He's the guy that will literally do the hard work. He's not just having other people work for him. He actually does the real work. You've had a long
You know what I have to say about him is I saw him at the Polo Grounds, right? You were at the Polo Grounds last time planting flowers. He was planting with the Harlem Garden Ladies. So he has a green thumb. but he also has a technology bug, right? You love technology. You see that that's empowering. So that was the last time I saw him. He's everywhere too.
He's everywhere.
How do you know all
I think you're going to find him on the moon.
Yeah.
With that being said, Monica.
All right.
Bring 'em up.
Assembly member, come on up. Put your hands together.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh, man, I know it's only been about an hour into this. Good morning. This is a great day, right? Okay, I know for some people it's a great day. For me, it's a day above ground. I am seeing you, and I'm not being viewed by you. Amen? Okay, so we celebrate life every day. So my staff has said, oh, goodness, John, it's good to see you. Padmore John, I saw so many, I've already gotten into trouble because I just shouted out somebody and said, you ain't shout me out. I saw Keisha Sutton from the borough president's office over back there. So anyway, I'm home. Literally, I grew up across the street. So I just want to bring greetings, and I am always, my oldest joke, and if you heard it before, just smile, is that one of the most phenomenal geeks in the world is none other than Mr. Banks himself. Come on, let's give a round of applause. If some of you are as old as I am, we remember the movies, The Nerds, and variations of The Nerds, and how they were always able to make it right at the end. And now we celebrate those type of folks, right? Right? Because technology has taken over, baby. It has taken over. And I say to those that sometimes say, well, I don't know what to do. I don't know what about this computer thing. Who in here does not have a cell phone? Raise your hand. Does not have a cell phone. I rest my case. You carry a computer in your possession. You're able to do so many things, like the telephone services that Ma Bell used to offer for those that are in my age group, right? And you buy these phones, and you can do everything. It slices, it dices, and all you want the sucker to do is talk and not drop your calls. Amen? Right? But you buy all of these features. You used to pay for call waiting, call forwarding, send it to voicemail, all these wonderful things. And there used to be a time when you first got your telephone, you would pay roaming charges if you use up da-da-da, da-da-da. Now tech is so savvy that you can talk forever anywhere. You don't have long-distance billings on you unless somebody's calling outside of the country. That's a different story. But technically, all of this stuff is available to you, right? Nod your heads if you're with me, right? So now we look at it and say, okay, this is marvelous. And I am an older adult. How many older adults are in the room? We kicking that senior thing to the curb. We are older adults. Say it with me. Older adults. One more time. I know you're with me. Okay. Now, my staff said, okay, we have something that we want you to say. So I'm going to share this. At least I'll still have a job with them when I get back. Good morning, everyone. Today, as we mark the 10th anniversary of Silicon Harlem, I am filled with pride and adoration. Over the past decade, Harlem hasn't just been transformed, it has emerged as a beacon of tech innovation and inclusivity. Our community stands as a testament to what's possible when we embrace the future together. Also, I might add that before we went into COVID, I was having these conversations with Mr. Bank about the possibilities of what it would look like if we leveled the playing field and had broadband access to everyone. And people was like, well, that's a novel idea. Well, we'll talk about it. And normally you have the trickle-down theory. We'll give it to you at some point, but it's not a priority. But, baby, COVID stepped in, and we realized that we were being underserved. The nation understood where we did not have, and our kids were falling further behind. So I want to applaud you, Mr. Banks, for always having the ability to see the future. Talking about Back to the Future, I would love to be on the moon if it's going to prolong my life. I'm just saying, I want to live forever, right, in a day. Anybody else with me? Well, for those 5 people, I'm sure we can get on one of these things, 6 people, we can go. The rest of y'all, I'll see y'all somewhere. But I want to keep on living healthy and vibrant. Amen? So part of it is you have to understand the novelty that you drive the narrative. You can learn as much as you desire to learn and as less as you desire to learn. If you put your head in the sand like an ostrich, then you don't have to worry about learning anything. The life is going to pass you by. But if you want to keep up with your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren, one of the best things I like about my life is I can take my phone and give it to any one of my 5 kids and say, I got a problem with this. Can you fix this? And stop me if you've seen this from one of your children. And then they give it back to you so quickly, like, they don't say da-da-da, but they look at you like you are da-da-da, right? And you're like, I don't care. I'm going to give it to you every time because technology is what's going to drive the initiative. And as sad and as unfortunate as what is happening in the Middle East, technology is dead square in the middle. The drones, the ability to see around places. It's in everything that we utilize. So it's time to stop resisting, not you all, but people that you know, but to embrace it. And let me finish my little speech before y'all tell me I gotta go. I'm eager to learn about New York City's vision for the future, and I want to stress the power of collaboration between our state and local governments in realizing these ambitions. But the heart of the future, it lies in our youth. In our 71st Assembly District, which I'm proud to represent, I've witnessed the difference that technology and education can make. It's not just in creating jobs, but cultivating dreams, and with innovation tools like immersive tech in the Metaverse, I see a world where our children are not consumers only, but creators. Creators. So I have a grandson, his name is Taylor, and he's almost 4 years old, and he'll look like his granddaddy. I'm just gonna say it. That's my opinion. No one else has chimed in to say he does, but that's my narrative, and there's nobody else in the room to dispute that. Him looks like his granddaddy. But he's on the autism spectrum. And you talking about a kid that can work the phone? What? And then I had the privilege of going to his school for a parent-teachers association. This is the end of my speech, you know. I'm a pastor, and finally, here we come there. And we were there, and there were so many other kids just like him. But God knows you give them a phone, and the world becomes theirs. Whatever they're looking for, whatever they're listening. And my grandson, the minute he gets locked out, because he haven't figured out the code, the first thing he'll do is he'll grab a familiar face in the space and grab their hand and put it on the phone because he wants to go back to it. 90% of the time in my unofficial documentation of it is they're listening to music. There's educational components, but it has a sound to it. And they're driven by that. Yes, I see that thing right there. He's got to go, right? So I say that to say that even our kids that we may not understand them, they're understanding the tech world right in front of them. God bless you, and thank you so much.
Is it just me, or could I listen to you all day? I could listen to you all day.
You would get me thrown out of here.
You are amazing. And can I tell you, he is a good green thumb. He can plant out there with us. He was with the ladies. He is just a Renaissance man. Now let's move on to what our first exciting panel of the morning, and it's empowering youth in tech. That's kind of the heart of what, oh, not yet? Okay. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news.
Of course, yeah, please. Yeah. Well, we have another representative here from our great Manhattan, not just Harlem, but all of Manhattan, Keisha Sutton, who is the deputy. And we're bringing her up, but if any of you have looked up her, you'll see the incredible, not only family that she comes from, but all the work she's done for this entire city. So it is a great, it's great for you to come on up here. Come up here, Keisha Sutton. You're just fabulous. You're fabulous. You're great.
It's not you. Good morning, Harlem. So I am a native, very much a native Harlemite. I'm a 5th generation Harlemite and very proud of it. Yes, thank you, thank you. But I am the Deputy Manhattan Borough President, so I am here representing Borough President Mark Levine, who couldn't be with us this morning. Thank you for those extra applause. It's so lovely to feel loved early on the morning after a long weekend. I walked in here and someone said, "You're smiling." I was like, that's what we do, right? We smile, it's happy. I want to just piggyback, if I can, a little bit on what our CTO, Matt Frazier, was saying, because he left so much out in terms of how important tech is to New York City right now. And I will say, I appreciate our assemblyman saying, if you have a cell phone in your pocket, then you are carrying around a computer. Because my motto used to be, I'm a people person. My motto used to be, people are my friends, computers are not. And I've had to change my mindset around these things so that, I can embrace technology better and get more woo-saw, especially when it frustrates me sometimes. But in terms of how it relates to New York City, I have so many, I'm gonna have to edit, but I have so many New York City tech facts that you guys need to hear. 7% of all New York City jobs are in tech. Over 10,000, there are over 10,000 tech firms in New York City and tens of thousands of other tech workers who work in non-tech sectors. New York City is more tech startup, has more tech startups than anywhere else except for San Francisco. We have roughly 25,000. San Francisco has 31,000. That's a lot of tech startups. Workforce growth rates in tech are expected to double those of other industries, with some categories reaching 4 to 5 times the current rate by 2030. That's right around the corner, folks. During the past 5 years, 22.3 of New York City's firms firms that were added to the New York City Register of Firms were in the tech sector. So 22% of the growth of New York City registered firms were in tech. From 2016 to 2021, as the city's private sector employment declined by 3.3%, the tech sector exploded by 33.6% to reach a record of 570,000 jobs. I could go on. I have another page of tech statistics that really nail home or drive home just how important this sector is to our city. I want to shout out New York City's New York City's largest tech subsector is computer systems designs, which is why, and this is my shout out, the city has partnered with CUNY to create a bachelor's degree program in digital game design at City College, which, there we go, yes. And is this him? There he is. Okay, great. So I didn't realize he was here. So Stan Altman, who's right here, and I just met his lovely wife, Claire Altman, founded the Gaming Pathways program at CUNY, which is the first public sector gaming program in the city. Before that, the other two were NYU and Parsons, which of course, people who look like me oftentimes can't afford to go to. So it's amazing that we have how many? 125 kids now that are in the program at CUNY? 125 kids taking game design classes at CUNY right now. I'm hoping my brother will get in this program as well. He's a gamer. But this, this is why it's so important that we're creating pathways. And this is one of the pathways. And I was so proud and so enthusiastic and excited, frankly, about what our CTO, Matt Frazier, was talking about in terms of access for NYCHA housing. But we still have 100,000 young people in New York City who do not have internet access. And that is why community organizations like Silicon Harlem are so critical to bridging that barrier, whether it's bringing all the work that he's done. I remember during the pandemic how Clayton and Silicon Harlem played such an enormous role in bringing devices into children's homes here throughout Harlem. So, Clayton, how many devices did you distribute during the pandemic? About 3,000 here in Harlem, right? I think they were from Google, is that right? Is that? Variety of sources. That's how resourceful Clayton Banks is. I remember we were on monthly, actually they were weekly uptown leadership calls that were led by Lloyd Williams of the Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce, where we really kind of coalesced, there we go, coalesced and came together around what we were, what people were working on so that we could all, kind of coordinate. That's the other word, lots of co-words. So we could coordinate our efforts and bring people together. But let me just say a couple more stats. The New York City tech workforce demographic, 31% are women, 44% are people of color. This is where things get a little choppy. 22% of that, 22% are Asian. Only 10% are 12% are Latinx and 10% are Black. 36% are immigrants. We can do better. We need to bring more Black and brown people into this business. We mustn't have, and people who are obviously challenged in other ways, under-resourced communities, under-resourced not-for-profits in their communities. We mustn't have people be left behind by this booming industry that will be, you already heard the stats, by 2030, several sectors will be 4 or 5 times, the subsectors will be 4 or 5 times the size they are now. Just by 2030, we've got to prepare our kids for this future. And that is why our office has been really focused, the borough president has been really focused on machine learning and understanding AI and what the policy prescriptions ought to be for the future. What is it that the borough president, Mark Levine, is asking these questions and really starting and having conversations with people like Clayton and so many smart folks in the space to understand how can AI, which is going to completely revolutionize. Who saw the 60 Minutes piece on Sunday night? Okay, those of you who have not seen it need to go back, get your DVR or on demand or online and see this piece where the man who's known as the godfather of AI scared just about he said he was afraid of what it would become if it didn't have guardrails. And so that it's important and it's critical, frankly, for people in our seat, people in the mayor's seat, people in the federal government, to be thinking about what those guardrails can be, because AI can be so powerful and so helpful. It can help government agencies process payments to people who are receiving SNAP benefits. It can help perhaps speed up the process by which people are applying to schools. It can help process your MWBE certification or whatever it might be faster. But without it, it can also disenfranchise people. It can reinforce biases that have been, a part of technology, as we know, without the guardrails, racial biases, other kinds of biases. It can put entire classes of employees out of business and make them unemployed. So it's necessary, and this is the work that we're kind of noodling right now, because there's a lot of noodling that needs to be done right now. Is what are the policy prescriptions that need to be put in place so that it can be used responsibly, especially by government, and yet not kill major parts of our workforce, kill intellectual property rights, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, I will say I implore all of you to go check out that 60 Minutes piece and start reading about AI, get engaged with AI if you're not already. Play with it, see how it works, and see how it doesn't work, and continue to just be also engaged with your electeds around what you think is important. And I'm here, I'll be here for a little while, but engage with your electeds around what you think is important in this space in particular, because folks, if you are not engaged, I don't want the train to pass us by, and that's what we all have to work together to make sure that the train doesn't pass us by. And with that, I say thank you so much, Clayton and Roxanne and all of Silicon Harlem for allowing me to say a couple words, and for most importantly, bringing this community together to talk about these really important topics. Thank you. There is a question here. I don't know if I'm allowed to take. There are two questions. Sorry? Yeah. Happy. I've got two. Okay. He's going to come to you. We know you can talk.
We're going to take a couple of quick questions, Roxanne, and then we'll move on to the next panel, or the first panel. I'll hold it for you. I got it.
First, I want to say thank you to WBLS for Teams program, the morning, what you call it, open line. That's how I found out about this. The second thing is, you know, one thing about this city, there's so many lanes. Okay, so city council will say, well, my constituents tell me that this and this, and my constituents that, right? The problem is, the reason why the little people are not getting the information, because there's all these freaking lanes. So if I'm in NYCHA and I don't have a tenant association, which is my voice, I won't know what's going on. Then if I get a TA and they in with the district leaders that ain't doing nothing, I'll never find out the information. So it's not that we don't get nothing. We always talk about what the white man don't give us this, and we ain't got that, and we disenfranchised, and our communities ain't got this and this. Okay? But I'm here to tell you today, people that look just like me, they're getting the information and they're staying in their lane. They're not telling who they need to be telling.
We're going to have to vote for you, I think. You got a voice of politics.
Which NYCHA development do you live in?
Well, I won't say because I don't want to get shot.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. Do you want to address anything on that?
I see
Yeah, I'm going to get over to, but did you want to make any comment to that?
No, I thought you were the TA leader, so I was trying. Got it. Okay, I'll come talk to you offline.
Yeah, I want to talk to you too.
So I just wanted to let people know, it's interesting you talk about this space. In February, the gallery is going to open up in partnership with the Harlem School of the Arts, an exhibition on digital games and the role it plays in development in young people, including the opportunity for high-paying jobs in the digital gaming industry in New York. And it's not only pitched for the middle and high school students, but their parents and teachers. And so we're looking forward to letting the community understand the power of what their kids are currently engaged in. It's more than just having a good time. It's really preparing for the future. And the borough president has been very supportive of this effort, and so we're looking forward to him being here the night we open up the exhibition.
And I'll come too. You'll get a twofer.
Well, where is he now?
He unfortunately. You said where? You said where is he now?
Yeah, where is the borough president?
He is. He's traveling.
He is. He went to Germany, I think.
Yes,
somewhere
he
like
did.
that.
Yes, he did. But you got me.
Oh, listen, that's what I preferred. Are you kidding me? That's what I preferred.
Hello.
Hello.
I see Dawn Simmons has her hand.
So this will be our last question. Where?
Yes.
Where
Sure.
is the question? Oh, last question. We got to get the panel up there. No, wait till I get to you.
So thank you so much for coming to speak with us, Madam Deputy Borough President. I would like to know, just similar to what the Tenant Association President mentioned, yes, there's a lot going on within the city and there are opportunities, but how can we find out more? I mean, as you know, I'm doing IT and teaching the children in Ghana and hopefully trying to bridge that with Harlem, but where do we find the people? Where do we find the children? How do they find out about these programs? I mean, I know it's on a high level, but getting to the folks, how do we do that? Thank you.
So, thank you. This is honestly a struggle that I have all day, every day, is like, our office has 50 people in it for all of Manhattan, trying to figure out how to do outreach as best we can. I'd say the biggest, your question was about how you reach people. Sorry, I started talking about how I have difficulty reaching people. I would say there's a few things. Obviously, through your community boards, through organizations like Silicon Harlem. In different neighborhoods, there are different consortiums of social service organizations that help spread information really well. I'd say, like in East Harlem, there's an amazing consortium called the East Harlem Social Services Consortium that brings together lots of different not-for-profits, and they meet, I think, monthly, and then share out with everyone all the things that they're doing, and each one of them shares information about what they're doing with with each of their constituencies. It's run by a man named Lou Zuckman, who heads up Scan Harbor, which is the largest youth services organization in East Harlem and the Bronx. How else? Obviously, so I should say a little plug here. We have on our website at the Borough President's Office, first of all, we have a volunteer corps. We're always seeking volunteers for different things that we're doing, but we also have a place where you can post events on our website, and also where you're seeking volunteers on our website. So if you want to connect with people on our website, you can do that as well. What have I feel like I've left so many things out. One more thing. We actually have, we actually have a resource guide that we prepared this year for students, for families, students and families, that has all kinds of different programs in there. Silicon Harlem is in there. Programs for youth, programs like after school, a million different youth kind of programs, sports, after school, I'm blanking right now, but lots of things. So please come to our website and get that. If there are people who want to be added to that, because it's certainly not comprehensive, please, shoot me an email. I'll be here for a little while. I can give out cards. Or my email address is ksuttonjames@manhattanbp.nyc.gov. K. Sutton James.
Really?
Yeah. I know it's hella long. You can ask.
But you can reach me, and I'll make sure you get
or
there.
I'll just leave some cards here. So I know you guys want to get onto the panel, so I will leave it there.
Give her a big hand.
Thank you. God bless
Wow, that's a lot. I've been to a lot of technology conferences, a whole lot, maybe some of you as well. What I'm most proud here, like just listening to today, we're hearing from voices from all different type of perspectives. It's rare that you go to a tech conference that somebody is there from public housing, for example. I'm very proud of that.
Yeah.
We want to hear everyone's
Right.
voice.
That's right.
Everyone matters.
I was just going to say that I've never been to an event like this. I've been to, I do so many of these events, and this is such a special moment in time. I'm so grateful that you invited us to be here, to be part of history, because this really is a dream of yours we're here because of your belief in us, and I just want to thank you again. Can you
10
tell them
years
a thing?
together.
Yes, 10 years. So now it's all about empowering our youth. So that is our next panel. I can't wait. And my camera is 5 minutes away. I'm so excited. So please stay if you want to be on television too. Empowering Youth in Tech. The panel is going to be moderated by Chelsea Roebuck, if you can come up. He'll speak with 3 of our youth, Callie Melgraves Sams, Adrian Rodriguez, and Vania Sananu, about empowering and encouraging the next generation of tech leaders from all backgrounds with the tools, skills, resources, opportunities. This is going to be a blockbuster panel, okay? Put your hands together for our Empowering Youth panel in tech.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Chelsea Roebuck. I'm the founder and executive director of a nonprofit called Elite, or Emerging Leaders in Technology and Engineering. Elite works to increase equity, opportunity, and readiness for students in their pursuit of post-secondary STEM pathways. And I'm just truly honored to be up here this morning with 3 of our students, Adrian, Callie, and Vania. Do you all want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, so thank you for having me here today. My name is Adrian Rodriguez. I'm a senior at the A. Philip Randolph Campus High School. I'm interested in pursuing aerospace engineering, and I am a senior.
Thank you for having me here as well. My name is Vanya Sinanu. I am 17 years old. I am a senior at Truman High School in the Bronx, and I am interested in pursuing computer science, mechanical engineering, and business.
Hello, my name is Callie Belgrave Sams. I'm 15 years old. I'm a sophomore at A. Philip Randolph Campus High School, and I am also a student here at Harlem School of the Arts. I'm interested in acting as well as computer engineering.
So Elite's a nonprofit that I started about 13 years ago. I was studying mechanical engineering at Columbia, really involved in the Harlem community doing educational outreach, and really wanted to make science and engineering at a high level more accessible to students around the world. And we did that and have run, over the last 10 years, have run programs in 6 or 7 countries, impacting over 10,000 students. For the last 6 years, we've been working pretty intensely in Harlem through a program that was originally supported and seeded by Google to create the next generation of tech leaders. And what that looks like is a high-touch intensive program where students typically start in 9th or 10th grade and get support from us to and through their graduation from high school into college. When I think about educational opportunity, I really think about education as the most reliable and consistent vehicle to social and economic opportunity. And far too often, I think, within the technology space, at least in the years that I've been working in this industry, I've seen a lot of different type of initiatives that were more inspiration than education. And I think in this space where there are these critical opportunities that you're going to hear about throughout the day, you know, jobs that pay in the 6 figures as a starting salary, and you know, just all of this opportunity that exists, I think that part of the conversation that often gets left behind, especially in this community, are being able to build the type of pathways that reliably and predictably prepare students for success in these spaces. So today you're going to hear from some of these students and hear the incredible amount of work and investment that they put in every single week, year after year, to ensure that they are competitive candidates for some of the most competitive colleges in the world. And you know, just for context, the students that have been in our program, our first graduating class of this group of students, the majority of them were students from this neighborhood, the majority were students of color, and of that, 2 went to MIT, we have 2 students at Harvard, 3 students at Carnegie Mellon now, 1 student at Stanford, and they're all there with full scholarships, with every major corporate scholarship that you can imagine. So we're gonna start with Vanya, and Vanya, I think I'm most interested first in hearing about how you plan to combine those interests. So you mentioned computer science, you mentioned mechanical engineering, you mentioned business, and I think to the average person, those are very different fields or disciplines. So we'd love to hear and understand maybe how you're thinking about combining those passions.
Okay, so I recently discovered this career path of that actually combined most of my interests, and it was called quantitative trading. And I feel like that kind of career path was like so exciting and kind of surprising to me, because I didn't know there was an occupation that would actually like combine all of my interests. And so when I discovered it, I was like, oh wow, this is something that I would have learned as a hobby anyways, and like this is a career path that I can like actually get paid for whilst like doing something that I would like and that I would have fun in. So I am first of all really excited to kind of pursue that interest and that career path, and I would say that I'm able to combine my interests through like programs like Elites and other programs that I participated in over my past high school years, because they allow me to learn more about each individual interest and allow me to kind of build connections in those fields where I can communicate with other people who are like me and who have those same interests as me.
Awesome. Thank you, Vania. And Adrian, for your interest in aerospace engineering, what does aerospace have to do with technology, and how do you view technology as being a critical tool for your career visions for yourself?
Yeah, so my interest in aerospace is deeply funded in my interest in technology. One of the things that he taught me is how to see the technology that's all around us. Like right now, I just noticed that it's a microphone and it's technology. So even thinking about how the stuff around you works was really important. For aerospace, I know that there's a lot of things that go behind the scenes, and being able to learn about that and apply some of the topics that you're learning at Elite and other programs was really interesting and important to me.
Awesome. Thank you, Adrian. And Callie, you have a deep interest in and passion for the arts. You've sort of been the lead in theatrical productions here, but also have invested deeply in your STEM education. Can you talk a little bit about how you hope to combine this passion for the arts with technology or STEM?
I think that you can find art in anything, including STEM, and I believe that, like, as long as you invest enough time into it, I think that I believe that there are ways to combine the arts and STEM, even in the movies you see in television. As an example, like Iron Man, Tony Stark, he's so into STEM and tech, and you kind of learn new things with him in the movies a little bit, sometimes not completely accurate, obviously, but but you get to see what certain aspects of tech is like, and it's like, even in like if you go to a conference like this, it's like, wow, this is just like in the movies, and like how you can combine those two, like there's a little bit in each, like even in theater, there's theater tech, and you have to have lighting and sound and all these different things to go into a production, and I think that's really cool.
Awesome. Thank you, Callie. And I really do believe that technology is the undercurrent to any and all industries and jobs of the future. And so, one of the takeaways from today should be that tech education can be integrated into any and all disciplines, including the arts. And I think that these three students are showing you three different unique and creative ways that they've been able to apply this interest in technology to some of their other passions. Another theme that I heard from their first round of responses talked about the time and the investment in developing their skills. And so I want to go back to Vania, because I know that your summer was not the typical summer for an average 17-year-old, especially in New York City. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the different things that you were involved in throughout the summer and how those things connected to both your college and career goals?
Okay, so I participated in a total of 3 programs over the summer. One was Engineering the Next Generation with Columbia. Another one was Girls Who Code. And the third one was my semester with MIT. And I actually found out about all of those programs through Elite. And each program kind of helped me foster a different, each program helped me foster a different skill set. And they each helped prepare me for college and helped prepare me for the academic rigor that I'll be experiencing in college. It actually felt like I was a college student over the summer. I was spending like pretty much 12 hours a day, like trying to like finish all of my assignments, you know, study for the next thing and kind of build up like that. I would say the kind of I would say the kind of life of a college student, I guess. And each program was actually had something to do with tech, of course, and it kind of gave me the mindset that, oh, you can find tech in anything. You can learn from like a beginner's perspective and still like learn a whole lot of like, even if you're not a math person, you can still learn a lot in tech. Even if you're saying that, oh, you know, I can't do this, I wouldn't be able to take this course. There's still a lot of things you can learn in tech without having to be like, without having to have that technical mindset. Like computer science, for example, a lot of people think that computer science is like so math-based, and I wouldn't say that it's completely math-based. It depends on the avenue that you go through in college. But I would say that a lot of it is just like writing and translating it into a language a computer can understand. So I would like to end off with saying that anybody can be in the tech space. They don't have to be like mathematically inclined or anything like that. Like technology is broad and diverse, and even like you can be teaching computer science in elementary school and kids will grow up to like learn how the environment works in that way.
Adrian, I'd love to reflect on a little bit more on your traditional academic experience. So more specifically, like the types of things that show up on your transcripts. I know that your high school journey has been an interesting one, starting at one high school, moving to a second high school for your sophomore year. And you came this morning direct from a class that was also not offered at the high school that you attend. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about the journey to get access to the type of coursework that will best prepare you for your post-secondary goals.
Yeah, so as Mr. Roebuck mentioned, I started off my freshman year at the Urban Assembly School for Design and Construction because I was really interested in being an architect. But I soon realized that I wasn't really interested in construction, so I came to the A. Philip Randolph Campus High School for their engineering degree academy, and that's where I started taking the highest courses that are available or offered because I really like to challenge myself, especially in school. I really enjoy learning, especially at a fast pace. So I take all the AP courses that are offered at my school. Last year I took AP Calculus, so since the next level at my school is not offered, we have a partnership with the High School for Science, Math, and Engineering, which is a few blocks away, where I can take AP Calculus BC as well.
And Callie, you're only a sophomore, so at least the coursework hasn't picked up yet to the rigors that Vonnie and Adrian experience consistently. But you still stay incredibly busy. And you spend a lot of time, not just, again, in our program with your tech education, but also in the arts. As a 9th grader, as a 10th grader, how do you develop the discipline and organizational skills to manage all of your responsibilities with so many different commitments on a weekly basis?
I've been asked this question a lot. It does take a lot of discipline, and I think there's a lot of time between, like, so I also go to Randolph, and Randolph, it's 8 to 2:20, and then I know on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, drama club, that's from 2:20 to 2:30. We have a little bit of room there, which I usually spend doing my homework. Between 2:20 to 3:30, I go do drama club, and then I come here to HSA, and a lot of the time my classes begin at 4 or 4:30, and we stay until like 8, and then after that I go home. I have the privilege of living really close to here and my school, so it's very quick, it's like 15 minutes commute time, which I'm very lucky to have. And so as soon as I get home, I get all my homework done, and I think it sounds like a lot, but when you're doing it, and if you stick to a schedule and you do it often and you get used to it, you get used to it, and I wouldn't say simple because it's still a lot, but like, if you're passionate enough and you know that it will get you somewhere, then it's worth it, I believe.
So all three of you attend New York City Public Schools, and actually 2 of you attend the same public school. In those programs, you're also, I think all 3 of you in STEM or engineering academies or pathways, and so I appreciate that your experience may be different, at least at school, than the typical New York City education student. But I'm curious what you think schools could do better or differently to help support students in their pursuit of their academic or career goals. And Adrian can go first.
So as a student at A. Philip Randolph, like Callie, I think that all students should have access to a type of computer science and engineering course, no matter what school they go to. I think it's really important to gain exposure and to sort of take down the boundary that some students have, or misconception that just because it's a computer science course or it's an engineering course that is going to be super hard or that they won't understand. I think that they need exposure to understand what it really is about, and that's why I pushed for my school to offer AP Computer Science, because I think that we needed a real view of what computer science really is, instead of just like a quick overview and showing how this is simple, but it would be much more harder. I think that all students are capable of learning anything that they set their minds to.
I would say that just more kind of advertising these available programs to more kids in their schools. Like a lot of high schools, I think every school has morning announcements, so it wouldn't hurt to to just advertise that, oh, this opportunity is available to you, or you can go to this counselor if you're interested in engineering or the arts or aerospace. Like, I think a lot of students are looking for these types of opportunities, but they just don't know where to find it. Even on social media, you can do a lot of like advertising, even like word of mouth, like communication between friends. Like, there's a lot of ways that you can like tell these students that these programs are available to them. And actually, funnily enough, I learned about ELITE through my brother's school, which is also A. Philip Randolph. So I think more like widespread advertisement about these programs, especially because I live in the Bronx. I haven't really seen a lot of these types of programs. Most of them are in Manhattan. So I would say, like, since I'm also in the Bronx and I'm in this program, I could personally just be advertising these types of programs to other students. Or programs like these can do more outreach and contact these school principals or like guidance counselors and be telling their students about like programs available to them.
I believe that a lot of schools, even if they have a tech program, I believe like their tech programs are, well, I wouldn't say a lot of schools. I think specifically for my school, they have 3 academies. It's the engineering, medical, and humanities. And I think there are a lot of programs offered within those academies, but I think the tech program specifically is underdeveloped, and I think that a lot of the courses should be, I want to say, trying to find the right word for it. For lack of a better term, I think there should be more of those courses available to students and for students, and I think there should be a better way to, as Vanya said, like expose students to these programs and how, like, a lot of times advertisement and like word of mouth really does help people find these programs and understand and like get resources about the things they want to do through said programs. And I think school is a very easy way to expose people like us to these types of things that they're interested in. Yeah.
Thank you, Callie. So the theme of this panel was around skills, resources, and opportunities that youth need in order to thrive in their ever-evolving tech landscape. So I want to pose that as a question. So we'll start with Adrian. Adrian, what skills, resources, and opportunities, I know you reflected on school, but feel free to answer this more broadly. What skills, resources, and opportunities do you think youth in Harlem need in order to thrive in the ever-evolving tech landscape?
I think that they should be able to have the skill of learning how to use technology to their advantage, being able to just search stuff up and see the opportunities that are offered to them, like summer programs or even Saturday programs like ELITE, where they can learn skills that can be applied into their future. Can you repeat the last question?
Skills, resources, and opportunities to help you thrive in the tech landscape.
Yeah, again, just piggybacking on my previous point, getting exposure to the types of things that you would see in an engineering class or something like that. I know STEM is a very big or broad umbrella where you have multiple things like science, math, and engineering. Just having exposure and being able to participate in those fields is really important, and I think that's really led to my interest in pursuing STEM in the future.
Thank you, Adrian. And Vanya, I know that you've had a lot of opportunities. We reflected on some of those already today, specifically the summer opportunities. But what skills, resources, and opportunities do you think you need in order to reach your potential?
Specifically for me, I think that just as we've been saying, like the consistent theme here is like more programs like these. I know that Elite helps their students even beyond their graduation year of their high school, and so even more programs like that even continue to help their students after high school and throughout college would be great for me. And I would say that programs also like my semester also that help you increase the amount of people you're exposed to and the amount of people you can connect with, and so that like students and youth can kind of bond over interests that they might not bond over bond over specific interests that they might not find available at their school. Like I know that for me personally, I don't really find a lot of people to connect with over my at my school, specifically with business and STEM. So with my semester, I'm able to talk to a lot of people who are obviously interested in STEM, but then also have a business interest as well. And so for the first question, not like stemming out from like a more specific to a more general view, I think that students need to be educated about STEM even from a younger age, because I learned more about like this the various STEM fields in high school, like going into high school. And I think that if you can even expose students and youth from their elementary schools even, then that can help them like start early, start like employing courses that, you know, that are like academically rigorous enough so that they can build that skill set and build that like, what's the word? For lack of a better word, but like build the kind of like,
say what you feel.
Yeah, build kind of like strength to the academic rigors of like the STEM field, I would say.
And Callie, what about you? Skills, resources, and opportunities that youth need to realize their potential?
Well, I think, well, two things came to mind when hearing her. I think dedication, of course. I believe that you need to have a certain amount of discipline because this gets tiring. And I also think that youth like us need a lot of support when doing all of these things, because like even just now, like when you were talking to Vanya, you said, say what you feel, which helped her say what she felt and get the proper words out. And I think that's really important when speaking to teenagers and young people, because we all need support, but I think specifically in STEM, it's a lot. And when you're doing it daily, weekly, it gets overwhelming sometimes. And I think having that extra hand to help you work and help you do the things you need to do and having that guidance there for you is something incredibly powerful and something that can help you get to the places you need to be and help you succeed.
I think, from all of those responses, the critical theme that I heard was community. Vania, you talked about the community of students that you've been able to develop with minority students from across the country at MIT's Minority Intro to Engineering and Science. And Callie, you talked about the deep support that you have in the communities that you engage with each week. Maybe as sort of the final reflection point, if each of you could comment just on what community means to you and how community helps to support you to realize your goals.
So community is everything to me. I am a Dominican American who was born in Washington Heights. So I know, thank you. I know that I've always been surrounded by family and friends that are willing to support me, and adding on to what Callie said about support, I think it's really important for students who have the support from their guardians, who maybe sometimes don't know about these programs. I was speaking to my cousin yesterday, and he said that he was using his iPad to learn about a coding app. It was like basic Scratch programming. But I was really happy about that because he's about 7 years old, but my uncle was able to go online and find ways to engage him. And it's not like it was a boring app, it was something that was engaging to him. So being able to have communities and families that would support you in what you want to become is really important.
I think that along with what Adrian and Callie said, that community gives tremendous support and kind of gives I think community, if you're in a community, it's not just a one-way relationship. You're engaging with everybody in there, and everybody is learning from one another. So I think that being in a community not only provides support, but provides so many avenues of learning opportunities and so many avenues of learning opportunities and support. And I would say that the more people you're able to engage with and reach, the more people you're able to learn from, and the more holistic your worldview becomes, and the more developed you're able to build your values and your skill sets and your holistic person in general.
I think community is something that you have from a very young age, and I won't just say it's like a person or a group of peoples. I think it's something that you can build for a very long time, from birth till death. Community is something that's constantly surrounding you, and I think community is something that helps you grow, and community is something that a group that will always look out for you and help you develop throughout your lifetime. People may come and leave, but the act of being in a community and being a part of a community is something very important, and not only to a singular person, but to everyone, I think, yeah.
So I don't think we have time for questions, but we will be available in the back of the room. If you all have any questions, please come see us. I know they have to run back to school soon, but please do find us if you want to chat more.
Wait a minute. Give them a huge, I mean, really. One of these people is 15 years old. Where was I at 15? I was surfing all my life at that time. Amazing. You guys are absolutely amazing. I learned a lot just listening to you. Here's what I got out of it. So we heard the word community, 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 and that is true. But here's what I really heard. And it's one thing I love saying. Intelligence is distributed everywhere evenly. Everywhere in the world. But access and exposure is not. That's the difference. And that's what they kept talking about. If you can get the access, you get success. And that's exactly what it is.
If I could just, if you could come right up here, and I want a round of applause for television. This is going to make it, Jack is now here. So I want you guys to, this is going to be the biggest pep rally for these youngsters that you've ever seen. Everybody get out of your seats. Clap for Silicon Harlem. Clap for Clayton. You stand right here. You stand right next to her. Yes. What do you think of the future of Harlem? It starts today with these beautiful youth and our CEO, Silicon Harlem, Clayton Banks, everyone. Yes. And who's going to watch Pix 11 tonight at 4, 5, 6, and 10? And real quick for Jack, just for our Jack, can you right now tell me, in 10 seconds, what do you want people at home to know about what you're doing as the future of Harlem and New York City?
I want them to know that they can do it too, that they can have these opportunities and have the dedication and just be able to do what they want to do.
I want them to know that anything is possible with enough support and enough courage to ask and reach out for things that they would like. Yeah.
I want them to know that YouTube is an incredible free resource. YouTube University. There's this channel called codecamp.org, I believe. Watch it, learn something.
I think the one thing that I want to say, a lot of this that we think about doesn't really seem real, but we really do have real life superheroes that are in the community accomplishing incredible things, and they're here, so come find us.
Yeah. There's greatness right here in Harlem. We've got 3 kids from 15 and 16 and 17. And what's important here is that they are sharing with all of us how important it is to have access and exposure, particularly in the technology space. These are our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. And do we take a break now? I guess we can. Okay.
10-minute break.
10-minute break, everybody.
Bathrooms are that way.
Yeah, and don't forget, if you need to reach me, Monica Morales TV, and I'll tell your stories. So we were talking about access and promotion. I'd love to tell your stories. So Monica Morales TV on social media. That's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and then you can also just email me at monica@pix11.com. It's just Monica. Hopefully they don't hire another Monica, because then Monica number 2, but Monica@Pix11. Thank you, Clayton, for everything you do.
Hold on. She's not going to be here for the rest of the afternoon. So we've got to say thank you, but more importantly, give her a big applause. This is Monica Morales, Pix11. Holy cow. She is making it happen for all of us. Thank you so much. All right, so 10 minutes, folks, and we get right back. We got some good stuff coming right after this. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh.
You guys having a good time? Yeah. I can't wait to get a sandwich. All right. So, oh boy, we have a really good panel coming up here. And I don't quite know the title of it, but I will say it involves things like 3D. It includes things like Metaverse. It might be a bunch of other stuff, like it's an exciting panel, I know that much. It's going to be empowered. You know, let me tell you guys this. You guys listen to me for just a second. The very first conference Silicon Harlem did, which was 10 years ago, the theme, anybody know the theme 10 years ago? I'll give you at least $1 if you can figure that out. Huh? That was always involved everything, but let me tell you, the initial theme was, nobody knows really? Huh? It was totally involved in that. That one actually came around the third or fourth one in terms of as a theme, but we always had connectivity in it. All right, I'm going to tell you that it is very similar to today's theme, and if anybody can figure it out, I will give an award later on. So here's today's theme, is empowering the technological future for all. So try to think about what you might think it was 10 years ago. It's very similar. In the meantime, I am here and very honored to bring up this new panel. And is it, show me, Ben, what am I putting here? You're introducing me, I'm introducing myself. Oh, okay, this is making it even easier. We're going to have Ben Irwin. Ben Irwin's going to actually put the words together. Ben worked for me years and years and years ago, and ever since we've been nothing but working together on just about all types of technologies. We both have, I think, really interesting visions of what comes next. I can remember way back when he talked about Apple doing some incredible work, which all now everybody uses it. And you know, there's just been a lot of things. This is one of those great people that you have in your life. So Ben Irwin wants to come up and bring up the rest of the speakers and all that's going on, or whatever you're doing, all right?
Whatever I'm doing. Hi, everybody.
Wait a minute.
What?
Oh, let me hear it. Say it again.
Envisioning the technological future.
You have won a sandwich. Amazing. Envisioning the technological future. Amazing. And the reason why we came back to that was an envisioning. There wasn't nothing going up in technology in Upper Manhattan at that time. But we have met the vision. Now it's time simply empowering. It's time to make it happen, right? So that's where we're at.
Thanks, Clayton. Yeah. And congratulations on 10 years. Hi, everybody. My name is Ben Irwin. I'm the founder of PowerSimple, and of late, I'm the creator of the Poly's WebXR Awards and Metatraversal series. And what I do is I create events around immersive content to celebrate the pioneers of it. And so I'm here today to welcome this newly merged panel, Social Impact of 3D and Metaverse Education. And in a few minutes, I'm going to be bringing up the panelists. But first, I wanted to give sort of a little bit of a lay of the land and an introduction to this. So I'm hoping, Roxanne, is there a possibility to click play on this? Is that going to work? There we go.
Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life. Do you know what I'm talking about? Matrix. Do you want to know what it is? Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. This is the construct. It's our loading program. We can load anything from clothing to equipment, weapons, training simulations, anything we need. Right now, we're inside a computer program. Is it really so hard to believe? Your clothes are different. Your hair has changed. Your appearance now is what we call residual self-image. It is the mental projection of your digital self. This isn't real. What is real? How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, what you can taste and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain.
And that is probably the best explanation of what the metaverse is. You cannot be told what the metaverse is. You really have to see it for yourself. So about 20 years ago when I started working with Clayton, the Matrix was all the zeitgeist, and we used to sort of joke around that we were like Morpheus and Neo, except with a twist that he was the one and I was the believer. So over the years, we've had many adventures together, and so I just wanted to take this moment to congratulate Clayton because I was around for the inception of Silicon Harlem, and to see his vision come to fruition has just been something to behold. So welcome to all of you here today to celebrate with this. And you know, this, you've heard a lot about him going out during the pandemic. This is Clayton Banks right here, is this guy carrying Ethernet cables with a mask. And you know, we talked about those kids. There's a picture of it. So I had to fish that out to honor Clayton in this moment. But on to what we're here to talk about, which is why 3D education is important. And so it really is the medium of the future. And it's not just a new medium, it's a medium that is built on all the previous mediums. And some may not even realize that we're coming up on the 200th anniversary of photography. And over the years, we've had the evolution for cinema and cinema with sound and color and the internet. And now we're actually, and why I used the Matrix, is that we are going inside of the internet. And this is an extremely important thing for folks to be getting in front of. So the reason that it's important for education is it activates spatial memory. When you are inside of an immersive experience in VR or even AR, you relate to it in a different way than you would reading a text or watching a video. And so this is going to change the way that we learn, and that's what the panel is here to talk about. But spatial memory is different than just memory that you get creating. It's sort of the same difference when you are in an immersive experience being different from a Zoom call. This gives us the opportunity to reinvent pedagogy and curricula for the future, the same way that education has evolved over the last 50 years with the digital revolution. It's about to evolve again. And this is going to become an economic engine the same way the internet was. And this is something for everybody to be getting in front of. And it's rapidly maturing, and it's becoming affordable. On my way here this morning, I got my email that my Quest 3 has been shipped, and it will be here tomorrow. And I'm going to talk a moment about devices. So the Quest 3 here versus the Apple Vision Pro. Everybody was waiting for Apple to get into the market, and a lot of companies aren't even investing in it. So Apple's doing something that I think is really shrewd business-wise, is that they are pricing it out of consumers' hands. They want developers and Apple fans and rich people to buy this because they're not going to be calling tech support the way consumers was, because they need a content ecosystem and they need to iron out all the kinks. So Apple is being smart, and it's probably going to be another couple of years before we see Apple fully come to market with their devices. But when it does, the same way that everybody, you know, Al Taylor took a poll about everybody having a smartphone, in 10 years, most people are going to have glasses. In 20 years, it'll probably be as ubiquitous as a smartphone. So just going to glance over this real quickly. There are several vendors on the market, but we have yet to see the big consumer electronics vendors get into it. Stereoscopic content in 6 degrees of freedom. So that's 6 degrees of freedom is essentially forward, backward, left, right, up, down, and you can pitch, yaw, and roll your head. But when you move, you are inside of an experience. And we don't call them websites, we call them experiences. The new generation of headsets has video pass-through, which means that there are cameras in addition to other sensors that are mounted on the front, and it gives you full realistic color. So you can see projections of avatars and content in your room, and when you turn off the pass-through, you're inside of the VR experience. So software. This is what is going to be the engine behind 3D education and is going to allow creators to create educational experiences. So gaming engines that build most of the video games these days, Unity and Unreal Engine, they've just had some controversial pricing model changes, but they are the de facto like big two of creating them. There are some open source gaming engines, and if you're not acquainted, I definitely recommend that you become acquainted. Now, Blender is really important because Blender is free, okay? It is free and it is open source. So it is really, really important to understand the power of having an open source 3D modeling software that can empower creators to make 3D content. Different than a gaming engine, it makes the models that go into gaming engines. And so WebXR is what allows you to create VR and AR experiences for the web. And Web GPU is coming, and that's going to create high-end graphics for the web. Wonderland Engine is an author-creator tool, and WebAssembly is actually something that is low-level that accesses the CPU for the browser. So AI is going to be creating virtual worlds soon enough. And this is my last slide, and I'm going to introduce the panel, or I'm going to introduce the moderator in a moment. Social XR platforms. This is sort of getting us back to the why. The metaverse is a lonely place without you. And so when you go into a 3D experience by yourself, there's a lot to be done, there's a lot to learn, but it's lonely. But when you are in the metaverse and time and space is bridged between whoever you're with, could be anywhere in the world, and they're embodied as avatars, it's a much different experience than it being there. So there are several market-leading social XR platforms. My prediction is that the same way that we had Comcast and AOL, or CompuServe and AOL and MSN and stuff in the 90s, those sort of online services that people mistook for the internet, there are going to be new upstarts that are coming that change the way that we think about it, startups coming out of stealth and so forth. WebXR is what I like to celebrate. My award show that I created is to celebrate the pioneers who are doing this in the web browser, because I think that the medium of the web is the way that this will be distributed. And so there are several platforms that use WebXR for this. And so with that, I just wanted to give you a lay of the land of the devices and software and platforms that are out there. And so with that, I thank you. Congratulations, Clayton. And Ivo Filbert will be moderating the panel, Social Impact for 3D and Metaverse Education, everybody.
Well, good afternoon, or good morning, rather. One quick thing. We've actually adjusted, Ben, the title. So I'll share with you that best laid plans are always... Gotcha. Okay, best laid plans. But really we're going to talk about empowering tech for social impact, where we'll talk about 3D and the metaverse, as well as artificial intelligence and generative AI. So with that, I'm going to ask the panelists to come forward. We have Elizabeth Nganzi. We have Liz Daly. We have Trisha Blake. And we have Milan Kordenstani. Did I say that right? Great. And one of the things you're going to know about this panel is we took a real problem. Yesterday, there were some changes unexpectedly, so we actually merged two panels. So we had a problem. The problem was, how do we merge the two panels so it makes sense and it aligns? So we got together this morning and we used artificial intelligence to solve the problem. So what we did as a group, we actually entered everyone's bio. We entered a question about what are the best 4 questions we should ask for the panel. So the questions that we're going to use today were generated by AI for this panel. And we wanted to do that to really demonstrate that we should embrace technology. Okay? So with that, I'm going to ask each panelist to introduce themselves. They have 2 minutes to give a little background on who they are. Quickly, again, Ivo Filbert. I'm with the Jackie Robinson Foundation. I head up community engagement, partnerships, and communications for the foundation and the Jackie Robinson Museum. Liz?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you very much, Ivo, for inviting me, and congratulations, Clayton, and your team. I'm Liz Nganzi, the other Liz, and I'm very excited to be here with you today speaking about something I love quite a bit. It's technology for social impact. I'm an adjunct assistant professor at New York University, where I teach digital storytelling powered by generative AI, basically trying to help people who raise money for good causes to be able to do so more effectively using the power of generative AI in such a way that they can save money, create better content to engage their donors, as well as to just tell better stories online. So that's my function at NYU. I'm also the founder of the International Social Impact Institute, where we do that for organizations around the world.
Awesome, thank you. Liz?
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Oh, so nice. My name is Liz Daly, and I am the co-founder and executive director of a new Philadelphia area nonprofit called Create Access. We exist to provide on-ramps to the field of 3D creation for beginners. So our focus is on people who have limited previous exposure to the field, who maybe have never touched 3D technology before, but who we think might find a home there if they had the opportunity to get their hands on it, to build some curiosity, build some confidence, give it a try. And so our whole purpose is to help people enter into the field of 3D by getting them started with tools like Ben mentioned, Unreal Engine. So we build educational micro courses that provide lots of scaffolding to help young learners get started with 3D. And I'm just so excited to be here today. Thank you so much to Clayton and Roxanne, everyone here for having me. I'm delighted to be here.
Great day, everyone. My name is Trisha Blake, and I am all the way from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Yes, yes, louder, louder. Thank you. Super excited to be here. I am the CEO and founder of My Third Bloom. Just in terms of my own story, I am using the Metaverse to serve the underserved. And My Third Bloom is an online community for women going through perimenopause and menopause, and just being able to provide access and resources and support using immersive technologies. So it's almost a case study of how you can, utilize this, these technologies and the potential behind it. I am a joy seeker, change maker, and my most famous one is I call myself the rich auntie in the metaverse.
Hello, my name is Milan Kordestani. I'm from the Bay Area, Silicon Valley. I grew up or I live now in Los Angeles. And I've been, thank you. I've been building startups since 2017. I now operate a venture studio where I co-found and invest in startups that are focused on social impact in various industries. I'm also a writer, and I publish what I am learning through tech and creating conversations around some of the difficult challenges that we have in technology, getting people to understand the tech and see it as a solution for challenges that we have in society rather than a problem. So all about AI for good.
Awesome. As you can see, we have a very esteemed panel from different backgrounds, and we're going to jump right into the questions because we want you to see what AI produced. So the first question goes to Liz Nganzi. Liz, you've been at the forefront of leveraging technology for social impact since 2004. Can you share an example of a transformative initiative or project that effectively utilized technology to drive positive societal change, and how can the lessons from that experience be applied to the emerging technologies like generative AI and the metaverse?
Okay, that's a great question. Thank you, ChatGPT, for that question. So the example I'm going to use is from an organization based in Uganda. The name of it is Barefoot Law. It was started by a young man, a young attorney, who basically said, while he was waiting to sit the bar in Uganda, he set up a Facebook page to have people who who needed to help understanding what the law was and their legal rights, to be able to ask questions, and he responded to them. So that's how it started. Fast forward 10 years later, it's turned into Barefoot Law. And the organization provides basic legal aid services the same way we would have them here. But what they've added to it is they have 10 attorneys who provide the legal services, but anyone can send a text message. They can post on Facebook any questions they have, saying, "Look, I'm having a problem with a land dispute, or I'm having something, some kind of a domestic dispute," and it goes through Winnie, this AI, that basically determines the language a person's writing in, if it's in English, the level of English, and then it suggests like a response that the attorney will then verify to be able to determine that it's the correct response, and then send the response back in the language that makes sense to that person. So if, let's say it's 4th grade English that they wrote in, that's what the answer will be generated in. Why that's so important is because if you think about people who typically are left out of this equation, whose rights are violated all the time, it's now providing them a service in a form that makes sense to them. And I was actually with them recently in Uganda, and what they told me was, prior to having this AI, they were able to, each attorney was able to work on 10 cases a day. They're now able to process at least 100 a day. So that's a lot many more lives. So I think that's a very important tool.
True impact of AI, huh?
Yeah, truly.
Awesome. Okay, the next question, I'm going to jump down to the end. It's going to be for Milan. Milan, your work as a social entrepreneur and author focuses on finding common ground solutions to systemic socioeconomic problems. In the context of the metaverse and 3D technology, how can these tools be harnessed to address some of the systemic issues you've highlighted in your writing, such as civil discourse and conscious capitalism?
Sure. So I'll talk about one of the startups I co-founded. In college, I co-founded this startup called Auto, and the focus was helping people find jobs. And we started out with college students, but eventually we realized college was actually part of the problem. It puts people in debt and doesn't give them tangible skills in the workplace. So what we've been doing is using AI to help people map their career path for them based on their career aspirations, based on their financial constraints, and based off of their personality and even their dream job. And we've been working with tons of nonprofits. One of them particularly is working with incarcerated inmates and individuals in the prison system to help them understand what that career path looks like for them, what are the courses they need to take to be valuable when they come out, to recognize what skills they had when they went in there, what they could have actually practiced while they were locked up that could be highlighted on a resume better. And we think of it like Google Maps. Like Google Maps will provide you different options of routes, some that are scenic, some that are based on the most optimal time to get there, and several different factors. We like to provide options so people can see what is the career path that will best service my goals, my needs, and the career I want to work towards. So that's a startup called Auto. And that's one of the applications of how we use AI to basically generate career paths based on all those different inputs that you give it.
And that is so important, thank you, because we know that the educational landscape is changing and the needs for skills, not everyone needs to be in college, so many of the tech firms are realizing that, and they're looking for folks with specific skills versus having a college degree, so thank you for that. Trish, the next question is yours. With your passion focused on immersive technology, how do you think new immersive technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality, and AI can improve collaboration among organizations to drive positive social changes?
Wow, thank you, ChatGPT. That's a great question. So ChatGPT didn't give me the answer, just so you know. We didn't ask. I didn't ask for the answer. Honestly, just in terms of having a level, I think it takes it to another level in terms of platform. So you have these immersive technologies that can help to amplify our voices. That is so important. When it comes to accessibility and inclusivity as well, like making sure that all of these immersive technologies, all our communities can access it. We all have, access, we should all have access to internet. That's next level as well. Like everything, being at the tip of your fingers. I think there's a statistic that there's 7 billion 3D-enabled phones in the world. So at your fingertips right now, you have the ability to tap into, the metaverse, immersive tech. There's even AI, you know what I mean, on your phones. Like all of that is there, collaborating with, policymakers, cities, educational institutions. This is all at your fingertips. You have these computers at home. It's next. Honestly, I just think it's next level. And, personally, I was saying for my introduction, as I say, I'm a non-techie. I'm a non-techie that loves tech. So I'm part of a nerd club. And I'm using it because I'm curious. I'm insatiably curious about the technologies and the possibilities that it can do from, education, wellness, you name it, it can really help, and it can, serve the underserved and definitely empower us.
That's really important. Again, we have all of this at our fingertips, which is why the work of Silicon Harlem is so critical, right? Because they're making sure that everyone has access to all of this. So, Clayton, thank you for the work that you do. Okay. Liz Daly, your question. As the co-founder of Create Access, you work on helping people from underserved communities enter careers in emerging tech fields using 3D technology. Can you explain how this technology can make education more accessible and what obstacles we need to overcome to make this happen?
Absolutely, thanks for the question. And ChatGPT.
Thanks, ChatGPT. Yeah.
So one of the things that's so exciting about where 3D is right now is that so many of the tools that are out there are freely available or free to get started, and they don't require you to know how to code, right? And so I don't know if anyone's ever tried anything new in this room. Raise your hand if you ever tried something new, right? It can be a little scary. But what's so interesting is that with so many of these tools, once you get started, the curiosity and the innovation kind of build upon itself, right? So I remember I'm like Trisha, a non-techie who loves tech, right? And I don't know if I can say that in this room, but I'm a social worker by training. And the first time I touched the Unreal Editor for Fortnite, which is a tool that integrates Unreal Engine with the Fortnite game, I was so intimidated. I saw this suite of tools, all these buttons, all these drop-downs. But as I got started, the first thing I did in Unreal Editor for Fortnite when I was trying to think about how to engage beginner learners was I imported a photogrammetry model of a little statue I had in my house. I had made the model by taking pictures with my phone. So again, no code, I took photos. And then I learned how to import it into a 3D experience in the Unreal Editor. And just being able to do that, I was so proud of myself. I felt so powerful. Thank you. And I think that's one of the things that's so exciting about this new technology is that there's so much you can do if you're just willing to get started and click a few buttons and try a few drop downs, make a few mistakes, right? And I think that when we think about education, I think it's so important to create spaces where experimentation and play and innovation are really encouraged. And with that, of course, comes making mistakes and stumbling and things not going exactly the way you want, especially when you're working with new technology, right? But all of that, I think, really can make the world of technology more accessible. And so when we build our educational materials with educators and student creators, actually, because we really want to make sure that what we're doing is accessible, it's beginner friendly, and it's helping people create projects that are interesting to them. Because again, that's going to be the thing that gets those wheels turning, right? They get their hands in it, that spark is ignited, and then people are naturally curious, right? All of you who said you tried something new, I bet at some point your natural curiosity kicked in and you started exploring on your own. And so when we talk about our model of exposure education, we really want to give people the opportunity to just find that curiosity in themselves and get over that initial hump of fear. That moment of like, oh my gosh, I can't possibly create in 3D, I'm not a techie, look at all these buttons. Get through that so that you can see the possibilities, the creative possibilities for yourself. And I do need to speak a little bit about the economic opportunity in the field, right? So Create Access is a nonprofit. Our focus is on actually helping boost socioeconomic mobility by helping people connect to the field of 3D creation. And there is just such immense demand in industry right now, growth in this field for people to be working and creating in 3D spaces, creating 3D experiences across disciplines. Tricia, you mentioned, we think about medicine, we think about fashion, we think about real estate, all these different areas where 3D creation skills can be of benefit, right? Especially as the internet is increasingly, and computing is increasingly moving towards 3D. And so we think that by helping people who have limited previous exposure to engage in these fields, we can really have an impact on economic mobility.
And really, we know that technology, really, if we embrace technology the way we should, it creates all of that for all of us. So imagine those young kids that you work with and their excitement and their increasing their level of curiosity because of their confidence at that point. Okay, Liz, and we have two Liz's on the panel. You talked a bit earlier about the job search. Right, and how this can help. So give a little insight to what you were telling me.
Sure. So first of all, the reason why my life changed on January 4th, 2023. And it's the first time I tried ChatGPT, and I kept playing with it, and I said, oh my goodness, this is a real game changer. And yes, I'm a tech geek, but I'm not just, it's not about technology for the sake of technology. What it showed me was that it could really help people to shortcut a lot of things they're trying to do. So for instance, let's say if you're looking for a job, which many of us would, or maybe you're looking for an investor for a company or whatever it may be, you literally can put into ChatGPT the description, the job description, and then you put your resume in there as well and say, hey, can you tailor my resume to this particular job description or the key words it's looking for? First of all, that saves you a lot of time because like when you're trying to work on the resume, it takes forever. It can clean it up. It can create a much higher quality resume, and it also helps generate the cover letter for you. So that what that does is increase the likelihood of your being selected for that job interview. Then when you finally do go for the job interview, you can actually even have it look through some of the content from the organization's website and have it generate some questions that they may ask you or questions you can ask during the interview so that you go in a lot smarter, a lot more well-prepared than if you were trying to do this on your own, and it takes a lot less time than you trying to do this on your own. So
that's awesome.
I love that it's saving time, it's helping you to be a lot more effective in whatever it is you're doing.
Embracing technology. Tricia, I know that for you, 3D and Metaverse and education, and making sure that we impact how this is being taught in schools. Tell us a bit about your thoughts around that.
We need to start. No, we really need to empower our educators. We need to teach the teachers, and that can come from in terms of like if there's mentorship, development programs, really have it as part of the core curriculum. If from Liz's company where you're creating 3D, those teachers can easily use these tools that are out there. But in order to use the tools, you need to be aware, and you have to, I think, starting from the ground, it's building awareness and understanding, and what that is, what are the benefits, how can it be used, what are the different use cases as it relates to the type of curriculum you can create, the type of experiences, adapting for learning styles and abilities. All of those things are, definitely possible. The other thing I want to say is that I get paid to be a change practitioner at the City of Toronto, and it's about making change comfortable for people. And when I said about awareness and understanding, starting within the community, often in my work as it relates to development in Toronto, it's 3 C's, community, collaboration and communication, culture. You can make 4 C's, but really awareness, understanding, teach the teachers, really, focus on that, develop programs, advocate for that, et cetera.
Awesome, thank you. Milan, I have a question for you. Your work is so intriguing to me, especially the work that you're doing around those who are incarcerated, and how do you use technology to do that? Expand a little bit more on that, because in one of my previous jobs, I worked for a tech firm for a couple of years, and we actually had a program where we were actually engaging formerly incarcerated individuals in the tech space. So tell me a bit more about your thoughts on that.
Sure. So it's a complex problem. There's maybe 2 nonprofits that exist in the United States that have computers inside of the prison system, and of those, only one of them services them with internet access. So the challenge is multifold. It's one, a lot of individuals who have been incarcerated long enough don't even, like many of them haven't had access to the internet, don't even know of a time of that. So it's getting a laptop in their hands so that they can even just start learning how to type. And then beyond that, what we do with Auto is we really simplify the process of learning to make it interesting and to actually motivate people, because we tie education to career outcome and money that you can make. And that is the ultimate motivator in that ecosystem, is how much money can I make? And that's true of individuals who are incarcerated, it's true of immigrants that we work with from nonprofits, and it's true of Gen Z college students. It's the greatest motivator, making money. So from that, we kind of reverse engineer what your curriculum needs to look like. And we've partnered with Coursera, edX, Allison Learning. We're trying to get as many as we can, like Masterclass and Outlier and so on. But basically, the idea is that we use AI to tailor the curriculum that's best to you based on your ideal outcome. And so what that could mean is saying that if you want to get into the tech space and you've never been in tech before, we will offer those, introductory courses. They could even be like English courses to start if you're not a strong English speaker, and slowly we'll increase to saying, okay, here's a course that's created by IBM, and here's a course that's created by Meta, and together, all of these come together to create your software engineer level 1. And we give you a certificate for that, and we start to match you to career opportunities. The career opportunity part, unfortunately, we can't offer inside of the prison system yet. They won't allow us to because it's connected to the internet, but we're working on it to get them what we can with what they allow.
Awesome, I love it, I love it. Liz Ann, I'm gonna come back to you because you shared a story with me around, I want to say a mammogram?
Yeah.
Okay, because one of the things we want to demonstrate is how technology from a social impact perspective is making a difference, right? We're talking about education, we're talking about health, we're talking about employment. Hopefully we'll find something around finance shortly. But social impact and access. But I know you shared a story about getting a mammogram. Yeah. So can you quickly share that?
Sure. So like many women, I went for a mammogram earlier this year. And they had a sign. They said, "Hey, the practitioner said to me, would you like to pay an upgrade for an AI to read it?" And I was like, "Heck yeah!" Right? Because here's the thing: it's not that I doubt the doctor, but there's something about the patterns that an AI can see over the 5 years or so that I've been getting a mammogram that a human eye can't detect. And I was like, if I can have that in conjunction with the doctor, I'm good, or whoever it is that's reading it. And so I paid for it. So think about if you think about just the different kinds of applications that are out there, whether it's cancer detection or whatever it may be, it can really literally save lives because it sees patterns, right? In the same way that we as human beings may be biased, it sees things that we can't. And so that's why I think it's exciting. But I don't think it's ready for it to just be on its own. It definitely needs human intervention.
And that's the thing about this, right? When we talk about education and we talk about AI and how scared we might be of AI, there are humans behind AI. So we have to teach our young people to learn the skills around AI. That's important. Okay? So we want to be sensitive to time. We'll come back to more questions, but I want to open it up for questions from the audience. Yes, sir.
I'll hold it.
Okay.
Huh? Go ahead. I'll hold it.
Okay. Hi, my name is Adrian Miranda. I work in immersive technologies. I work in Unreal Engine. I do virtual reality. I'm also a doctor of physical therapy. And we're talking about high-speed internet and speed of things, and that's my question. So my question is, how do you move the needle faster? And by that I mean, we're talking about internet right now, and I grew up in Washington Heights. This wasn't even an idea when I was a kid in the 90s. And so I learned on YouTube University, as one of the teenagers said, all of my video, 3D immersive, Unreal Engine, Unity, Blender. And what I noticed is that we're always playing catch up in these communities. And so when one of us gets out, we get a job at Google. For example, my older brother, he's in San Jose, living the good life. So we lose those jobs to other communities. And it's always about, we're always playing catch up. So how do we get us to move much faster because we're getting excited about internet at Crystal's NYCHA housing. How do we get a Quest 3 or an Apple Vision Pro into the housing rather than internet? And then at the same time, how do we keep those jobs because they leave these communities and then it's another vicious cycle. So how do we speed that up? And if we get access to these immersive technologies, like Unreal Engine is free. Don't get me wrong, it's great, but the GPU computer that you get, a kid is probably not getting that device. That's a $2,000 to $3,000 gaming GPU. They're not getting high-speed internet because Unreal Engine glitches out and it has to be connected. The assets that you need to build games or any virtual productions are insanely, well, they add up. They're like $2, $5, and then they add up because you need 30 of them. So how do we keep the jobs here, but how do we move it much, much faster so that in 10 years, we're not excited about VR headsets anymore?
I can give my own quick answer. You support organizations like Silicon Harlem to start with.
Yeah. You go right. You got that right.
Okay.
You got that right.
And second of all,
come on over with me, buddy.
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah, and if we teach our kids in this community, corporations will come to this community to find those kids. Okay. So anybody on the panel want to add to that?
I love what you said. Also, working with the government, your government officials, prioritizing investments in the communities is critical. Prioritizing innovation. You know, if you create the jobs here, people will stay. They're leaving to go elsewhere. There's also the opportunity of all of those game engines that are operating on these faster things, they'll evolve. You know, perhaps the people within our own communities are the ones that will create the things that you don't need that. Just like how, you know, you don't necessarily need to have a virtual reality headset to experience an immersive experience. You know, there's opportunities for that to evolve within 10 years as well. And that can be built, you know, with the youth, you know, and the people here in community.
We have a question right over here.
Wait, Clayton, hold on one second.
Can I just add
really
one
quick.
thing to that? And this is controversial, but you know what? I know that a lot of young people are buying $600 sneakers. Let them learn that the value of this technology for their future versus those sneakers.
That's a whole nother panel discussion. We can go to politics or go
the creator versus the consumer.
Okay.
And when folks are getting started, not every tool requires infinite processing power, right? So we're talking about things like Unreal Engine and Unity, which certainly require a pretty sophisticated machine, although the tools themselves are free to use. But there are, you know, again, photogrammetry applications. Blenders are free to download.
We got to move. We got to move
I'm
forward.
sorry.
We got to move forward. Next.
All a good point. I wish I was on that panel.
We're going to have a whole nother panel on this later. All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon to the panel. As myself, I was a first fly person that flew a plane, and the technology as engineers that they made planes to sit up in the air. And even when I went through the Technic machine and they looked through my body, I mean, when can the hospitals do that? Also, when you were saying about the breast cancer and you said about menopause, you know, when are the hospital is going to get that technology that you're looking at me in this kind of way coming onto a plane and you're seeing all what I have on, and I don't know if they're looking at my skin, you know? I'm just saying.
The technology is out there. IBM has it.
Yeah, so the technology exists. The challenge is access. Okay? And again, Silicon Harlem is working around access.
Yes.
Clayton, you can send my check later on, Clayton.
I'd love to add to that. The one other element that actually gets in the way of these technologies getting into hospitals and becoming accessible is regulation, and especially the FDA. So if you know anyone that is in the FDA or, you know, is a politician or lobbyist or so on, it's important to push them to actually get these technologies out into these hospitals, because it's a lot easier for the lobbyists, for the pharmaceutical industries to win the upper hand and be like, no, we don't need to scan people for that. That scan's too expensive for preventative medicine. We'd rather, you know, give people pills. So
I'm going to underlie that with this one thing because it's another panel discussion. But all of these issues comes down to the political landscape. And if we are not engaged politically, we're not able to influence. Next question, please.
Here we go.
Okay, hi. I'm Charles Powell. Just wondered if you could talk a little bit about, I'm an attorney, so I read about the case in the United States District Court where the attorney submitted a brief in a case that was created by ChatGPT, and it had all of these, cases in there that actually didn't exist. And as a result, he almost lost his law license. Can you talk a little bit about some of that flip side, ma'am, when you say mammogram, with AI reading, the results versus a well-established physician, what are the pitfalls of that, that search, occurring in that manner?
Okay, that's a great question.
You can tell he's an attorney.
There are two different issues. There are two different issues. So we're talking about ChatGPT, right? Something that's publicly available and has been trained on information in the public, right? And it has a general purpose. I don't trust it because ChatGPT lies. So let me tell you that. So let's start with it lies. I will give it information, like let's say I'll have someone write an email to me and I'll say, can you help me to respond to this in a they're kind of working my nerves, but I want you to make this diplomatic, so it can help with that. But in terms of saying, hey, can you give me research about blah, 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 it makes up websites, it makes up information. So it's really good if you already have an understanding of what it is you want it to generate, rather than fully believing it. That's where I would start. With the AI that we were talking about with in the hospital, that was trained on specific data. So that's for a specific purpose, so it's different. So I would trust it, but like I said, needs human intervention. So that's the difference. But ChatGPT will make up stuff.
All right, well, we got
to wrap up.
Two final questions, and then wrap it up.
Roxanne, blame Clayton, okay?
Oh, that's cold-blooded. So we're going to do one right here.
You had mentioned the political landscape, and I thought that was so interesting because I'm interpreting AI as the old analogy, it's fire. It can heat your home or it can burn it down. So you said human intervention.
Absolutely.
Now, one of the other panelists mentioned, I forgot how he phrased it, but related to these skill sets, you'll be able to get paid for it. I forgot the term. He said everything has a price, I think. The political landscape, we're all looking through, capitalism right now. So at this point, everything does have a price on it. So, and not to get, again, another panel, but what responsibility do we have to connect AI to some of the traumas that humankind is going through that may not have a big dollar value to it? How do we connect it to improving the human condition?
Milan, and then I'm going to give it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Milan.
So someone in here earlier mentioned that their family member moved to the Silicon Valley to go work at Google when they were able to. And that's great, but because he's obviously successful, going to make money. But what that does is he's now going to solve someone else's problem for someone else. And what he's not doing is building a startup or building a solution to a problem that exists in his community. And that's really what we have to start to cultivate in the next generation, is this mindset that you're not just going to go get a check and get out of here. It's like you can make a check by solving problems for your community. And you can own that. And you can bring people from your community in to help solve those problems. And they don't have to be nonprofits. And you don't even... The barrier is getting lower and lower every day because of AI. It used to be that you had to be an engineer to be able to create an app, and you needed to get funding to do it. Now, as a one-person man, if you know how to use ChatGPT and AI, you can speak language to it, and it generates code for you. It's incredible. And I imagine that within the year, you'll be able to speak what an app design should look like, the function, and so on, and it'll create that. One example I'll give is a friend of mine created this company called DoNotPay.com, where they use AI in the legal system, but not to go in court per se and fight, but for you to be able to go around and quickly navigate the bureaucracy that exists within the legal system. So when you get a ticket, you can instantly fight it using AI just by giving it the information, and you have like a 50% likelihood oftentimes of getting out of a ticket, and you otherwise wouldn't have even known that.
Okay, we do have to move forward. Last question.
All right, last question.
Thank you, Milan.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sochan. I teach at a community college in the Caribbean. The pandemic forced me to make the transition from traditional teaching to online education. I know that technology is ubiquitous, and now we have ChatGPT and so on. But I am really worried and, how to put it, confused as how to ensure my students develop critical analytical thinking skills to be able to navigate world problems, real world problems, and not just in the metaverse. And, you know, I'm even more concerned when I evaluate their work, and I'm not sure whether ChatGPT is generating this or what. So any advice on how we can get the balance between proper analytical skill development as well as how to utilize the tremendous potential that technology offers?
Hold on. Before you say that, we're going to take a quick 10-second here to add to that, and then
just one quick point on using AI and ChatGPT. One word: iterate. Over and over and over again. Keep using it, whether you're writing code. Test everything, put it through your own filters, iterate over and over and over again, then you'll get something that is probably better you would have come up with in the first place.
Good. Ivo, wrap it up for us.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have to wrap it up. But let's give the panel a round of applause. Again, we could sit here all day long and have great conversation. Thank you to the audience for being engaging. Give yourselves a round of applause.
Go up to him.
Yeah. And we do want to thank ChatGPT. But we really wanted, huh? It does. We really wanted to demonstrate in this panel how we can embrace technology. But again, trust and verify everything, right? So that's what we do with AI. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
And thank you to Silicon Harlem and Clayton for the great work that you do.
Thank you, Ivo. Thank you all. Really. We're getting ready to have lunch, so even though we didn't get a chance to answer your question yet, everyone take the time. These are all experts in this field, including Ben, wherever he went through. Make sure over there, so make sure you're asking your questions to these people. Ivo's also got a big time resume, so you might want to meet with him as well. But we're about to make a quick move into the lunch, and we're also doing a luncheon. And it's a great opportunity for me to literally have Lloyd Williams here. He is the man of the Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce. We are excited to have him here, and he's going to be working with me for the rest of the day. So, Roxanne, do people pick up their food and go, or what? Yes. All right, here comes Roxanne.
Hello, everyone. Again, thank you so much for being here today. We're so excited that you're here. What we're going to do is we're going to ask everyone to exit through there. You're going to go through the normal cafeteria and come out the doors, and you will grab your plate. You can sit outside. You can come back here. There's some benches in the back. We just say relax. I know you guys have been sitting for a long time, so take a little time. There's restrooms are over there. We got plenty to drink, and just have a few moments to relax. Then we're going to ask everyone to come back in at 12:45. If you're not already here, we're going to ask you to come at 12:45, and then from 12:45 to 1:15, we're going to actually have a program. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to ask this side of the room, sorry guys, this side of the room, if you will get up right now and start heading towards the cafeteria, you'll go out those doors and grab your food. And we're just trying to limit the length of the
You can eat, keep on eating, but we're getting ready to start the luncheon.
Thanks so much
And
for your certificate.
I'm confident I'd be a valuable addition to your team.
somebody go outside and tell them people to come inside. Come on inside, everyone.
Put your skills to work with a Google Career Certificate.
We're going to get this going. We got some special things happening.
We believe together.
Some great conversations happening. So many great people here.
That's why we're investing in Black businesses.
If Coco and I are going to be the first Black women in these spaces, we don't want to be the only Black women.
If you're in the green room, come on out.
Continuing to grow and invest.
How's the food, everybody? Oh, good.
Well, I had some very strong female.
I haven't had any of it yet.
Spoke life
I'm going to have
me,
some.
letting me know that I have what it takes. They just encouraged me to not give up.
What a pleasure,
Good to
man.
meet you. Yes. We actually have our director over here.
Oh, yes.
I wanted to make sure we were in the house and they could make it over here.
Okay, so a special luncheon. We're very excited about it. Anyone who's not in here, you're going to miss out something great. One more time, Rox. So I just wanted to say, first of all, thanks for everyone still being here. I hope the food was exactly what you needed. Give a hand for the cater team out there. George, where are you at, George? Tell George to come over here. Roxanne, have George come up here. In the meantime, I also hope that the first half of the day, which was most of the day already, I hope you learned something, that you shared something. Hopefully you got something out of it. It was a pretty major thing, especially with those young kids talking about, what they were going to be in our country. So I'm so excited about all that has happened. If you don't mind, I'm going to introduce the person that put together the whole breakfast and lunch. That's George right over there. Jorge, that's my little brother over there. That's George. So he's been with me for I don't know how long, some 20 years or so. Seriously, we were both in high school. Really? So anyway, thank you, George. Excellent. So while we are getting ourselves together, we have this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful luncheon. I call it kind of super, but it's also a surprise. So one of the things we do every single year, which was bestowed initially to Charles B. Rangel. So Charles B. Rangel, who we were hoping would be here, is one of the greatest Congress people, if you will, congressmen in the history of New York City. I think he's in the top 3 who stayed in that position in the world and over all those times. So we wanted, and when we created Silicon Harlem, he was one of the first electives that came and said, that's a good idea, along with Gail Brewer and others. So we're very grateful for what the congressman has done such great work for us over so many years. So we ended up putting a whole thing around it about him, and so every year we bestow someone to receive that, and we're going to do it right now. I want to mention the fact that, oh, that's right. I want to get, first of all, I got to get Lloyd up here. Wait a minute, Lloyd Williams. Does anybody remember? Lloyd Williams, give a hand for the man that's been making it happen for, forever. And I'm going to have him say a few words right up at the top, and then we'll get moving. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. This is what happens when you have a system.
I'm sorry, we have a special presentation for you. So if everyone will take a look at the screen, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
No way.
Have a seat, Clayton. You got to turn around, turn around.
Silicon Harlem's origin is from the idea that tech and innovation is driving our country. I realized, and my co-founder realized, that Upper Manhattan wasn't getting the same access and exposure to technology and innovation as other parts of the city and other parts of the country and, frankly, other parts of the world. Silicon Harlem has set out to create a tech and innovation hub that will increase the quality of life for all of our citizens. We emphasize literacy, particularly digital literacy, and we emphasize getting affordable broadband in the home. Our motto is, everyone deserves a connection, and everything will be connected. That's what we have in our hands right now, the ability to change the world. That's the real promise. And we're going to do our part at Silicon Valley.
Can you dim the lights, please? Congratulations on 10 years. We love you. Thank you for serving the greater Harlem community. Congratulations on 10 years of success. Love you.
I'm tired. No, I'm kidding. Thank you very much. That was not expected at all. It's very difficult to surprise me. So I do have to say thank you for all who was working on that, and thank you especially to my sister. And that would be Yuri Charles. Well, I really appreciate Yuri. That's one of my sons over there. So very good. And I'm not a crier in public, but tonight, so in the meanwhile, I'm going to bring up my main guy. This guy is not only a great person in general, but he's extraordinarily great to me. And I could go on and on and on, but we're going to move this forward, and I'm going to bring up Lloyd Williams. He is truly, right now, the father of Harlem. Let's go.
First of all, good afternoon. For those who I do not know, I'm Lloyd Williams, and I'm proud to serve as the president of the Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce. Clayton is a member of our executive board. The Chamber is this year celebrated its 125th anniversary of continued service to the Greater Harlem area. And it took on and announced 4 initiatives moving into the new decade. One dealt with the subject of climate change and the disproportionate negative impact on communities and nations of color. Another was the mayor of the city of New York, a great friend of ours, Eric Adams, asked if the chamber would adopt the school district. Some of you knew it as School District number 5. It is now renamed the Harlem School District. So to focus on education became one of our 3 things that we said we would do. The third thing was the National Jazz Museum in Harlem is looking for a new home, and we committed to work with them to identify, secure, and assist in building out a new museum for them. But the fourth, which is why I'm here, is this whole focus on technology and how important that is to our community. Please be aware that when you hear the Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce, or when you hear us speak about Harlem, we are not talking about a community in Manhattan. We are not talking about an area between 96th Street and 168th Street from river to river. We are talking about, as Langston Hughes so appropriately said, a Harlem state of mind. And so wherever you are in this world, if you know that there are people of color in America, if you know that there's something called New York, you know that there is something called Harlem. And so when we speak about Harlem, we're talking about Cicero, Illinois. We're talking about East St. Louis. We're talking about Roxbury, Massachusetts. We're talking about the South Side in Chicago. We're talking about Kingston, Jamaica. We're talking about Watts, a Harlem state of mind. And so just understand that that is who we are and what we do. I will just close by saying this. For a few people gathered here today, next year it's always, no matter how many times I say it, I can't believe it. But next year is the 50th anniversary of Harlem Week. How can we believe that? When we created something called Harlem Day. Next year, 50 years. We thought that we were doing something for one day. There was something that many of you are far too young to remember this, that was called urban flight. And all of the people, mainly who were not of color or those of color with economic resources, were leaving the urban areas, whether it's in Philadelphia or Washington, D.C., et cetera. And Percy Sutton, the extraordinary Percy Sutton, my mentor forever, was the borough president and said, let's create something in Harlem that would allow Harlemites to know who they are and to feel proud of who they are. So let me just close out on this. We cut a ribbon at 138th Street and 7th Avenue next year, 50 years ago. And by cutting that ribbon, we renamed 7th Avenue Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard. That's when it was renamed. First time a street in New York City was named after a person of color. And so what happened? There are a couple of people who were with us. Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee, Max Roach, Maya Angelou, Sidney Poitier, Percy Sutton, Tito Puente, Barbara Antier, James Baldwin, and too many others who have not called were there to cut that ribbon, okay? And when we cut the ribbon, Ossie Davis spoke and said, this is the beginning of the second Harlem Renaissance. And so 50 years later, we thank you for your support, and we thank you for your encouragement. There's much more that we need to do. Harlem Week this year had 111 events between the 9th of August and the 20th. But although there are concerts and although there are sporting events, the two most important events, first and foremost, is our Senior Citizens Day, as we pay tribute to the history. And even more important than that is our Children's Festival for the future. So, enough said. Now, Roxanne and I, we have two things in common. She by blood, this is her brother. Me by design, this is my little brother, okay? And so I asked, as we do surprises, I asked the person who was with me 50 years ago when we cut the ribbon, and by the way, the other part of that's for those of you who love history. After we cut the ribbon, we went to the Harlem State Office Building, and it was the first event that ever took place at the State Office Building. If you look at the cornerstone, you'll see it says 1974. And it was a concert that was put on by Hal Jackson and Frankie Crocker. You talk about history, this is it. So let me then just real quickly ask the person who was with me then, who is here today, my great friend, I love him desperately, Mr. Vosa Rivers, who is the chairman of the Harlem Arts Alliance, New Heritage Theater Group, and the vice president of the Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce. The only thing that we're going to do, Vosa, is we talk about surprises. Okay, just turn it around, Vosa, so they can see it, please. Okay? This is a presentation to Clayton Banks Okay? And Vosa, let me just read it if you don't mind. It says, the Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce proudly salutes Silicon Harlem and its extraordinary CEO and leader, Clayton Banks, as it celebrates its 10th anniversary. Thanks for your vision, your leadership, congratulations, and that signed Vosa Rivers and Lloyd Williams. Now, those of you, no, go ahead. You guys, you know me in pictures. Those of you, no, this was created by one of the America's greatest artists, Dr. Ademola Aluchbifola. Now, by the way, there's a test when this is over for your pronunciation of Dr. Ademola Aluchbifola, okay? Thank you, Clayton. Okay, thank you, Bo. My next and last piece is to acknowledge and recognize. I deal sometimes because I want to, sometimes because I have to, with elected officials. So I happen to know that this person hates to be acknowledged, hates to be recognized, hates to be called up, and she is the most effective, active, elected official in the city of New York. She has demonstrated this so many times with the city council, and when she was the president of the borough of Manhattan, many of you will agree. Tell me if this sounds real. We had to figure out how many Gail Brewers were there. Is that correct? Because you would be at an event in the morning, there's Gail. You'd be somewhere in the afternoon, there's Gail. You'd be somewhere, but never coming to toot her horn. Always coming to be supportive. And she was always where relevancy is. And I just want to thank her and ask if she'd just say a word. The great Miss Gail Brewer. Thank you. Okay, you got me.
Don't go too far. Stay around here, yeah. Yes, please. Those of you too, come up here and sit down in here with me. So, Gail, if you don't mind, I need somebody say something, and then we'll come. Ebony, come on up here. I know you have to get out of here. Anybody know something called the Queens? Queens! Come on.
Okay, we are an abundant people with abundant minds from an abundant land. And I am very happy to be here on behalf of Clayton and all the work that he's done for 10 years. I am the Queens Deputy Borough President here in representation, okay, Queens, okay. In representation of Donovan Richards. And speaking really quickly of abundance, Queens is creating an ecosystem of change. We understand that there needs to be true intersections of movement with public sector, private sector, government, regulation, all of that happening right now. Black people, the Black diaspora, at this point in time, need to connect like they've never, ever connected before. We just got back from Lagos, Nigeria, the Silicon Valley of Africa, with the government, with their tech and innovation ministry to form a formal relationship with the Black people of Queens and New York City, specifically in Far Rockaway, Jamaica, Hollis area, and Queensbridge, the largest public housing in the United States of America. Enough of the talk, we need to get on this with true action and creating ecosystems of change, starting with informing people differently. We are working with Sky High right now on artificial intelligence skill building levels to say you don't necessarily need a degree. We're gonna show you how to jump into this game and make money fast, right? Because we can. Right? Informing, then connecting that information to activation, which is workforce development. How do you take a data-driven report on yourself to say, here are my needs in education, in training, and in scaling? It is imperative that you train me specifically on this data-driven information because I can. And then what this artificial intelligence platform does is it scales and tells you, here's your entry point. In the next 2 years, here's where you should be. These are all the jobs that are created right now. You can apply now here. Come talk to me about it. Information, activation, collaboration. We went to Lagos, Nigeria to collaborate effectively. The Silicon Valley of Africa is imperative for the Black diaspora folks right here in New York City to step in at a time that is relevant, at a time that is growing. You cannot talk to Black people about wealth building if you don't give them a plan, if you don't give them a path. In order to aspire and move forward, people have to be competent to have confidence. Competence first, confidence second. Information, inform people differently, activate that information. Take activation into collaboration. Allow people to see people that look like them all over this globe that are doing big things. I pulled up executive people in Lagos, Nigeria. 97% of the men in software engineering as analysts were Black. You can't tell me Black people, we don't see that here, you guys. And when we don't see it, we can't be it. You have to inform differently, you have to activate, you have to collaborate, and now it's time to wealth build. Don't just kick people into wealth building without giving them the competency strategies to build on. We are very excited to be in partnership now with Mr. Clayton. We're going to be talking about that a little bit more. We've had a call, and what we want to try to do is scale this across the city, and not just look at it for Queens, but look at it for every soul that's walking this earth, specifically Black people, so that we are not left 30 years behind. Yes, abundance and broadband access is great, and we need it and we deserve it, but guys, the world is 20 times ahead of this in a lot of other things. We need broadband access, that has to happen, but we also need to teach our people right now about artificial intelligence, machine learning, Web3, NFTs, and all the things that are happening right now. I'm gonna leave this back up to Clayton. Thank you so much for your time.
Amen. Wow. She said that we talked on Zoom. I was scared then. She was getting it in on the TV or whatever. I was like crazy. Thank you, Ebony, and hopefully you hang around here as long as you can. I'm sure a lot of people have something to say. But what we did is have Lloyd bring up Gail, but I'm going to ask Gail, and surprising me is not the only person that's getting a surprise today. So as I said, every year we give somebody a beautiful trophy under the name of Charles B. Rangel. And this year, I'm going to have Gail and Voza come up here. Let's get this done.
Well, I'm Gail Brewer, City Council, and I am honored to be here. Thank you, Lloyd Williams and Clayton Banks, and certainly Voza Rivers. This organization means a lot to me because I remember when it started. I think the discussion of AI for the next 10 years is incredibly important. I have to say, from the city's perspective, we've had many hearings on the topic, but to be honest with you, I don't think the city yet has an effective AI governance framework. Different agencies have different risks and created processes to address them, and other agencies haven't created any AI-specific policies. Maybe we need to go to Nigeria to figure that out. But more importantly, even agencies like ACS, Agency for Children's Services, and incredibly important, has not predicted the models that a child in an open case will be subject to abuse. These are kinds of things that could be done if it's done right. It has to be done right. And DOE, my favorite agency, Department of Education, not only is AI a challenge, although they're trying, but just getting the hardware and the software in the public schools is something that I've been working on for a long time. So all of this to say that Silicon Harlem, with the amazing support from the Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce, has been instrumental in thinking about these issues. They were the first to think about how NYCHA, how open government thinking about training for young people, but also how NYCHA can get the kinds of support they need to be technology savvy, and same thing with the older adults. So on all fronts, Silicon Harlem, with the support of Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce, has been at the forefront. And I think as a result, Lloyd Williams deserves to be thanked and congratulated, and I believe today is the day that that's going to happen. I can't imagine a more appropriate person. He listed one of his 4 priorities is to make Harlem and the Harlems of the world tech savvy in the best way. You can't just do it quickly, has to be done deeply, has to be done with funding, and it has to be done with up-to-date support. So I am delighted to know that Mr. Williams is part of that effort, and I believe that he should be honored for doing so. And now I will turn the gavel over to Boza Rivers.
Good afternoon. This is very short for me. 2 guys, 11 and 12 years old, Boy Scouts together. Lloyd and I were Boy Scouts together. And now when we look at the roads we traveled, the accomplishments that we made in our beloved Harlem, it's enormous. And to acknowledge the work of the organization, because it's never about us, it's about the organization and what we deliver that makes us who we are. And so I'm just so pleased that I'm standing here with Gail and also Clayton, and to be a part of the presentation that's about to happen. Thank you.
Well, I think we all have an idea what's about to happen. All right, so yes, it's a great honor on the entire community, perhaps the entire world. I've been very fortunate to travel with Lloyd Williams all over the place. We went all over the place talking about so many different things, and specifically me and able to share what we're doing with technology in Harlem and all different types of countries. We still, to this day, go to vacations together and all this kind of stuff. And I am grateful for his not only friendship, but his ability to really break down sometimes uncomfortable issues. And if you ever get a chance, or in fact, if you ever even have a problem, call Lloyd Williams. I'll never forget a quick story before we get this thing, but early on when I was first getting to know him, and oddly enough, Rangel was the one that put he and I together. So that this is also interesting. But I remember we were, I was getting ready to head to a train, and Lloyd says, I'll drive you over to the train. I'm thinking, I could just walk there, it's not a problem. No, come on, I'll jump. Yeah. So I jump in the car, and he doesn't take me to the train, he's straight to a bar. And he just parks his car wherever the hell he wants. I was like, oh, wow, this is deep. So we go into this bar, and as long as I've been in Harlem, I don't think I'd ever seen this place. It was one of these places that you had to know where it was. And we walked in, and it was dark, and I was like, what is going on here? But out of nowhere, some guy walks up to Lloyd, just some randomly go, and just was praising Lloyd, and I'm trying to listening what he's saying. And ultimately was Lloyd had helped get him out of jail. That's Lloyd Williams. Just walked in a bar and somebody had to say thank you. So with that, Lloyd Williams, you are the new Charles B. Rangel Innovative Person Award, and we're simply so happy that you will accept us. We love you. You've done nothing but greatness. It has Rangel's name on it. And we told him to, and he 100% loved that it was coming to you.
I'm going to be brief. You got to understand what just happened. They tricked me. And let me be very clear, straight up. I hate individual awards. And they know if they had said Lloyd, that I would have not come or I would have not accepted it. Why? Because I think there are too many individual awards. First, let me just acknowledge the person closest in the world to me who I love, adore, and admire, my wife, Valerie Williams. That's my girl, my best friend. Why am I saying this? I guess Ozzie Davis captured it. Ozzie said, "It is the map, not the rap." Okay? And we got a whole lot of rappers, I don't mean the one in hip hop, whole lot of people running their mouth. Okay, got a whole lot to say about what you should do and they shouldn't do, what they didn't do, and how come, but they're not stepping up. It's the map. And the other thing Ozzie said, it is the plan, not the man. Okay? So it is the map, not the rap. It is the plan, not the man. And I will close by saying this, I'm not here to be liked. Anyone who is liked by everybody, you ain't doing nothing, okay? You have to challenge people, you have to challenge yourself, and you have to surround yourself with greatness, okay? And so I thank you, but be clear, I cannot tell you how many times people say about we want to give you something, and I said, no, I will accept it for someone else for this. It's not being a reluctant hero. I've been around greatness. Many of you know that Malcolm X was my godfather. I cannot tell you what I learned. From Percy Sutton, I cannot tell you what I learned. From Vosa Rivers, I cannot tell you what I learned. So when you hear me say something about Gail Brewer, I'm not stroking Gail Brewer. Gail Brewer, they say, let your work speak for you. Her work speaks for you. And Vosa Rivers and rest of it. So let me just stop. I appreciate this, but I want to just close with this. We oftentimes think that the person with the mic is the most important person in the room. Well, let me tell you this. God has a plan. And if you look at the people in the room and you recognize all of the options you had in terms of who you are, where you could be, and what you could have done, including staying in bed, the fact that God all brought you together in this space at this moment, at this time, says that there are people in the room that you have a commonality with. Okay, so closing this. The most important person in this room is very easy. Who is that? It's the person in front of you. It's the person behind you. It's the person to your left and the person to your right. So it's really nice if when I'm running out the door and Gail is running out the door and Vosa and Clayton, that you grab us and need to talk to you and can you get a business card and all of that. Do that to the person next to you. Because if you want to be successful in your business, that person next to you is going to be the one who's going to bring about your success. So I thank you for this. I appreciate it, love you. Let's do this together. That's all it's about. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Lloyd Williams. And, oh God, here comes this. Oh, so with that being said, if you guys want to take your seats, feel free. You can keep talking if you want, Gail Brewer. Okay. We are, it's almost overwhelming. It's, I'm like feeling like, I don't know, I got the chills right now. So I want to make sure I do this right. We are going to open this up for another Is this a panel? Oh, there's 2 panels at the same time. Ooh, where's the other one go? This way? All right, so there's 2 panels, one in here and one somehow that way. So here are the 2 ones. I want to mention those. One of them is empowering startups in underserved communities. And that one's going to wherever that goes. And then there's the Empowering Innovation and Investments panel, which will be right in here. Okay. So, Empowering Innovation and Investments panel right here in this space, and Empowering Startups in Underserved Communities right down the hall. We'll give you a few minutes to choose what you want to do, but we got to get it going. All right, so 5 minutes to do that. Thank you very much. That's my food.
I do have to take one of these chairs into the other room.
I need to get to my desk. Clayton, let me say something.
Thank you. Gentlemen, could we have those seats for the next panel?
That's his.
San Francisco.
And when you have a moment, look at that. You really have a moment.
I have my panel. It needs to go in storage. Maybe to Susie? All right, so we're about to get started with this session. If you would like to attend the other session, it's in the room next door. But of course, I encourage you to stay here with us.
I encourage you to stay here with us. Most people do. Yeah. Yeah, right? That works in our favor. You know what? I'm just going to stay. That's what I'll do.
Okay. So I know we've had a long day, and you've already had your lunch, and so it's probably sinking in, but we're going to try to wake you up and get you excited for this next session. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nye Whitaker. I'm a former senior advisor at the White House, most recently with the United States Department of Agriculture and the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and we're going to talk tech. I've got a very interesting panel and a mix of people, both founders and funders and a city agency, to talk about what we can do to advance technology in urban communities. So first up, I want to introduce Ivan. I'm going to butcher your last name. Can you say it for me and I'll repeat it? Chachuo. Ivan's got an amazing technology for young people, and so I'm going to let Ivan introduce himself and tell you a little bit about his platform.
How you all doing today? Good? Good. I like the energy. You know, like she said, you know, a bit about my background. I'm Cameroonian born, moved to the Bronx, New York at the age of 6. Why mental health and why create a mental health technology is because, you know, growing up in an African household in the inner city, you know, I really didn't get to learn the coping skills. And playing high-level sports until injury took the game away from me, I didn't have the skill set to deal with it, right? So I turned to substance. I was studying pre-med. I got dropped out the pre-med program because I stopped going to classes. You know, I just didn't have a way out, and my coaching staff introduced me to the mental health professional that we had on campus. And, you know, that's kind of where I learned that the system of mental health, specifically in how our education systems were flawed. So we decided to build a software that amplifies not only the mental health professional, but it gives our students and young people an ability through AI and machine learning, an ability to understand what it is that they're navigating, and then be able to take the taken necessary steps, whether it's speaking to a counselor, interventions through the platform. So we launched it about last year. We're currently working with about 10 high major universities. That's where we kind of started piloting college athletics. We've raised about $800K to date. Last year was so, our plan is to really restructure what mental health is for our students and young people in the B2B sector. So that's a bit about what we're doing. We're actually actively raising right now. So pray for us in this marketplace.
Or if you know someone, let's make a connection while we're here today. Next up, we've got Dr. Tammy Pate, who's connecting our MWBEs to our public schools. So Dr. Pate, if you could introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your work.
Thank you so much, Nye. Tammy, and I am currently the Deputy Chief Officer for new business development in New York City Public Schools. And in that capacity, I'm either a fisher of men and women and I'm also glue, I would say. So my primary sort of job is to find up-and-coming businesses, well-established businesses everywhere across the continuum, and to encourage and support them in engaging in business with New York City Public Schools. We have a fairly large budget overall, more than $38 billion we spend in per annum, and $10 billion of that is spent on supplies and services and supplies and personnel and things of that nature. So that's what I do. Prior to that, I spent 20 years student and school and district facing. My last job was as superintendent in the great borough of Queens, and I served there for 6 years. And so it's a sort of full circle moment, and I'm really happy to be here, and I hope we'll have an opportunity to explore how I'm sitting here with these folk.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Nikki, who's another founder. Nikki, can you tell us a little bit about your platform?
Yeah, sure. Hey, everybody. I see Queens is in the house. Queens was mentioned twice, so I'm from Jamaica, Queens. And how many people think that housing is ridiculous right now? Yes, it's super expensive. Housing is increasing more than incomes. And PairGap, which is my company that I'm building, a tech company, is here to help people who are looking to purchase homes but can't afford to purchase them on their own. So right now, rates are high, housing prices are high, and there are, in certain parts of the country, institutional investors that are also investing in single families. So it's making it more and more difficult for a first-time home buyer. So what PairGap does is we facilitate the process of co-ownership. So people purchasing homes that are not married. I spent almost 25 years in the mortgage banking industry, and I've seen a lot of barriers for people, but after COVID, it just seems like those issues and those barriers have just increased. And so PairGap is here to help facilitate that process. So we educate first on neighborhoods, right? Because right now, our country is on a rebuild. Every neighborhood is redeveloping, and so it's still a great time to buy because just like the Rockefellers, you got to get in early and grow and evolve with change, right? So we do a lot to educate our clients. Secondly, people can come with their partners, so it could be family members, it can be friends, couples. We've had a lot of clients with single moms with adult children, and so they need to test each other out to see if these partners, even though they're family or friends, are compatible. So we have vetting tools that we provide, personality tests, financial tests to make sure everyone is on the same page and going toward the same goal. And then we have something called the real estate prenup. And because there were so many questions around protections, right? How do I purchase a property with someone and protect myself? And so the real estate prenup goes over all the roles and responsibilities and also that exit strategy. And so we are building this platform to make home ownership more affordable for more people, especially in a high-cost city like New York.
Great, thank you so much. I love that, a real estate prenup. Last but not least, we've got Andre Swanson. Andre is an investor, so can you tell us a little bit about your work investing in Black and Brown and other founders?
Sure. Afternoon, thanks I'm honored to be here. It's been a great event. Andre Swanston, born and raised in the Bronx, son of immigrants from St. Kitts and Nevis, if there's any other small island folks up in here. Before I talk about the investing, just a little bit about my background. So I had the opportunity, I was in a program called Prep for Prep. They gave me the opportunity to go to Allen Stevenson School on the Upper East Side. From there, I went to boarding school, I went to Hotchkiss, and I ended up graduating from the University of Connecticut. I've since lived in Connecticut for almost 20 years now. I spent time, I was an entrepreneur, I owned a nightclub when I was 23 years old, owned 2 restaurants by 25. My mom, Christine, is very conservative. She's like, when are you gonna get a real job, right? And so I ended up at JP Morgan, Chase. I made VP at 28. I think I was the second youngest one in the country at that time. Quit when I was 31 to start a tech startup called True Optic. This was back in 2013. It managed all the data and audience segmentation across something back then called IPTV. Now we call it smart TVs or connected TVs, and then smart speakers. So I would say was the largest company providing that capability. And in 2020, sold the company to TransUnion for 9 figures. And then in the last couple of years, yeah, thanks. And then, one of the things that and how it kind of came to this path to where I'm at now is it was very difficult raising capital as a black founder. What I say is the goalpost was always moved, right? So it was come back when you have $1 million in revenue. Came back with 3. It was like, well, we really prefer 5 million in revenue. All right, come back with 10, all right? So it's a constant goalpost, and one of the things that was interesting, even though we had a 9-figure exit, we never had more than 9 months of runway, which means you're always almost going out of business, right? And that the emotional and physical, mental stress that brings on any entrepreneur is really difficult. And so since the exit, my wife and I have started a venture fund that invests in underrepresented founders, also a philanthropic fund that mostly donates for things that provide economic and educational opportunities in underserved communities, because I think education is a great equalizer, and the last part of that is really focusing on helping kind of co-start new companies, mostly media and entertainment focused with Black and brown founders. So we have some things in the sports and entertainment area that we'll announce over the coming months, as well as in Web3 gaming, and so that's it.
Fantastic, thank you. This is an amazingly diverse panel, but to what Ebony was saying earlier, if you don't see it, you can't be it. So I hope everybody in the room and everybody who's participating via live stream sees the amazing diversity and talent that we have up here. Because of what Andre just said, I'm actually gonna go to both Ivan and Nikki first. Can you talk a little bit about some of those challenges you experienced with finding funding? I saw Ivan shaking his head as Andre was telling his story. What are some of the challenges that we face that are unique to Black and brown funders, and connecting them with access to capital?
Yeah, I think the first thing is the game is rigged, right? It's a systematical game that fund managers and LPs and venture capitalists have, right? You really have to understand that, and it's really hard to really go through that experience if you don't have anybody pulling you up and educating you on what the venture world is like, right? He kind of just talked about it. For us to, we did all of the steps to be able to gain and raise the first capital, but we kept getting VCs explain to us like, all right, you're too early. And then it's like, what does early mean? But they wouldn't give you a tangible thing to reach, right? So you're trying to figure out what does early mean. Everybody has their different early. And it wasn't until we were able to get access through a whole different community that I had access to, right? Which is unfortunate. I got to go to Columbia University, right? And for me, graduating from Columbia gave me a world where not everybody has that world. And the relationships that I was able to garner from there got me invested by Andreessen and Horowitz, which is one of probably the biggest in VC in the world, which now, I have a pool of capital from different people that I can, raise up to. But for me, my responsibility is being here, right? And allowing younger folks that are trying to raise money or trying to build companies to understand, like, this is the game, right? But if you don't really have that access, it's gonna be ridiculously hard because they try to keep the money in certain circles, right? And that's why it's super important, you creating a venture fund, but I like to call out our own venture capitalists because sometimes they fall into the game of, the realm of like just following what works, right? So investing back into actually, market companies that can grow. But I can get deep into this topic, so I'm gonna kick it to her to kind of
Nikki,
give her.
as we said, education is the game changer. So are there lessons that you've learned that you would like to share with the audience?
Yeah, I think I was super ambitious when I first started, and I thought that, this was a great idea. Like, everyone would catch on.
Why don't they all get it?
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. And then I did a couple of pitches and realized that I couldn't talk the talk. I didn't know the formula. And like you said, there is a formula. And so I was fortunate enough to get a mentor who was actually on a board of a really big global accelerator. And she kind of took me through this rigorous training around how to prepare for funding. And so I pitched Boston Techstars last year, and I didn't get picked. They said I was too early. I heard that a lot. But then, I just, after a while, I couldn't do it. I also thought that I had this idea in my head that I would be able to make enough money where I didn't need funding. And then I realized how expensive technology is to build. And so I wanted to really get good at pitching. And so recently, BREAKOUT was just accepted into a new accelerator program through Techstars. And so I'm excited to go to the next phase of our journey to prepare for fundraising. I'm trying to go in, even though we do have those barriers, especially women in tech, Black women in tech. But I'm not going in it even looking at that, right? I'm just going in and trying to perfect it and reach the goal and build my platform so we can provide more housing for more people. So
Thank you so much. I'm actually going to turn it over to Dr. Pate because one of the things I think is important is that there is a charge now for coming from the federal government at the city level to have more partnerships with MWBEs to train people on what that system is to become certified and become a vendor to work in partnership. So can you talk a little bit about that work that you do and kind of what the vision is as you move forward?
Absolutely. I want to just pull the thread from the private public experience of trying to raise collateral and funding for your businesses and all of the things that go with that. What we have discovered over the last few years is a known phenomena, which is we are the largest public school system almost in the world. And so we have a fairly significant buying power, right? Very significant buying power. And we're in the city of New York, which is as diverse as some places can get. And yet our purchasing mimicked exactly the experiences that you had. And so currently, our overall spending percent for minority and women-owned businesses is less than 7%. 7%. So raising money, making money, everything in between, there is a through line that runs culturally, our city, within our hearts, our minds, within our policy, that we have to call out, we have to name it. The moving goalpost is exactly the same in terms of what we are doing and what we are trying to work to fix within New York City public schools. So my position, my whole position, is the imagined and fulfilled space of yet our mayor, our chancellor, and within New York City public schools. We acknowledge that there is this incredible disparity between non-MWBEs and MWBEs, right? Less than 7%, right? That we are currently spending on women-owned businesses, on minority-owned businesses. And so the call to action that I have, and to the question is, and the connective tissue is that we have to actively find and actively source companies across all industries, across all industries. And then we've got to tell the story in a different way because we have had the moving goalpost phenomena, because we have had intentional disclarity in the past. We've got to now work to make New York City, state, and national a believer that we want to engage in this work. Someone said you need a mentor and you need a sponsor. My job is to be the voice in the room when the companies are not in the room. It's now my job to be the sponsor. And so we're going out everywhere. We were at another event, and I was just trying to evangelize around the incredible importance of, one, amplifying that we are open, and two, what's the process of engaging in business. Sorry, I went a lot
thank you
around,
for that.
but I needed to.
But there's two things that come in. So you mentioned this event we were at last week. So I'm blessed to have been a NASDAQ fellow last year, and we were at the NASDAQ Purpose Center, which is about equitable distribution of capital for Black and brown, particularly women-owned businesses. And I do think some of the things that's been said already is we have to learn the game, right? We have to learn the entry points. We have to learn how to make these connections. And I think education is a really important tool. We talk about financial literacy. We talk about, filling the wealth gap, but it's forums like this that really talk about not only the best part of it, the path to get to it, and also what are some of the downfalls, right, and the pitfalls to avoid. My next question is just about culture and our culture. I heard people say the story about when are you going to get a real job. Sometimes there are dynamics in being a Black and brown funder or entrepreneur that come up because our elders or our communities don't really understand the work that we're doing or the issues and challenges we're trying to address. So I'm going to kick this first one to Ivan. I saw him about to smirk. We don't talk about mental health often when you come from certain communities, particularly Black and brown communities, particularly Black and brown men. So can you just talk a little bit about your app and specifically the challenge it's trying to address for young people?
Yeah, for me, when I went through my issue, like I kind of stated, the first thing my dad took me to was to get a CAT scan, right? So if you know about mental health, CAT scans do not tell you what's wrong. But my dad was like, if you can't see it, there's nothing wrong with you, right? And that was like the beginning for me because how he was raised. We repaired our relationship, and now he's one of the biggest advocates. But it took him a long time. He wanted me to go to med school. I didn't want to go to med school, right? So it was a whole big fight because he didn't believe the path that I was going on because he wasn't educated, right? And for me, I got to live both worlds. I grew up in an African household. It was structure, but hooping and playing basketball, I had a lot of peers that, didn't grow up in structure. And I spent a lot of time with them, playing basketball. And, when they would come to my house, it was like they would have that structure and they wouldn't understand why their house weren't like that, right? I had friends incarcerated early on. I had friends that went through a lot of crazy situations, but sports was their only outlet, right? And, I remember when I was navigating my issue and I tried to bring some of them to speak to the mental health clinicians that I was talking to, they wouldn't go because they just was taught that was soft, right? And for me, I just was like, it's just a voice of expression. And the main thing that we built the technology on is we've identified that, young folks, but specifically, Black folks, we don't understand the pain points that we're actually navigating, right? So that's the start, right? So if you kind of build data around helping somebody understand like, hey, this is exactly what's going on, and these are the points that it's happening at. Once they see that in the forefront, okay, what is the next action step? So then we now take them to the next step in the tech and able to give them interventions that's personalized to them, right? Now, when they go through those interventions, we're able to kind of roadmap if they're getting better or not. If they're not getting better, then we point them to their current school's mental health professional, or we're now creating a gateway to have access to other mental health professionals because our school system currently right now is a 1,700 to 1 ratio, 1,700 students to 1 mental health professional. So that's going to change in the next 10 years because it's new, and this young generation is pushing it to the forefront, which is very important, right? They're educating their parents on what they're feeling because you got to think about it as a parent, your parents didn't create that environment for you to express these things, right? And specifically when you think about men. So for me, it goes back to all my peers that, weren't able to navigate it the way I was able to navigate it, and I felt like this solution would have helped them. So it's been able to kind of impart and help a lot of institutions to date. So, the task that I tell our team, we have a chance to restructure what mental health is going to look like for our future generation in these school systems for a long time.
And we know that the pandemic increased needs for more mental health services, and tech is innovating how we access them. It's no longer about going to the brick and mortar. It's about finding that online for this particular community. So thank you for that. And it's called The Zone. Is that not correct? Thank you.
Zone.
Yes. I have another question. So Nikki, question for you about housing. Can you talk a little bit more about how you're using tech as a matchmaker for housing? I know you touched on it a little bit in the beginning, but Ivan's app is connecting people to mental health services. You're doing a little bit of testing behind the scenes to see if whether or not you can live with that roommate. So can you talk a little bit more about how you're using tech?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I get, when you think about collaboration, especially with something like home ownership, you have to think of it like a business. And so, growing up, I became homeless at 17. So housing was an issue for me. So this platform is basically the roadmap to home ownership. I was fortunate enough to get a job at a bank when I was 20 as a teller at Chase. And then I got into originated mortgages when I was 23. So watching, I guess, the path to home ownership, what is included, income, assets, credit. And so when you think about this, building tech, you have to think of it like a roadmap to home ownership and all the little in-betweens, because home ownership could be complicated, but I believe that with technology, we can build something seamless and a process and a roadmap that fits today, right? Because the way people lived, traditionally, the big house with the white picket fence, we have to kind of rethink that and think of home ownership like a business. And so what cash flow can we be able to get out of that property, that first home that'll lead us to that forever home, right? Not buying that forever home first. So PairGap is really a roadmap to building generational wealth, long-term wealth, right? Not, real estate, because real estate is trending right now, right? You flip it, you renovate it, but now you can do so much with housing. And so how I got into shared housing was I actually turned my own properties. I was able to purchase property in my 20s and multifamily properties. And then the market crashed and I was directly impacted because I was in a mortgage business and I had to figure it out. And so I had to think of ways to pull out more cash flow. So instead of renting full apartments, I started renting rooms. And so these fully furnished rooms, and then I discovered co-living, and co-living is building community. So with the people that were renting our rooms, most were innovators and creators. And so at that time, myself and my son were in that space, and we said, we're just gonna build this community and share our home and really redefine what a landlord looks like. And so through all of these activities, it's just an easier transition to co-ownership, right? You already kind of have the formula of how to get along with people, but it was just those exit strategies that people were afraid of. And so the important thing about PairGap is it provides that protection and those exit strategies. If the boiler breaks, who's responsible? Or if I went out in 3 years, how does that look? And so the goal is for more people to be comfortable with collaboration, because with collaboration, you get to reach your goals faster, right? And now with all of these extra barriers after the pandemic, housing or home ownership in general is just impossible. And so really taking my life's journey and just putting it on a platform and making it seamless for others.
They say those closest to the problem are closest to the solution. So those are two wonderful examples. Thank you. And I don't know if anybody's seen, but I live on 125th Street. There's a new place called Common at the Reserve, which is a co-living complex that's just about to open that is renting spaces. So I feel like we've gone from WeWork and co-working spaces to we-living and co-living spaces to this new iteration of what affordable housing can look like. Andre, a question for you. How do you identify organizations that you might want to fund?
That's a good question. To be honest, I'd say the first year it was places that we were already familiar with, right? So schools, universities, faith-based organizations, other educational scholarship funds and stuff. I would say now you can go to our website. It's just swanston.org/philanthropy, and there's a whole application process. And we fund twice a year for not-for-profit organizations. I would say similarly for investments, and you touched on it in terms of sometimes it's the network that you have and who you know. We wouldn't, even though I knew all these wealthy people because I managed their money, I didn't take any capital from one former client. I really had this ego that I could do it by myself, or my natural market, or what have you, or the venture capitalists would be just throwing money at me. That didn't happen. But it's who you know and what they think of you, frankly, right? And you don't have to know a billionaire. Or it could be your next door neighbor, but if they see you get up for work every day and they know you're responsible, they're willing to make the introduction to their friend or their boss, and then vice versa. So I think what people think of you, not that you should care about what everybody thinks about you. Everybody ain't gonna like you.
Or your idea.
but people respecting you or respecting the caliber and of the work that you do, I think is very important. What's difficult about being on the investor side now is when I announced Swanson Labs, we got maybe 160 inbound pitches in the first 48 hours. It is very difficult to filter and go through that much. And so one of the things that I've even been frustrated with myself, right, is a lot of the investments that we've actually made have been introductions from somebody. Not necessarily my network, it could have been somebody I know, here's this person I know. And so you worry about that because that's the same reason why the traditional venture capitalists and good old boys never let anybody else in. And you don't want to just be recreating that maybe with another group, right? At the same time, because it's about trust, right? The sense that you get is, well, if I went to school with this person, or I went to church with this person, or I know them, when they text you and say, oh, my nephew, or, my next door neighbor's son or daughter, it's hard to say, well, go to our site and fill out the application, right? You know what I mean? And so oftentimes, I think that's what the issue. There's no substitute, and I know I'm kind of going completely off the question at this point, but that's part of the reason why events like this are important. There's no substitute to meeting somebody in person. You could email me 100 times, right? But there's another 1,000 emails coming in, and it's hard to filter. But when you're able to see somebody face to face, hear them talk for 30 seconds, And then, and so I think to answer your question, a lot of it is whether it's investment or philanthropic giving, it's having a comfort in understanding and trust that whoever you're investing in or donating to is going to be a good steward. Doesn't mean it's going to be successful, but it's not going to be, fly by night, right?
Yeah. No, I think that's important. People do business with people, and they always say that your network is very important to making sure that you develop worth. Right? So your network is your net worth, is I believe the saying goes. I want to also bring in Dr. Pate again, because something you talked about that I thought was really important, and you mentioned that I'm always doing this, is connecting people. I think, to your point, Andre, it's important that we create those circles and those networks. It's important that we pay it forward and vouch for one another and make those introductions. When I was growing up, in the space of corporate and government and nonprofit, you kept your contacts close, particularly Black and brown people, because there was competition, because you never knew if someone was going to deliver. You didn't want to lend your name or your brand because you developed a certain reputation or respect to anyone else who may or may not deliver on it. And I don't care if that was Cousin JoJo or not. But now, as an entrepreneur, I'm always the first to introduce everybody to my circle and to make sure that people have access. So if you could just talk a little bit more about your role and your goal, because I don't really feel, when I first started, I filled out a lot of paperwork to do business at that time with New York City Health and Hospitals. I ended up with a 10-year contract. But I have to tell you, I got about 10 no's before I got a yes, because no one taught me how to do this, and there was no person evangelizing doing business with the city at that time in the way. And so if you could speak more about what does that look like? How is that being done kind of intentionally? And I know part of that is your participation here today.
Absolutely. So when I was invited to join the MWB work here in New York Public Schools, they had a sort of a sense that, oh, you know what? Informally, you've held these networking opportunities for vendors. And I'm not awesome at social media, which is, why we get a team of folk who are awesome at social media. But what we started doing was sort of airing live these events, and they were a bit loud and energetic, and there were folk doing all kinds of things, but there were 50 or 60 small businesses in a place, and not only were they talking to the folk who came to visit, but they were also talking to each other. And so I think that was an aha moment in our system that we don't ever do any of this. We don't create opportunities for people to form any level of intimate connection. And so one of the things that we are doing in OBD, the Office of Business Development, is deliberately creating opportunities for folk who are in either the same industry or connected industry, right, to meet and have these shared times. So we're doing borough-wide events where every registered and certified MWBE who is also a New York City Public Schools vendor are invited to borough-wide events where they can just say hello to each other and what is it that you do and how might I be able to leverage what you do. In addition to that, we are regularly inviting small businesses, vendors that are also cross-industry, right? So tech and mental health, social-emotional wellness, student services, financial literacy, real estate. All of these different, we intentionally group and folk together so that they can have an opportunity to have a conversation. And what we are finding is that folk are walking away saying, you know what, I see how our businesses might do something. Our upcoming networking events are for MWBEs and non-MWBEs. Why? Because we have a citywide call to action. If you don't know this, you have to know this. You need to know this. Citywide, we have been charged to increase utilization to 30%. So we spend $10 billion in what is called OTPS, that's other than personnel services. We spend a total of $38 billion. $10 billion. I don't know who the mathematicians in this room, but what is 30%?
Somebody ask AI to come up with the answer.
Okay? That's a lot of money. Annually. So it's a lot of money, right? That's a huge call to action. Whether we sleep at night, we're not sure yet. You'll tell us. But the idea behind that is that you can't do that just based on, emailing a solicitation out to folk. Because we've been emailing the solicitations out to the mailing list, and MWBEs are not winning those contracts. So we have to do something different if we want a different outcome. So we have a 30% call to action across the entire city of New York. Every city agency has been charged by the mayor to increase to 30% this year. At the state level, they're knocking it out the box. I think they're at 31 or 36% right now. So they're doing a great job at the state level. Nationally, it's in between there. But New York City Public Schools, it's a great opportunity. We've got nothing but runway to get there. The challenge is we have to be innovative about how we are thinking about this work in our brains. I cannot come through the door and secure that 30% on my own. But I guarantee you, if I partner, if I think about someone who's product-based and turn it into service and product-based, then I have a greater chance of winning solicitations and I have a greater chance of being contracted at the school and district level.
And also through subcontracting, right? Partnerships.
Absolutely.
Is completely important.
It's huge.
And it's another area that I think we can learn more about. I'm going to do a shameless plug. Keisha Sutton-James didn't mention this, but tomorrow at 4 o'clock at the Harlem State Office Building, the Manhattan Borough President's Office is having an MWBE session to connect Black and brown business owners, minority women, et cetera, to doing work with the city. So 4 o'clock, Harlem State Office Building, Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard. tomorrow. If anybody's interested, there's a direct action that connects to today's event. Before we close up and wrap up our panel, my last topic is going to be about the importance of making sure we don't give in to the fear. Because a lot of times I think as Black and brown people, we might have an idea, we might want to do something, but we're kind of taught, to your point, Andre, right, to have that job. I know I've been in many careers and many jobs. I've been a small business owner, I've been a freelancer, I worked in government and corporate, and my mom is still saying at my age, when are you gonna get a real job? I just came back off of a presidential appointment. My mom is like, what do you mean you're coming back to Harlem? And I was like, we talked about this earlier on one of the panels, the importance of when we go out there and we do those journeys coming back, right? And reinvesting in our communities. But a lot of people don't take that leap. You know, they run into their first no and they say, oh, you know, I probably shouldn't have done that. Or they've got an idea or a passion in their heart and they're fearful to leave that job, or they're fearful to take that leap because of our communities just really aren't taught about entrepreneurship. And I do want to say it's crazy, because when I think back of like our grandparents doing laundry and taking care of people's kids, that was entrepreneurship. They didn't have an LLC behind our name, but people have been doing this in our communities for years. We just now have a name and a strategy and a way of acknowledging this work for all the side jobs and fried fish dinners that have been sold at churches on the weekends. We know that we know how to hustle and make money, but talk about, before we close out, for those young people and others who may want to become founders or funders or work with the city and start their own MWPE. And that certification process, when you look at the form, that might give you some fear too before you fill it out, because it is a process that takes a while to become certified. But talk about how you overcome the fear and get up every day and do the important work that you need to do.
Well, you can't think it's cool, right?
And you're not going to get rich doing this, I just want to say. I mean, you can, but that shouldn't be the primary goal.
Definitely can, but you know, it can't be because it's cool, right? That word is thrown around so easy. So when I say that, for instance, you know, the best example I like to kind of look at myself is 26 after Columbia, and I was living in my mom's basement. Every girl I dated at the time was looking at me like I was crazy, right? But I just knew in my mind, I was just like, then you're not for me, right? Because this is my life's purpose, right? I went through this issue, right? So it has to be more of a, like, the problem you face, right? That's pretty powerful, and trying to solve that. It's not about, yeah, you might get contracts and you might have to have a business acumen side of it for sure, right? To scale it up. It's specific if you want investors, but the mission statement has to be the problem that, you know, you've gone through, right? You have to do your research. You know, if you look at some of these big companies, Airbnb, they actually just try to figure out how the heck they can help their friends stay over at each other's house, right? And that was a problem that they were actually having, and then they ended up getting capital, and then boom, now it's this thing that we use wherever we travel, right? So, you know, the fear is every day. It never really goes away. You know, we didn't take money. The first $600K we raised, we put it all into tech. And I had 2 co-founders, you know, and being the CEO and telling them, listen, I'm not going to pay you guys, but this is the mission that we're on. And they kind of stood with us, and, you know, now it's 5 of us, right? And this is the first time in this raise where I'm going to be able to kind of pay them an actual great salary, right? And it took a long time, you know, and my parents, for a long time, they've been, I think, my biggest backers because of how they've been supportive in just the process of understanding that, you know. And you gotta show that love, right? Like, being able to stay in my mom's basement, not everybody has that access. That's an access point, right? And you just have to take it. And it's not gonna be cool for a long time, but when you see, you know, for instance, we're working with college athletes right now, and we getting these messages of, you know, I've never been able to talk to anybody, but this technology has helped me solve this. You know, it's helped me stay in school. You know, I had crazy thoughts, and it's helped me navigate these issues. For me, that's all I need. So every day I wake up with the fear, I remember that, and I tackle it a little harder, right? So that's my word on that.
Your why, turning pain to purpose. I appreciate that. Nikki?
Oh, sorry. I really don't have time to think about fear. My goal is to build generational wealth for 3 generations. So I have children. I want to, you know, build wealth for my kids' kids, and my kids' kids' kids, right? And my children are watching. They're adult children, and they're watching me. They saw me quit my job, right? They saw, I had a talk with them before I left after almost 25 years in banking. Our life is going to be a little different, but just trust me, And they've been by my side. So I can't fail, right? I got to keep going. And I'm the sacrificial lamb, right? I'm the one that's going to be able to change the trajectory of my children's life and our family's life, building that generational wealth. And I know it's a buzzword now, you hear it, generational wealth. But it's critical right now for all of us to be focused on this and having the generational responsibility to be able to pass it on. And I think that's what's missing. A lot of people don't even, it's live your best life for today. It's really not thinking about what you're passing on or what you're not passing on. And so it's really critical for me. Fear is not even in my...
It's not an option.
It's not an option.
Andre, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah. I would say I'm a bit contrarian to this. I don't think you have to. I think it is great, and I commend people when they can do something that they have a real passion for, has real meaning. I don't think you have to have that. I don't think you even need to like what you're doing. I think you need to understand what the goal is that you're trying to achieve, and if you're enamored, if you're obsessed with achieving that goal, most people don't like their job. Right? Most people, my grandmother used to sweep the market in St. Kitts, right? 9 children. My grandfather died when my mom was 6, right? She didn't like doing that. She knew what she was trying to do. So for me, I didn't like being at JP Morgan, but I knew that it was a great job. I knew that there was prestige in it. I knew that it would open up opportunity for me. And after a few years, it did, right? And I was out. Right, and even with the industry that I was in, with terms of data for television and advertising, was an industry that I know. I didn't have any passion for the industry per se. I just had a passion for winning, and I knew that it was an opportunity for me. Like, one of the things that my dad always talked about was my only responsibility was the evolution of the family. Right, he was although we were not well off by any means. Right, middle class family living in the Bronx. He talked about being exponentially better off than his family. And you said, your only responsibility in life is for your kids then to have more opportunity or be better than you. And I saw that this was an opportunity for me to make a lot of money. I was like, this industry is going to blow up. I could make a ridiculous amount of money. And that's what kept me going. It's not because I enjoyed it. It's not because I particularly cared, I'm letting these advertisers do better. I could care less about that. I just knew that if I made the advertisers do better and made the media companies make more money, that one day I'd cash out and make a lot of money. And then it was about what could that then allow me to do in the future. The stuff that I'm working on now, I wrote down in 2013, I'm gonna sell this company in 2020 for X amount of money, and then I'm gonna do this. I told every investor what it was gonna be. Our Wi-Fi password in the office for 7 years straight was the amount of money we were gonna sell the company for. So everybody knew what the goal was, and we did. One of the things that you have to align what that goal is for your team, because everybody has their own passions and stuff like that. So we would do vision boards, and I knew every single person on the team. I knew who wanted to pay off their mom's mortgage, who wanted to backpack around Europe, who wanted to have their first kid, and all I would align is I don't care if you like what you're doing. I am telling you that if that is what's important to you, this is the vessel, right? And that's why people work 70 hours a week and they do what it is. It's not, to me, it's just different from the passion job. And so I just think everybody's got to, not everybody's an entrepreneur too. So I don't want to give anybody that delusion. Not everybody's an entrepreneur. Not everybody should be an entrepreneur. But if what everybody should do though is have a goal of where they want to be, whether it's 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And if you really, really believe in that, then you're willing to do the sacrifice of what it takes to be an entrepreneur, because it ain't fun, right? It's not. I had no life in my 30s, right? I had 2 young kids. I missed every friend's wedding except for one of my line brothers. I missed family members' funerals. Forget birthday parties, bachelor parties. I can't even tell you what I did for my birthday between 31 and 40, right? Or 31 and 39. But so I just want to say, I know we sometimes romanticize entrepreneurship. It is harder than working a 9 to 5 and getting that check every 2 weeks. It is harder. It is lonely. It is all
Unsexy.
those things. Right. But it's all about the end result. If you care about the end goal enough, you'll deal with it.
Thank you for that. Do we have time for any questions? Are there any questions? We have one question that we can take before we wrap. So I'm going to go to someone that hasn't spoken before. Dallas, I haven't seen you speak today.
Good afternoon, panelists. Dallas Lee Bell. My question is to our sister representative from the New York City Public Schools. Black entrepreneurs, black business owners, represent 3.5% of those in commerce across the city. Is there a collaborative effort or a top-down effort in the New York City Public Schools to make opportunities available for black contractors, black subcontractors, black entrepreneurs? I'm not excluding anybody. That's not how I move through life. But for black business to rise, we have to be intentional. We have to be on target. Make doors open for black businesses.
Absolutely. I'm going to try to be really quick because that's a big question. There you go. And there's a lot of policy behind that. So the answer is yes and, right? One, this entire movement, New York City Public Schools, open for MWBE business. So there is an effort at every level of solicitation to ensure that we have MWBEs, minority and women-owned businesses, that are answering solicitations, RFPs, that anything that goes out that can be contracted. There is a concerted effort to ensure that they get the information in multiple streams, so through multiple processes, including the City of New York. In addition to that, technical support is being provided for MWBEs as well. That is to say, once you have an interest, you are knowledgeable about a solicitation, you want to answer an RFP or RFB or any contract, we're providing technical support. What pieces do you need? What data do you need or information you need in order to write and respond to a contract? So that part. The next part, there are MWBE only contract opportunities. So there are contracts that, solicitations that are going out, and they're reserved for MWBEs only, right? So we can't, you know that we can't say black only, but we can say minority and women-owned businesses. And so those contracts are available. And then the last part, sorry, really quickly, I wish everyone on this panel could be a part of the work that we are doing in order to support our graduating high school students who are graduating with certifications. My plan as the lead of this office is to offer opportunities, paid internships, and also a fast track to becoming a New York City Public School vendor for those scholars who graduate with certifications, food industries, aeronautics, technology, all of these the things that we offer and offer a certification for, I want to make them New York City Public School vendors and also get them paid internships in the correlating industry. So that's what we're doing.
Fantastic. I'm just going to also say there is the BNYC program, which is the Black Entrepreneurs Program that was launched here in Harlem. And so that is a wonderful, literally you can just Google BNYC. One of my colleagues runs that program. It's also a program specifically trying to make sure that black entrepreneurs get certified with the city to do work. I'm going to ask everyone before we close, my name is Nye Whitaker, to introduce themselves and to give a website or a way that people can contact to find out more about who you are and the great work that you do.
My name is Ivan Chatro, CEO of The Zone. It'sTheZone.com, and you can reach me personally at ivan@It'sTheZone.com as well.
Thank you, Ivan.
Hi. Tammy Pate, Senior Executive Director, Business Development, and the Deputy Chief Officer for the same office. T. Pate, so T like Thomas, P like Peter, ATE, at schools with an S, .nyc.gov.
Thank you, Dr. Pate.
Nikki Murkison. You can go to PairGap's website. It's PairGap, PAIRGAP.com. You can also connect with me personally on LinkedIn at Nikki, N-I-K-K-I, Murkison, M-E-R-K-E-R-S-O-N.
Andre Swanston, chairman of the Swanston organization, swanston.org, SWANSTON.org, and all my contact information is there.
Thank you to this wonderful panel. Can we please have a round of applause? We'll all be available in the back. I know there were additional questions, but we're out of time. So please join us in the back if you have additional questions to ask. Thank you so much. Is Roxanne around? Oh, here we go. Brother Clayton, floor is yours.
Yes.
Sir.
Thank you very much. Always good information. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We're going to keep this moving. We're going to get the other room to come in here. Roxanne, we got to make sure the other folks are coming in.
Appreciate you.
All right. Okay, great. Stretch, stretch. What you got to do.
So we're going to have just 2 people today on this one. So I'm going to move this just to the side.
Yeah, I'm gonna put 2 mics.
This is going to be something else. We're getting ready to do something that's been talked about all day, but you're going to actually experience this right in real time. Amazing.
I was thinking about this.
We're going to start with the video. Yeah, so. Yeah. So what you're going to say is next week, AI for the technology future. We're going to start with the video, and then after the video, we'll have, I'll write their names. Kanini, oh, here it is. Kanini Holder and Sandra Garcia. No, I'll just have to do let me make sure you've got it.
Okay, we're getting ready a video to start. It's coming up here as we launch into our next conversation. Whoa. Thank you, Nikki Murkison. You were amazing. Thank you very much. For those who are still listening to me, I am gonna. Oh, I got overdone somehow. Yes, please.
Hello, everybody, and welcome.
Okay, here we go. I hear it. I don't see it.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody. That's what I say. This whole segment is going to be what? Empowering AI for the technological future. This is incredible. AI in real time. You're going to experience it. It's going to be something. I'm so excited to show it. Once again, we're going to start with a video, then we're going to bring up the people who are putting this all together. Let's get it going. There he is.
Silicon Harlem Next Gen Tech Conference at the Harlem School for the Arts. Congratulations to Silicon Harlem on your 10th anniversary. You've been doing the work in the community so long for the tech pipeline, bringing more Black and brown folks from our communities into the tech space where there's so many opportunities. We were in that space and have now shifted to generative AI, a technology and a concept that's taking the world by storm right now. And I want to make sure our people don't get left behind. I'd like to introduce you today, although I can't be there because I'm in Prague doing another talk. I'd like to introduce you to Kanini Holder, our AI integration specialist. Harlem born, she's out here representing for Uptown, and she's going to help you get put on AI. And then our homegirl, Clara, which stands for Create Labs AI Rendered Assistant. She's our virtual AI woman of color that's our own community ambassador. We travel the world together, but today she's going to be out there with y'all in the community while I'm out here in Europe trying to hold it down for us abroad. So have fun today with Clara. Ask Kanini any questions you need answered around how do we address bias, where does diversity, equity, and inclusion, and where does our culture fit in when it comes to AI and these chatbots? And we have those answers for you, and we're open to partnerships. So have fun, build, connect, and I look forward to pulling up soon.
How about that? Give that man, he can't hear you, but I can hear you. That is incredible. One of the founders of this whole system. We have two people we're going to bring up here right now. Kanini, if you're still here, come on up here, Kanini Holder. And also, the incredible Sandra Garcia. Come here, Sandra Garcia. I don't know why I said it that way, but it's Sandra Garcia. Very good. And I'm going to turn it over to you guys, and you can sort of give us a whole thing here. Get ready, people. This is and I should introduce Clara. Clara's coming on too, so we'll see how that goes. You want to use this?
Hello, everyone. First of all, it is still Hispanic Heritage Month, so Clayton, that was a great job rolling your R's. Sandra Garcia, absolutely. And I'm excited to have this conversation with Kanani. Now, we know that AI is a hot topic, and we have our homegirl, Clara, who's also joining us. And we also have a baby in the womb, so we actually have 4 people up here. So this is gonna be an exciting conversation about the future and about the future, right? With the future right here. All right, so we have questions. I know that AI can cause confusion. Some of us are still confused as to how to use it, what do we use it for, and also there is still underutilization amongst our communities. So Kanani, tell us a little bit more about what you're doing in the world of AI and help it make sense for all of us.
How's everybody doing?
Flip the switch.
All right, boom. Analog, digital, AI. We're hearing it all. We're going to cover it all, okay? Alpha and Omega, okay? 400 years, nothing can stop us now. So shout out to Harlem School of the Arts. Shout out to Silicon Harlem. Shout out to you, Sandra. And shout out to the
baby DJ.
The baby, who's Jamaican and Honduran. But. So, in the building, all in the building. So I'll keep it brief in terms of like what I'm doing, right? So I started off as an educator. I was actually born in Brooklyn. Brooklyn's in the house? But I have the blackest address on the planet. I live on 125th Street, which is technically, anybody knows? Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, and I'm at the corner of Malcolm X. So, woo! There you go. I come in hot. So I used to be the director of history at Harlem Children's Zone, so I have multiple generations, including a student I just bumped into last night, of children. So I've always been thinking about how to teach, how to bridge gaps of understanding, and then empower people to go do and be the impossible, to break through all of the barriers and all of the boxes. I get out, Lauryn Hill. So when it came to AI, I was actually at South by Southwest. I was doing a keynote about South by Southwest, yes, love it, thank you. I was doing a keynote, again, education background, on how to teach about race in the age of the anti-woke wars and the book bans and the don't say this and you can't say that. And I was approached by Abron, who I've known for years, and he was like, I'm doing something in diversity and AI. And I was like, whoa, about the AI, like, whoa. So I was like a lot of you. How many people are like, whoa, to AI right now? Whoa. Let me hear y'all say it. Whoa, right, whoa, right? So I was team whoa. But then the diversity, I leaned in because I was already a diversity consultant. I mean, 20 years of me performing about race as comedy off Broadway and then also teaching about race in the classroom. So I was like, tell me more. And that tell me more was a pivot that has me on this stage, that has me talking to some of the biggest corporations on the planet. Because AI is new, and it is a currency. And if you can master it, you then add value in a world and in a sea of chaos, confusion, panic because they don't want to be canceled. So if you can help companies not get canceled, what? So my joke is that I've scrolled to the bottom of LinkedIn. How many people are on LinkedIn? Okay, you're gonna follow me on LinkedIn, thank you. Right? So I've scrolled to the bottom of LinkedIn. I've connected with so many different people. I've learned so much about AI. And that's what has me on this stage today, is because I want to know more. And I want the community to also know more.
All right.
And then you pass it outside of this room so that the community also knows more. And then we can add value.
All right, so we want to know more. I want to know more. One thing that Kanani and I have in common is that we both work in the diversity space. So I work at the intersection of marketing and DI consulting. Another thing, we both work with some pretty large organizations. And I am Afro-Latina. She mentioned my baby's Hondu Jamaican, so I'm from Honduras, first language Spanish, 100% Latina. So I am diversity. I show up as diversity, and now consult large organizations on diversity. Now, Kanani, tell us a little bit more. What exactly are you solving for with this product that we are so curious to learn more about?
Great. So I approached Sandra specifically because she's Afro-Latina, because the nuances of blackness too often is rendered flat. We're in a box. You're just black. That's it. Nothing about the diaspora, nothing about, where you are geographically, where you are historically, what ancestors, what religion. You're just black, right? And so Abran, he's Puerto Rican, right? And so we are the solution to the issue. What is the issue in AI? Bias. What is the issue in AI? Underrepresentation and erasure. We're not even in there, right? How many people have gone to the bathroom, they put their hand by the sensor, and it doesn't turn on the water, it doesn't flush the toilet?
The motion sensor doesn't work because it's not reading your melanin and pigment.
Thank you. It's not an electricity issue. It's not a glitch. Unfortunately, the default is not to include you. So our company is the antidote to the default. We, by design, right, have to ensure that we include ourselves, right? And so we came up with what's called DEI-GPT. So Abran was one of the first open AI ambassadors. And so based on all of that information that he has, including all the way through ChatGPT 9, stay tuned for that, right? He then said, okay, well, let me figure out how I can create a chatbot, an AI model, that intentionally, by design, is broader, right? More accurate and authentic and mindful of everybody in the world. Because when we think about the UN, right? The UN, they'll sit there and they'll vote, say, sanctioned, right? Right? And you can't pass a resolution unless all the countries agree. But yet AI done teaching is driving cars and preventing you from washing your hands and everything else in between, and we are not represented in the data set, and we're also not represented in the pause button or the stop button or the revise button, right? AI is just right? And so that's what our company does. And so what you're going to meet today, and this is why I'm so excited to have Sandra, is that Clara is the human embodiment of DEI-GPT, which is a chatbot that is fed diversity information in its data set. So she is going to actually talk, and guess who gets to talk to her too? You do! This is why I'm so excited. So you all are going to get to ask her questions, and she's going to be able to respond. There might be a little bit of a delay, but there's a delay in all of us human beings. So, but she's great. And after that, I'm going to take her out for a bubble bath and for brunch this weekend, and then we can think about how we can leverage these tools of AI, specifically from a diversity space, to help your workplaces, to help your marketing objectives, to help in academia, right? Because of affirmative action, right? How do these schools? How do they then now continue to admit students when they have to be so-called race neutral, right? So there's various different what are called use cases. Use cases just means various different ways to use an AI model. And so DEI-GPT can be used for various use cases, from academia to marketing to obviously workplace culture and diversity, which is our first native language. And I'm also going to be talking at Ad Week next week, again, for advertisers, again, how advertisers can utilize DEI-GPT to specifically market in a way that is more ethical, inclusive, and not stereotypical or triggering in some, or canceling in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, that's why I'm so excited.
So we are going to do a live demo, but I have an additional question, and I may come up with 3 more. So Kanani mentioned motion detectors. So washing your hands, or they're popular stories about people working late in the office, but the lights are timed to go out at a certain time, but the lights go out, but you're still there, you move around, the lights don't come back on. How many people have a smart device like a Google Mini or an Echo, Alexa, one of those at home? Okay, I see some shy hands. I have one. I have a Google Mini. My mom has an accent. My husband has an accent. And my Google Mini still doesn't always understand what my mom is requesting for it to do or what my husband is requesting for it to do. And it's not that we have been intentionally excluded from the conversation, but it's important to have diversity within the conversation as products are being developed. And that is what you're doing. But I'm also curious to know, there are plenty of AI tools that have hit the marketplace.
Yes.
How is it that what you're doing is different?
Excellent question. So DEI GPT, so when I think about DEI GPT, right, I think about the human body. How many people have ever gotten an injury before? They broke a bone, they sprained some part of their body, right? You go to the general practitioner. What does a general practitioner do? You get a referral to a who? A specialist. You don't continue to go to the general practitioner for a knee replacement, right? You don't go to a general practitioner to deliver a baby, right? You go to the OBGYN, right? And so DEI GPT is a specialist. We specialize. We focus on diversity. Our data set is not going to hallucinate. Hallucinate is just a way of saying that it was said earlier today, lies. So the technical industry term for that is hallucinate. And so it doesn't hallucinate, it doesn't give errors.
And I want to give an example of that hallucination. This was trendy on social, but someone requested for an AI tool, present me an image of a black woman with box braids. But if the tool doesn't know what box braids are, it presented a box with braids. Language is important. Perspective is important. If not, the hallucination takes place. Okay, continue.
Excellent, and thank you for that. So within the world of generative AI, right, there's language, right? So ChatGPT is or Bard, right? You're reading the text, right? Generative AI can also be visual. So what Sandra just mentioned is a visual example of why generative AI needs to be more inclusive, right? There's also audio, right? There's tools like what's called 11 Labs that can replicate your voice and have you rapping sounding like Drake. Right? And so in each of those different models, right, whether it's visual to chat to audio, the goal within Create Lab Ventures, right, is to make sure that when we also advise other existing AI models and companies, right, we also give strategy on how to be more ethical and inclusive with your AI implementation project, right, or within the workplace, right? And so the goal is to be as authentic, right, and accurate as possible, right? So again, recruitment. Recruitment is another big industry now that AI is rapidly taking over, right? So depending on your name might not come up because it's an African name, it's a Latino name. It might not know if you're a woman or a man. It might not know your gender. And if they're specifically trying to fill a quota, right, let's say, right, and they want more women in tech, but your name is an African name, it might not know that you're a woman, and it might not even pull your resume. So the implications of AI default not including you and your nuances, right, and the intricate details of who you are can run the gamut from, you're spending an extra 20 seconds trying to figure out why you can't wash your hands, to, you don't know why you're not getting callbacks for jobs, right? And so then the issue that comes up, right, is well, what do we do? What does government do, right? We heard Gail Brewer here earlier. We saw the chief technology officer here as well, right? So again, AI is so new, right? The lawyers, right? The government officials, they're literally, it's like building a plane while it's in midair, right? And so then there's people like myself, like Abron, who are engaging these stakeholders, right? To ensure, hey, before you do B, you gotta look at A, right? Before you build the building, you gotta inspect the foundation, right? So that's the whole goal with AI. It's the notion of build it from the ground up to be as ethical and inclusive and as mindful as possible, right? And that can happen when you think about AI like you think about the UN. Ensure that all those voices are included as decision makers with power, right? Not just, oh, we have them, but then their advice, their insights are not included, right? So you're ensuring that their insights, their value is to ensure that the model, right, the AI model is as inclusive as possible. If you agree with that, can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? Can I get a witness? Up in here, up in here. Tambourines, anybody go shake a tip? It's all good, thank you. See? Sister.
All right, so
let's do the
Kanani
demo.
is the perfect person to have behind ambiguity that needs to be explained and that also needs to be made clear. So thank you for that. And her energy is just unmatched. Okay, thank you for also making sense of going to a generalist and then also specializing. So what we're doing is specializing in diversity and also creating space for difference in the AI space. All right, so you mentioned Clara, you mentioned DI-GPT. First of all, tell me the difference between the two, how they support each other, and who's the audience.
Great. So Abram developed DEI-GPT, and now I manage it, right? So I'm thinking about who else to curate the data set, right? So our data set is constantly expanding, right? Just like the Constitution has the elastic clause, right? So a lot of AI models, they're stuck, right? They might get more powerful in terms of their capability of what they can do for you, but the data set itself, they're not updating the data, right? So we will sit here and say, okay, what are the new terms? What are the new best practices, right? So for example, trans, right? There's an argument right now within the trans community, not an argument, debate, right? Do we have a lowercase t or uppercase t, right? Other AI models might not even be aware of that, and we will be transparent in DEI-GPT and let you know, right? Because again, if you're communicating to a trans audience, or a trans audience happens to read, right, or witness what you're putting out there, right, you want to make sure, right, whether it's an interaction online or an interaction in person, that the people are aware of, oh, you see me, you value me, you took the time, right? So DEI-GPT is the chatbot. Like I said, it is constantly being updated with the most relevant, up-to-date data on diversity, equity, inclusion. You use it just like you would ChatGPT, right? And so Google is just going to give you information that's already on the internet. It's a search engine, right? But generative AI chatbots are what are called reason engines, because they also have the ability to understand the information that you're giving it and then give you tailored responses based on your query, or what is called a prompt, right? So you could put into DEI-GPT, for example, your workforce, how many women you have, how many people of color you have, how many queer people you have. Put all of that in there and say, okay, we've done one diversity training, right? Make me a calendar, right, for 6 more dates between now and the end of the year for other diversity trainings that you think my company needs. And DEI-GPT will do it. So Google wouldn't be able to do that. And I won't say, I'll just say other chatbots might not be able to give you as nuanced of a calendar that really is aware of, nursing mothers, trans bathrooms. It might not give you that level of a nuanced response as our chatbot would, because our chatbot literally is people like you and I. That's what the data is. So the data is going to reflect back to you much more detailed information, because our data is that detailed to begin with. Does that make sense? And so that's the chatbot, right? So you can use a chatbot just like you would, the interface looks just like ChatGPT. And again, I'm mindful of jargon here, right? Is everybody clear on what I'm saying? Like I'm not over your heads. Great. And so thank you. Standing ovation, look at that. So Clara is just the physicalization of DEI-GPT, right? So Clara is the face of a person of color that is AI, so that when you think of AI, right? When you think of a superhero, think of a superhero. Superman. You think of a white man. And you think of a man. Right? So these automatic associations that we have, so when we think AI, do you think an Afro-Latina AI human? Now you do, because we created it. Right? So we're trying to shift the narrative. We're trying to create a counter narrative, an empowering narrative that where we are not only included, but elevated to the point of being experts. So that's what you're about to witness now. You're about to witness an expert, right? Clara, right? And she's going to explain to you whatever your diversity questions are.
I just love how Siri and Alexa now have a new friend in the marketplace who is Afro-Latina like me.
And if I can share super fast, I know Sandra's too shy to ask this, but is DEI-GPT going to take away diversity director jobs?
It cannot.
So 71.6% of diversity directors are white. I wasn't going to, but I was waiting for the call and response. 71% of diversity directors in corporate America are white, right? So the trend from 2021 on down was already to pull back that six-figure salary for this position, right? And so a lot of times that position was not supported. It was under-resourced and undervalued and underpowered, meaning you're there, but how much power do you actually have to ensure that these policies and the mission and the vision and all this beautiful language that was written before ChatGPT, right, was going to be enacted, right? And that's not to say that like the work is not being done, but the question always is how well, right? And so DEI-GPT is a tool to scale the work that you're doing, to rapidly accelerate your impact, because it can run data for you, it can make surveys for you, it can do reports for you, right? It could do a report and a survey pre your training and do a report and a survey post your training. And so DEI-GPT can be used for diversity directors, diversity consultants, or for someone who is up at 2 o'clock in the morning and has no idea a question and is too embarrassed to ask a human, and DEI-GPT can give you that pivot, that entry point to then dive deeper into that concept. So DEI-GPT is a 24/7, 365 diversity assistant to bridge the divide and help you co-create a more equitable world and future.
Yep.
Oh, look at that. Oh, too sweet. My theater background's coming out, and we're black. We're back to me being corporate and professional, and yes.
So in the same way that we use existing AI platforms, I'm definitely someone that uses ChatGPT. I encourage my team to use it as well. It's made team members so much more efficient in terms of responding to emails that may be a little bit more complex. Instead of spending 10 minutes reading over and over the email, they're able to send out emails faster, ideate a little faster. So there isn't a replacement, but I love that assistance and supportive. And then also protecting the privacy of someone who might be a little too embarrassed to ask a human a question.
Yes, and I also think when we think about the future of AI, right, and how we can also be literally included, right, there are also advocates. Right? First of all, just a quick question before I move on to the advocates. How many people have used ChatGPT or other generative AI tools before? Okay, I see you. Okay.
Which is phenomenal, because we also need to be using the tools in order for that data to be aggregated and collected also to be able to provide better responses in the future.
Mm-hmm. And yes, and speaking of data and better responses, there are already, other AI advocates for equity and inclusion in the space. There's Joy, there's Safia Noble, there's Kashmir Hill. She just wrote a book. She did some scathing articles on Clearview AI. And so again, I'm a resource for people who want to have these deeper dive conversations about AI and the future and where we see ourselves in it. So I'll be creating content on that so that you all can reach out to me about that. And then we want to do Clara. We want to.
Yes.
Y'all want to?
We're all curious to see how it works.
Want to see Clara? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Holder. So Mr. Holder, no relation. We were up since, Clara was up since 7 in the morning. She did her hair. Her hair is did. And she's ready to go. She's ready to go. Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm gonna do one quick test. And then after that, you all can, not all at once, but all at once, come to the microphones to ask your questions of Clara. And it could be anything, how to celebrate Juneteenth. It could be anything that you can think of about diversity, or anything you want to think about in terms of AI, you can ask her. So, okay, y'all can walk up while she's queuing up.
Or think of your questions. What would you like to ask Clara? It is Hispanic Heritage Month. How have you celebrated? What are ways that you can acknowledge, recognize? Let me not feed you questions, but that's
Free to
just
let
an
me know.
example.
I'm here to help. As for Clara being absent in the morning and getting ready, it sounds like she's prepared and ready for the day ahead. If there's anything specific you'd like to discuss or inquire about, please let me know.
In Spanish, you can try, yeah. Mm-hmm. And so just to let you know, like there might be like a slight delay between when you ask your question and then when she answers, but for the most part, yeah, she's fun. So action. And oh, just one thing, just make your question really quick, like don't do long intro. Yeah, just say, hi, Clara. Thank you, Sandra. Hi, Clara, and your question, because if you make it too long, she's just not. She's trying to solve 400 years of racism, okay? So she got y'all. Just hi and your question. Thank you.
Clara, hi Clara, what is the connection between AI and expert systems?
Oh, no, she heard it. She heard it. She. Mm-hmm. She's processing. She ain't slow. See, she heard you too. All right, so lesson learned. When a person asks a question, everybody else needs to be quiet, because if not, it's just going to confuse her. Mm-hmm. All right, so can you, Mr. Holder, can you just type out, do you mind just typing in the answer? Yeah, the question, I apologize. And I'm gonna mute my microphone. It wanted to know that sir, it was the expert systems and what? What is the connection between AI and expert systems? Clara, are you okay? But usually, so what happens is that you'll start to see her type, and then she'll talk it out loud. So I don't know. That's why I just like unmuted. Okay, let's try another. Yeah. So Mr. Holder, you want to like restart her again? Just like click the refresh button. No. Mm-mm. Thank you, though. You try to be on our team and troubleshoot. Thank you. I'm sorry? Yeah. All right, so so we'll come back to you, sir, with the expert systems, but let's get her, say hi, Clara, and then whatever you want to say and he's gonna press play now. And everybody else,
Hi, Clara. My name is Dwana. How can I get AI to recognize my name when it's being transcribed?
Clara, how do you celebrate Juneteenth? When I tested her. How do you celebrate Juneteenth?
I have an answer.
And ironically, I chose like a question that's going to have like 9 bullets. I should have asked her like, what day is it? Not today. The internet? Oh.
Well, we're black. So, how about this? We could do one or two things. Mr. Holder, we could put on DEI GPT, the chatbot itself, and it won't have Clara, but it can still answer questions. It's too many windows? I mean, it's literally DEI GPT dot. Okay, got it. If not, it's cool. I mean, move on to the next panel. Okay, cool. So how about in the last, how much time do you have? Like 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2? 5 minutes, perfect. In the time that I have left, I apologize. That was not my intention. Looking forward, looking forward. So I think this is a metaphor for what has happened since 2020, right? We got all excited and nothing. So I guess in the time that we have left, you all can ask some questions about DEI GPT, which you can't really see, but it's a chat bot, right? And it talks about diversity, right? So any questions that you all have about how to implement AI in an ethical and an inclusive way, any concerns that you have about AI in the generative space, from visual to writing, and then specifically how AI can be leveraged as a tool to help support your diversity needs, you all can come up.
It is still technology after all, isn't it?
It is, womp womp.
Yes, even the self-driving cars sometimes don't drive.
Well, the self-driving cars sometimes drive over other people. I mean, it's an issue. Yes, because people on the live stream can't hear you. But I see him here first.
So I want to ask you just about, so number one, it's still an incredible achievement. We know it's in the early stages. We know this will be the worst you ever see Clara, and it'll only get better from here. But my question is about the whole question of identity in the AI space to begin with. And I know that it's great to have an AI that looks and represents like us and is trained to respond to our needs. But I also am concerned that the same technology that does this can also create an AI avatar that looks and represents like us, but doesn't have our best interests in general. So I want to, I guess, maybe open up the conversation about how the models are trained, you know, because it's really about garbage in, garbage out. And I know that this model is trained on OpenAI, but how do we get to the point where we have our own large language model that we can train exclusively with information that supports the Black diaspora?
Great, so I'll take it quick just because I know we have time. So our model is not trained on OpenAI. Abron was an OpenAI ambassador. So what we have is what's called a closed data set. We are not pulling from the internet. Like literally, it's kind of like going to the library and Dewey Decimal System and encyclopedias. Literally, that's what we did to pour into our data set. So we are actually doing what you just asked, which is how do we create our own models that have our own best interests at heart. Like that's literally what we did. She glitched, but that's what we did. And so in terms of other AI models that are out there, like I said, like we're in contract with quite a few companies, some companies that you'd probably recognize immediately if I said their names out loud. And so that's our goal, right? Whether it is via chat or generative in terms of visuals, right? We have one company that was approached by a creator, and the person wanted 100 Black pregnant women, and they wanted them to all be AI generated. And they said no to the project because they didn't feel like, they weren't sure what the intention of that, like why do you want to have visuals of 100 pregnant women? Now, someone can do that themselves on Midjourney in like 10 seconds and just put it in a prompt, right? So then the question is, the bigger AI models that people are going to all the time, right? Well, what are they doing? What guardrails do they have to stop people from just creating anything, right? But then if you think about it, when Adobe first came out, right? When Photoshop first came out, that was the thing as well. Oh my God, you're gonna Photoshop someone's head on like, you know, this nude body. You're gonna, you know, why is Obama in a dress? Like, you know what I'm saying? There's always been iterations of technology, you know, used in ways that are deleterious, that are damaging, that are harmful. And that's not even actual stereotypes of various racial groups or gender groups or religions and things like that. So, you know, there's what's called the frontier model, which is big AI, right? So they've come together and they've announced that they have these mission statements and vision statements, and they proclaim that we are sanctified, clean AI, right? But then government still has to step in, and then it's going to be, is it the money or is it the will of the people, right? That's going to ensure that the AI future is safe for the analog world, right? But again, like I said before, there's people like Timet Gabru, there's people like Joy, there's people like Safia Noble, there's people like myself, there's Mutale, AI for Good. There's tons of people, and a lot of black women, and Kashmir Hill, like I said, that just wrote a book as well, that are ringing the alarm, and also, like you said, being mindful of the already existing models and how we navigate that future. Make sense? Mm-hmm. And there was a lady before you. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
ChatGPT will still have that information. So you want me to start all over again? What I don't like about ChatGPT, like you have an account, you do all this work, it takes, and if I delete something, ChatGPT will still have that data. So in the process of me using ChatGPT, it's actually collecting my data and my input. Mm-hmm. And if I delete it, ChatGPT still has what I said or what I did.
Yes.
So it looks like it's a big, they're collecting data.
Yes. So when you go on Amazon and you search one time for rice broccoli, rice cauliflower, it's going to continue to show you rice cauliflower and like alternatives to pasta, right? So what ChatGPT is doing, we've already been groomed for that level, like algorithmic regurgitation of things that it thinks you want. We've already been doing that on various different levels. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and I'll share in closing that there are some states where, and that's what Kashmir Hill in her new book is talking about. There are some states, New York is not one of them, where you do have more control over your data, specifically around facial recognition, and you can literally go to these companies and say, wipe my face off your database. New York is not one of those cities, but that's in a facial recognition context. What you're talking about is algorithms that are specifically so that would be a.
Can I just give a clarification on that? What is specifically happening with ChatGPT? So they came out with an enterprise version, and for the enterprise version, which you have to pay for, they will guarantee that your information is not training their model. For the model that we're working on, they're not promising that. So these are issues that you have to continue to watch. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a data-driven platform. So just like you're to use any search engine and you go to search, it's data that's being collected in order to give you the best response possible, but that is what comes with using the platform. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, it's a fair question, right? Like, why does Uber get to know where I go, when I go, where I go? Like, why? But that's a larger conversation about technology being ubiquitous in our lives, right? But I think, for those use cases that bring about some form of like paranoia and autonomy about your identity, I got you. There's also DEI-GPT, which can be used to solve your diversity needs. So, for every technology can giveth and take it away, and we are here to focus on giving, right? Giving more opportunities, giving more clarity, giving more safety, giving more trust, giving more space to heal, right? And not be harmed by tech. That's what we're focused on.
No. We got to really move on. Yeah. So they're not running away. You go have that conversation with them and share with them. So I would like to wrap it up for you guys. Do you want to say any last comment? If not, thank you very much. Matter of fact, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Clara. You know, it's hard to be a black woman in America. So if you all want more information about a lot of the research, direction that you want to go regarding ethical and inclusive AI, I've been creating a lot of content. You can just reach out to me. That slideshow kind of shows the email, but it's Kanene, and my last name is Holder, no relation to Eric Holder or Jeffrey Holder, but it's Kanene and then Holder on LinkedIn, and Kanene at createlabs.io to reach out to me. So thank you all so much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for critical thinking. Thank you for your passion. Thank you, Silicon Harlem, Harlem School of the Arts.
I'll keep it very simple and just say that we just need to be a part of the conversation and also need to be a part of that data set that is being built, because some people need to have that data spit back out to them. So we just need to be using the products, behind the products, in front of the products, and users of the products as well.
Give them a big hand. How about that? None of that stuff is easy. You can put it right on the thing right there. So don't move yet. We've got a very, very important person here who works on all the things that we've been talking about from infrastructure. And I'm going to get right into it. I'm actually excited about it because I get to sit down with her and really talk through what's happening across the country, but particularly around New York. And she's the one that I think they say that she's got more money than God, is that right? No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, but she's got hands on, so she knows what's happening here. I'm going to bring up one of my favorite people in the government is Jody Avenel. Come up here, Jody Avenel. I'm going to have you introduce yourself, because there's so many titles and so many words that I refer to you to do it.
All right, well.
There's a little button there. Here you go.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. All right, well, good afternoon, Harlem. How are you guys doing? Come on, we need more energy than that. How are you guys doing?
Now you got it. There you go.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and congratulations to Silicon Harlem for celebrating 10 years.
Thank you.
And all the amazing things that you all do in the community, pushing technology forward and creating a better environment to bridging the digital divide. All right, so I like to introduce myself by just first giving a little bit of story about my background, and maybe that will sort of like illustrate what I'm doing today and the impact that all of you all can make in planning out the future of technology, particularly broadband in the state of New York. So Jody Avenel. I came from this little island called Jamaica back in 1988. Any Yardies in the house?
What one?
Or any Caribbean Massive or anyone? Harlemites. I used to live right up the street several years ago, but I officially live in Queens now full time. Yay, Queens. I came to the United States back in 1988. And why did I do that? It wasn't really my choice. It was my parents' choice. And just like all of immigrants who are in the room or that you follow, we always come for a better opportunity, right? My parents made the great sacrifice to move myself here to join the rest of our family so that I could have a better opportunity. And I grew up in Boston, Massachusetts, which was quite different from living in Jamaica. And for me, like, I literally was that immigrant. My parents were working class citizens, making sure, that they can do every and anything for my success. We lived without a lot of means, disposable cash. I'm so privileged for where I am today, but come from very humble beginnings. And so disposable cash wasn't something that was readily available to me. So I had to go and use services like the libraries to be educated or get a little step forward. I went to a pretty competitive high school in Boston Latin Academy, for anyone who knows of it. And so I had to be on top of my game 24/7. And so I had to use the libraries. I had to use my friends' personal devices. I had to go to their homes to be able to do my report. So I say all of that to then tell you what I'm doing today and why it's so impactful for me. I'm a woman of color. I'm a woman in STEM. I'm a woman in technology, but I'm also just a regular human being, a business person. And so for me, I'm really in this position, first and foremost, for the impact, the social impact that it's making across the country, and particularly in the state of New York. So with that, I am Jody Avenel. I'm the Federal Program Officer dedicated to the state of New York under the administration, particularly the U.S. Department of Commerce and NTIA. It's an acronym with the longest title ever. I wish we could rephrase it, but we can't. But it's the National Telecommunications Information Administration. And what that quite simply is, we are the technological advisors to the Executive Office, the President of the United States. If you've listened to President Biden over the last couple of months, particularly in the end of June, he talked about one of his main priorities, which is connecting the entire United States and its territories to the internet. So we're creating a great equalizer for everyone so that on every level, every single person has the ability to be connected to the internet so that you could be a thriving citizen, so that you can get the services that you need, so that students don't have the problems like what we had during the pandemic of connecting, going to the libraries or going to McDonald's parking lots to be connected, so that people can be, get the services that you need. Like imagine you're not able to go to the doctor. You have telehealth and other services that are critical to your survival in life. And so just going a little bit back, both houses, the Congress and the Senate, worked together and actually passed the infrastructure bill. And so we consider the internet as a critical infrastructure. And so I'm proud to say that with that, there's $42 billion that is allocated
Don't
to
say that so
connecting everyone.
What was that?
$42 billion
Would it be?
with a B.
Hello. All right, let's go.
So with that, I'm very excited to talk about all of the amazing things that we're doing across the country, but I focus purely on the great state of New York and making sure every resident, which includes myself, which includes you, Clayton, which includes all of you all, to be part of this process. And it is one of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to really be part of democracy because your input really sets the stage and builds the infrastructure for what New York is going to look like in the next 5-6 years, not only from literally drilling and putting lines in place to connect people, but also all of the digital equity pieces and making sure that not only are you able to connect to the internet, but what do you do when you are connected to the internet? How do you use it? Do you have digital literacy skills? Do you have devices and things of that nature? So with that, I hope that introduced myself and I'm ready for the conversation.
Oh my God. Let me tell you something. Did I hear $42 billion? I mean, $42 billion, that should wake some of y'all up. I mean, really, let's, this is an important thing. And it's funny because Jody and I also did a listening session right here in the Harlem School of the Arts, packed up in here, and a lot of it was just all of New York City. It wasn't just Harlem. It was a lot of people, because people are smelling that money. Prior to all of this, I have to make this quick point, if you don't mind. There's a guy here that I always thankful for his friendship, is John Paul Farmer. John, raise your hand, John Paul Farmer.
Shout out to Paul Farmer.
If you don't remember, but I have to say, it may, in my opinion, it had to be one of the greatest points in his own history. That was if you ever get a chance, it's still online. You can look it up and look at the Internet Master Plan. It was really critical. And I think there was some of that went into some of the bills in the infrastructure bill. Where if you read the infrastructure bill, and I've read it a few times, not just around the internet, but all of the infrastructure bill. Read the whole thing. Jody, you tell me if I'm right or wrong, but if you look at every part of the infrastructure bill, everything ended with, and it must be equity, it has to be for all. Every single issue in the infrastructure says that. I've read a lot of other infrastructure bills and didn't have that. So this is, to your point, maybe the only time in our history, in our lives, that we can make this work.
We
so we're going to get
say that BEAD, which is broadband equity, access, deployment, if you take the E out, it's just bad, right? So we want to make sure that the E is always represented. And so it's our great pleasure to be able to have the Internet for All initiative and making sure that equity is a major piece of that. And shout out to John Paul Farmer, my former Microsoft alumni, for all of his great work. And I think like one of the main points that you mentioned, Clayton, was, and especially in New York, I can't speak for every other state, I could just speak about the greatest state.
That's right.
And trust me, I grew up in Boston, so it's a lot to say that New York is the greatest state, but it is. We are really focused on not recreating things from scratch or creating things from scratch, but rather building upon the great work that has been done in the state by great leaders like John and Josh Braitbright and so many other folks, Clayton Banks, everyone in the room. We're building upon that. We're not starting from scratch here.
And just one last thing. The Internet Master Plan was unveiled in Harlem. That's what you got to say about John Paul Farmer. He came up to Silicon Harlem to introduce it for the first time. It was released to the public, and we were so proud because oftentimes we hear about it a couple of years from it. I mean, so it was such a great thing. Thanks, John. I have a question right off the bat, right? So a couple of quick questions, and we'll open it up to a couple others, perhaps. So I was thinking about, as you talked about equity, so what are the most significant barriers to digital equity, right? Not only just here, but across the country. Like, what is this issue here? And how does the infrastructure bill address these challenges?
Yeah, I was thinking about that question a lot. And honestly, there's so many barriers. Again, I have to speak on behalf of the US government, so I have lots of disclaimers when I say that. I'm supposed to talk about exactly what our points are. But it's not fair to just say what they want me to say. I'm a woman. I'm a woman of color. I'm a person who's experienced some of these digital inequities. So for us, I want to say that we've been pretty mindful about addressing some of those barriers. And so in something that we call the Notice of Funding Opportunity, which all of y'all, your homework is, and not to promote any sort of company, but go and Google Internet for All initiative. That is your homework. That is the starting baseline of every public information that you will see. You'll read everything. Everything is quite transparent. And then the other website that you should know about is the New York Connect All office. That is the office that is tagged with building out broadband and equity in New York under Governor Hochul, under Empire State Development. So those are your two places of contact to always get you up to speed about what we're doing. But from NTIA, from the U.S. Department of Commerce, and part of that whole legislation, it was about overcoming some of these barriers. And the barriers were getting to the people so that you can have your voice and actually talk about your challenges and your opportunities with the internet and the things that you have faced. So we have about 9 covered population, and I'll just ramble off a couple of them. People of color, minority communities, veterans, LGBTQ, everyone that you can think of, tribal nations, that it's our responsibility and per the governor's responsibility to interact with these audience. So this is why I'm here. I want to make sure you, the residents of New York, have a voice in all of this and is able to, provide your insights so that we could build the best plan. There's so many barriers. But how are we going to overcome those barriers to make sure that we get to the true residents of New York? How have we done that, and how have we been doing that all across the nation? We have, I don't like to use the word mandate, but we have asked all of our states to create listening sessions. So when Clayton referenced having a listening session here, that was the New York City listening session. We wrapped up a tour all across New York from March to the end of June. I believe it was June 14th in Harlem, where we partnered up with different digital coalitions all across the state. That goes back to when I say that we don't build things from scratch. We actually tap into the experts in each of those areas who know their community, who knows about the issues that they're having with digital inequity or infrastructure, and is able to provide us with the feedback. So we had listening sessions all across the state in 10 regions and ended in New York City, cultivating right in the Harlem area. And then we've taken it one step forward. For the last several weeks, we've been going into the different boroughs, because a strategy is very different in New York City versus the Adirondacks, right? Different concerns, different people, different barriers that we have to overcome. So we've been extremely mindful of that. And I will say that this is not me. This is actually New York State doing this. So I've been working extremely collaboratively with the New York State Connect All office that implements this locally in the state of New York. And this is happening all across the country. It's the same formula, but it's taking on the nuances of each and every single state, the challenges that that state has. The government invested in what I'm called, which is a federal program officer. And so there was one of me selected to represent every state and US territory. And so it is my job to be the connector, the conduit, to make sure that you all, your voices are heard. The private industry, their voices are heard. Government is heard, and bring everyone together so that we can create the best plan of action, which is ultimately due for New York by December 27, 2023, which I have the pleasure of reading and ultimately approving with our Assistant Secretary of State.
Everybody with us so far? This is
I
cool.
hope this information
is good stuff.
Really good, because at the end of the day, this is dollars in communities. This is going to create new job opportunities. This is going to create the new wave of technologists in New York. So I want you all to keep that in mind. This is not just, oh, I'm just giving someone the internet. This is transforming people's lives and creating generational wealth.
Well, it certainly is, and so I'm going to stay on that money for a minute. NTIA, so that's where you're working. How do you plan, or how does that organization, and perhaps it's not, but plan to prioritize and allocate the billions? All right, how do you do that for expanding, obviously, broadband internet access and stuff like that to underserved communities? And are there specific criteria or strategies in place?
Yes, I'm really happy and proud to announce that, again, back by the 30th of June, President Biden brought all of the state broadband offices together. State broadband offices are mandated under our program. So in each and every single state, there must be a state broadband office that's in place. So what do? We created new job opportunities for folks, right? And then we tasked them with building out the plan for each of their states. On June 27th or 26th or so, President Biden brought everyone to the White House to talk about this priority and had all of those folks represented, and then announced per state how much each state would get. So I'm happy to say that New York is allocated. They don't have the money yet because they still need your input before December 27th in their plan to get $664 million in this great state, which is actually a phenomenal number. And there is, I won't bore you because I honestly don't remember the full calculation on how we get there, but it's about serving the underserved and unserved locations. What does that mean? There are areas throughout New York that does not have any connectivity at all. We want to make sure that all of those places now have connection. We have to talk about geographical challenges, environmental challenges, challenges of finding the right workforce to be able to do those sort of jobs. That's why there's $664 billion. I'm sorry, $664 million that's allocated to New York. And so we're looking, we're looking at those unserved
$664 million just for the state, New York.
Yes, and that's for the.
This is going to be crazy if we don't get that money. Come on, people. We
are going to get that money.
Come talk to me as well. I'm going to help all of us get some of that money. I sound greedy right now, but I don't want to. I'm really about impact, but that's a lot of money.
Yeah, and so that money, when I talk about the $664 billion, that's part of the 42. I keep on saying $664 billion. Pardon me, $664 million. That's part of the $42 billion all across the entire U.S. and its territories. That is primarily for the infrastructure part. So if you think all of the physical work that is needed, and then there's a component of that dedicated to digital equity. And of course, there are some recipients of that fund so far, and those were the folks that were holding all of the regional listening sessions. But upcoming very soon, I can't speak to it so much right now because we're actually building this out. There will be another funding opportunity, and that's the digital equity side. And so there are $2.7 billion dedicated to that. And I'm proud to say, and I can't share much more information because we're literally thinking about the concept now and writing the contractual language to it, but there will be a competitive bidding for digital equity work. So if there are digital equity folks in this room, and I know there are plenty of you, please, that's why I've given you two very important websites, the internetforall.gov, along with the state broadband office, New York broadband.gov, or you can just Google New York Connect All Office. That's where you will find all of the releases about funding opportunities that can apply to you, to your communities, to anchored institution, libraries, schools, hospitals, to digital equity advisors or not-for-profits, whatever you classify yourself as, there are opportunities to engage and get money.
Don't you think she could run for president? I mean, really, she speaks that kind of language. Anyone have one? I'm only going to take two questions because I have one last question. So does anybody have one? Come on up to the mic or wherever the mic is. I'll come to you.
I didn't catch your name, but I'll try to get it later. Okay.
So Jodia Vanel.
Mine or hers?
Her name.
That's Jodia.
Oh, Jodia. Jodia.
Am I up there? Oh, there.
Oh, it's up there. Oh, okay. They put you up late.
I didn't even know. Someone take a picture of this because I didn't even know that was behind me.
Yeah, they put you up late. But my question was, NYCHA just recently said that they need 78 billion, with a B, dollars to bubblegum us back together. 2 years ago, it was just 38 billion. Okay. HUD, which I believe is federal, has an office, and there are people who worked for NYCHA who have now they're regional, what you call them, in HUD. Okay. My question was, this 42 billion was relating to the infrastructure bill? So you only need 42 billion for the infrastructure bill, but NYCHA needs 78 billion?
No, not that we need 42 billion. That is what has been allocated. we all know that we need way more, right?
42 billion.
Yes, but I will say that
New York City
the
Housing
42
Authority.
billion is specific to my agency. I cannot speak to HUD and all of those other agencies. The good thing is that they have their own funding. I'm specifically talking about the U.S. Department of Commerce and our funding of this program. It's great, actually. There's lots of money that's out there that's coming in from different agencies, federal, local government, county level, private sector. Again, what's that website that I told you to Google for New York? Anyone want to shout that out? Internet for All is the federal internetforall.gov, and then the New York Connect All office. In the New York Connect All office, that's where you'll specifically see what is happening in the state of New York. Under Governor Hochul, she has our program that's listed there. She has other programs that's listed there. That office is managing about a $1 billion funding to take care of the needs of New York. I could tell you another great story. I was just there last week. I was so proud of them. Westchester County. They are working together. They're not taking federal funding. If they get it, wonderful. But they tapped into their own resources on a county level and said they're going to fund like about $700 million or so to fund and connect people that need connection in Westchester County. I want to give them kudos for like going into their own pockets and putting this program together. So there are many different ways of getting this funding. I can't talk about the private sector, but I'm sure there's someone in here that can talk about what some of their initiatives are.
So we got our last question. Before you say your question, Jody, your explanations are excellent, and I'm so proud of what you're doing. It's rare we see a sister like you to handle that much money. I'm just kidding. Just being funny. So
they picked the best of the best.
But yeah, this is an amazing moment. I'm telling you, I've been wishing for this for I can't tell you how long, to where this country has decided that everybody should be, it should be fair to everyone. And we have this great opportunity. So any of you and all of you have to have a role in this. I don't know what it might be. Whether you know how to do education, you can help more and more people to, get excited about it. Why would you have a computer if you don't have the internet? And
Well,
why
I
do
can
you?
definitely tell you how everyone in the room can get involved.
Thank
So,
you.
For the
Exactly.
first time ever in the state of New York, you have your first digital equity advisor. The first time ever in the state of New York, there is a digital equity plan that's currently being developed. I'm literally on pins and needles waiting for the draft to come to me so that I can review it. I'm going to share, they may kill me about this, but look out for about November or so. Hopefully, fingers crossed, I've finished my review and have approved New York to move forward. But they will allow the entire public to give your feedback. Your feedback is necessary. You can tear it apart. You could celebrate it. You could do whatever you need to do because they need your feedback to say, was the concept right? Did we get it right? Or should we go back, not all the way to the drawing board because there's a lot of work that's done, but how do we tweak it to make sure that all of the residents in New York are in agreement about this plan moving forward? So you get for the first time in the state of digital equity in New York to put your own input in what that design of digital equity is going to look like. So look for that coming up in November when those public comments are open. Right now, on the Connect All office, we just approved their 5-year action plan. So now you know for the next 5 years what we're going to do in terms of connectivity in the great state of New York. And yeah, you absolutely can give your comments. But before November is open, that's like the big ticket item for me. That's New York's initial proposal. That is going to be the real deal. What is New York going to do? You have between November to December 22nd, I'm cutting it off on that date, 22nd to be able to give your feedback of what digital equity infrastructure is going to look like in November. I'm sorry, for the next 5, 6, 7 years, all the way through. And then by the 27th of December, it comes over into my hands, and we decide at the end, do we agree with that plan based on all of the guidelines that we've set forth for New York, Alabama, every other state. As long as they're meeting those guidelines and it looks like a solid plan, that's when we're going to give the approval, but we can't do that without your input and your comments.
All right, so we're going to give you your last question. I hope it's a question, and keep. Oh, good. Keep it in the mic.
Turn on the microphone. There's a little.
I got you. I got you. Now you can use this.
Okay. Is this for government contracts to get these monies?
Great segue.
That's a good question.
So I wish I had a timeline up here, but again, if you go to internetforall.gov or you go to the New York Connect All office, you'll see our actual timeline. And I've been mentioning it's going to be several years that we're working at this. So I said, this whole process began about 2021 into 2022-ish, where the legislator said, hey, we want this to happen. The bill was passed. We have funding allocated. Then the next step was, can we get every single governor in the entire country and its territories to actually raise their hands and say that they want broadband? Guess what, surprisingly? Every governor raised their hands and said, we want this in our area. So the governor said, we have letters of intent to make sure this happens. Okay, bam, that was like the next step. Then the next step is, at this point, is to get all of those critical documents. Actually, before that, President Biden announced what the allocation is going to be. That got everyone super excited because now we're not in theory. We actually have practical things that we have to look forward to, and we actually have an amount that is going to be allocated to New York. Bam. Now we're at the point where, okay, we have to justify how we're going to spend that $664 million. And so those critical reports is so necessary. Actually, this is probably my last engagement because my job is to sit down and read those reports thoroughly every single day. As soon as they hit my desk, probably by 5 p.m. on Friday. I am not doing any more engagements because those documents are so important. It's my name, it's the government's name, it's our Assistant Secretary, Davidson, who has to sign off on these and say, we agree to this plan. So once that happens, December 27, it's submitted, we'll then go through a panel of review and we'll decide, okay, we approve New York. What does that then mean? That means that New York now has the ability to tap into their $664 million. Then that gets into wham bam, sub-grantee. Sub-grantee is going to be sort of like a while, right? You have to think about who are all the players that goes into building this out. You have your internet service providers. You have your digital equity folks. You have all of these people, and they're all going to be competing under the state of New York for that money. This is where I don't get involved. I stay neutral. I just give New York how much money they want. This is why I say your best friends are now going to be the Connect All office because they have the task of looking at every sub-grantee, again, per our guidelines, because we're always going to have checks and balances in place. And we want to make sure that this is equitable for all. So look, starting about almost close to the middle of 2024 to start thinking about the sub-grantee selection, and definitely by the end of the year, we're going to be selecting those folks, and then we're going into drilling, and we're going into all of the digital equity pieces and facets of this project.
Oh, it's so exciting, I gotta tell you. And you mentioned someone, I don't think you said her name, but do you guys know who the FCC chairperson is? I know that's right, Jessica Rosenworcel, and she actually has a couple of comments to say as well.
Oh.
So we're gonna Yes, we're going to play it right now, and then we'll give a last question for Julia.
She's our federal partner, so.
To me, it's the
Yeah.
strongest position in the world.
I'm my good friend Clayton Banks. I'm traveling, so I can't join you today. Of course, I wish I was there in person, because while I live in Washington now, my roots in New York actually run deep. In fact, it wasn't that long ago that I lived in a small and unlovely apartment a few dozen blocks south of where you are gathering today. So I know New York. I know how powerful New York is, and I know how the city crackles with energy. There is a lot of opportunity, but it is a nonstop challenge to make sure that opportunity reaches all. I think about this a lot in my current job, because I have the great privilege of running the Federal Communications Commission. It's like having a front row seat at the digital revolution. Every day I get to see how communications technologies are remaking every aspect of civic and commercial life. And every day I think about how we can use our policies at the FCC to help push communications opportunity a little further, a little faster, and reach those who may have historically been underserved or overlooked. I know that's what Silicon Harlem does too. So I want to tell you about a few things we are doing in Washington that intersect with the work you do to make your community more connected, more equitable, and more inclusive. All right, first up, for the first time in our nation's history, we are addressing broadband affordability head on. For so long, we have talked about the digital divide in this country and focused just on the network deployment challenge in rural communities. And thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, we have new funds and new programs to work on that. But just as important is focusing on affordability, because there is an affordability component to the digital divide that affects both rural and urban communities. So the FCC has done something big. We have built the Affordable Connectivity Program. We sometimes call it ACP for short. And ACP is available to low-income households in New York and nationwide. It provides $30 a month to support broadband in those households so they can get online and stay online. It's a real recognition that broadband is no longer nice to have, it's need to have for everyone, everywhere. And thanks to ACP, families struggling to pay for gas or groceries can get support to keep internet access at home, for work, for school, for healthcare, and more. So go check it out at getinternet.gov. Second, when we talk about the digital divide, I actually think we also need to laser-like focus on students. Because the pandemic wasn't that long ago, and so many of us saw kids sitting outside of fast food restaurants with laptops perched on their knees just to go to online class. Even now, many of us know there are students who linger after the final bell has rung and they sit in school parking lots just to catch a free Wi-Fi signal to do their homework because they don't have internet access at home. They fall into what I call the homework gap. And I think the ACP I mentioned just a minute ago can help pull them out of it. But I also think we need an initiative just for these learners. So I proposed to my colleagues at the FCC a Learn Without Limits campaign. It involves making sure our school buses have Wi-Fi on them for students and making sure our schools and libraries nationwide can loan out wireless hotspots to students and library patrons who need them for learning and connecting at home. So stay tuned on Learn Without Limits, because we have more work to do in Washington to make this happen, but I'm absolutely committed to seeing it through. Next, I want to draw your attention to another initiative we have at the FCC that's new. It's an effort to end what we call digital discrimination. Look, deployment of new networks around the country is not even. It doesn't always happen all at once. There are engineering and economic reasons that that's the case. But we have to be mindful that there are communities during this process that can be excluded. And thanks to Congress and the bipartisan infrastructure law, we have a new tool we are developing. We are pulling together a proposal to address digital discrimination with a complaint process to ensure that when communities see it happening, they can reach out to us for recourse. So again, stay tuned. Finally, I want you to know that last week I proposed the FCC reinstate net neutrality rules. Maybe you remember this issue? Net neutrality rules are important because they are the backbone of non-discriminatory access to the internet for all. When we have them in place, It means, under the law, your broadband provider cannot block websites, slow access to online services, or censor online content. I think that in the United States we benefit from making these policies national, because we shouldn't just have net neutrality in state law. I also think that in the 21st century, you should be able to go online and do what you want without your broadband provider making choices for you. All right, I admit what I just described may sound a little technocratic, but here's why the efforts I just described with the FCC matter. First, we are working to make sure every household can afford broadband. Second, we are working to make sure every student has a fair shot at school because they have internet access at home. Third, we are working to make sure that every community can thrive in the digital age. And fourth, we are working to make sure that when we go online, the experience we have is fast, open, and fair for everyone, everywhere. So clearly, we've got some work to do. But I'm really grateful to Silicon Harlem for working with us, and big congratulations on the 10th anniversary of this technology conference. Thank you for having me speak with you today.
Isn't that something? The FCC chair has all of us right in this room and all of our community. She's thinking about us. I think she's one of my favorites, the favorite FCC chair in our history of the United States. It took 200 and some odd years to have a woman take that position. Hello, that's the first woman in the history of the United States to run the FCC. That includes space. So I love what that we have that connection. Jodia, can we end this now? One last question. What would you, no, I gotta, she's not running away. She'll talk to you. So I'm kind of making up this question, but you know, what I'm asking you is, for all of us in this room right now, and you've said it all throughout this conversation, if you could just prioritize what you would like to see, or just see what we should be doing, like as a community, what should we be doing? We know it's New York, but it's also all the various communities within New York.
Yeah. Well, first, I'd like you all to give yourself a round of applause for showing up, because that's the first most important thing. It's really about sharing information. Like, we're not greater if we sit here and keep information to ourselves. So I empower you to go back to your communities, your churches, your families, and take advantage of the information that was given to you today. I gave you some really important websites. Follow back up with me. Let's make sure all of us are connected today. The FCC chairwoman gave you a really important piece of information. If y'all don't know, make sure you take advantage of the ACP. And if you don't qualify for ACP, make sure your family members or your neighbors are taking advantage of that. That's under $30 for internet. And I will say, I'm a pretty privileged person, and trust me, I worked really hard to get to this point. I complain every single day about how much my cable and internet, bill is. So for folks that really truly cannot afford it, empower them. Make sure they're reaching out to, whether it's your tenant association or just calling the numbers. I'm not supposed to say this, but every elected official knows about this. Tap into that. Clayton and I sat with the FCC actually last week during the storm. We weathered the storm. I mean, I literally had to drive through ponds and lakes to get to this FCC discrimination event. Take advantage of those things. If you are seeing it, if you're feeling it, or you know of people that are experiencing discrimination with the internet, please have them provide their input. Stay connected. Make sure, you're connected to Clayton. I mean, what organization do you see that the FCC is sending a personalized video? I don't even get to speak to her on a normal basis, and I partner with her organization 24/7. This is a living icon right here. Tap into the resources that you have. Celebrate organizations like Clayton, Silicon Harlem, and the amazing work that they're doing. And please stay connected to myself. You all have my information. It's my job for you to connect with me. But also, please stay connected to New York State Connect All office. That is where you're going to see all of the great work that we're talking about actually come to fruition, and you get to play a role in that. And then ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm a business person. Go get your money, right? Make sure you're tapping into the unlimited funds, well, not unlimited, for $42 billion plus $2.7 billion that is coming to the United States, particularly $664 million in New York.
Wow. Jody and Fennell, did you hear her get little Queens in there and said, go get your money? So I feel you on that. But here's why she says it that way and why I say the same thing. Where do you think the money comes from?
You.
It's ours. Yeah. Hello. So that's a real thing. This is our money. It's not like, oh, a present. It's time. Jody, thank you so much. We're going to move on. Everybody sit. Let me tell you something. Hold on a second. The next presentation is going to blow your mind. All right? This is going to be something. He does it almost every one of our conferences. He ends it that we all will appreciate. I'm telling you, get ready for something very special. I think it's me. No, I'm sorry. It's Peter Norton, and he's going to come up here right now. Thank you, Jody. Give her a big hand.
Thank you.
The lady with the money.
That's the lady who's here to empower you all.
Thank you, Jody.
Thank you so much.
You're awesome. So now we're just going to do a piece right now. I guarantee you'll love this. And I haven't even seen it. That's how much I'm putting on the run. Peter Norton, who is in a rare position of not only understanding technology, but he puts it right next to, the social side of all of this. And one of his expertise is literally about infrastructure, about transportation, and a variety of other things, specifically history, that he just is incredible. I can't understand how he finds out so much information. Peter Norton, please come on up here with me so I get a chance to spend some time with you. Good to see you. This is my other brother. Good to see you, man. All right. So I'm not going to get in your way, but I'm so happy to be here and able to be with you and all that kind of good stuff. So I am going to turn it right on over to you and, say whatever you're going to say, do what you're going to do. If I get a chance to jump in, I will, but I'm getting ready to sit right there and watch it like everybody else.
Do I have to push anything on this?
Yes. Hold it down for a second. It should light chips up. There you go.
Good move. All right, so you just heard something about how I knew something about technology, and I just proved Clayton Banks wrong. Can't do that every day. It's a joy to be here. I can't live up to that billing, but I can offer something, not because I have anything personally to offer, but because I can relay things from people who do have something to offer. And if I have something to offer of value today, it's because of what I found from other people and I'm relaying to you now. As Clayton Banks mentioned, I've been coming to Silicon Harlem a few times, and there's something that amazes me, which is that the first time it was at the National Black Theater. Second time that I came, it was at the Schomburg Center, a major cultural and scholarship center of world renown. And now it's at the Harlem School of the Arts, never at some kind of tech center. And that tells you something powerful. Namely, that Silicon Harlem recognizes that technology is nothing more than a means to an end. It serves people, it serves communities. Too often it doesn't serve people or communities. every cruelty, every exploitation, imperialism, colonialism, war was technology enabled, technology perpetrated. And we can't forget that. And Silicon Harlem never does. And Silicon Harlem knows it's always about the people. You see that in the theme they use every year. You see it in this room too. While I was sitting waiting, I noticed the quotation from the great Dorothy Maynor on the wall. It's behind the stairway, you probably can't see it, but I saw it for the first time a few minutes ago. And it said, "We make children believe that everything beautiful is outside the community. We would like children to make beauty in the community." Well, when I said, if I have anything to value, to offer, it's because I'm relaying it from others. Well, that's something valuable and precious that I picked up. As Clayton Banks mentioned, I'm a student of history, a lifelong student of history. I don't think of myself as a teacher of history, but I've been studying so long that I can pass that on too. And one of the things I learned a very long time ago is that this is a sacred spot here in America. I'm talking about Harlem. Harlem is unquestionably a very special and sacred place. And in traditions all around the world, when you visit someplace sacred as a pilgrim, you leave something, a candle, a flower, an offering, a prayer, a gift, something, small or big, it's not important. You leave something to signify your recognition of the holy that you're within. And today, consistent with my attempt each time, I want to leave you with something that even if you're from Harlem, maybe you don't know about it. And because you all know so much about Harlem, I'll leave a few things in the hope that at least one of them may be something new. Now, I didn't pick the theme that I was assigned here, and I was daunted when I read it. I don't feel up to offering it because I'm not a community leader. I don't have experience leading or serving or working in communities. But I'm a historian. As a historian, I'm like a reporter. And I have to talk to the people and listen to the people and look up the sources of such people. And so I'm a student of communities over time. And I think that's the only way you can really understand a community is over time. And on the basis of that, and I'm going to stand so I can make sure the slides are what I think they are. I want to offer you 3 lessons that I have gathered. They're not my lessons. They're the lessons that I think communities have to offer. And I've framed these in a rather negative sense in terms of deprivation or exclusion. And I don't make any apology for that. I think negativity is vastly underrated. We need constructive criticism before we can have constructive change. But I will reframe these as I go along into positive terms so that you'll see the 3 lessons transform from the negative form, which is essential, but also to a positive form, which we need to move forward with. So here we are in the Harlem School of Arts, and I want to note that in its mission, community is recognized, and technology that serves community must be technology that does more than collect and monetize and distribute data. It has to knit together people, bring together people, promote creativity, promote community, promote collaboration. More often than not, though, technology is extracting from communities, collecting from communities, taking out of communities. And attention to these 3 lessons may help us do something about that never-ending struggle. So lesson 1 that I pick up from communities, and I leave this for your critical evaluation, I don't ask you to agree, a community that has lost its past will get someone else's future. We're being sold futures all the time, and the people who sell our futures to us aren't dumb. They frame them as boons to us, as benefits to us. It's as if they're benevolent people who have come to help us out. And usually, in fact, they come to take something away, and they know that if they put it in those terms, we won't even let them in. But once they're in, they frame them in a positive way. So we have to be careful about that. We have to be careful not to lose our history. I have a particular commitment to this. I believe in finding out the truth, no matter what the truth is. And so does this man, Michael Henry Adams. He's a storyteller who sort of is a living record of Harlem. He gives tours of Harlem. He enacts historical characters. He also fights for Harlem. He fights for the physical Harlem, the buildings, which are often threatened. But the buildings to him are vessels of culture, vessels of communion, vessels of history, vessels of shared experience, shared joy, and shared suffering. And here he is in action, explaining Harlem to people, the story of Harlem. So he is, in effect, keeping the history of Harlem where it needs to be. And he needs to do that because the public school system isn't doing it very well. You may have seen this New York Times story from a few years back. They looked at textbooks from throughout the US, particularly California and Texas, and the same history written by the same authors when the same publishers in the same textbook appeared different in different states. So, for example, the Harlem Renaissance is in both of these history textbooks. On the right, you see Texas. On the left, you see California. The same story, though, is told differently to children in Texas, unlike children in California. I'm zooming in on see that paragraph in red, the red box? Here it is. Take a look. Now, somebody in Texas's textbook authority decided that line had to be embedded in. I have no reason to think that person knew a thing about the Harlem Renaissance or its literature. Somehow they felt like that had to be added in, right? Which is pretty incredible if you think about it. It means that a struggle that we have had getting history told well, truly, according to the historical record, is still with us. One of my inspirations as a history student in grad school was Carter G. Woodson, who in 1933 published The Miseducation of the Negro. This book, called BS, on history as it was being taught, not just to students, but even in the grad schools, right over here in Columbia. They were publishing PhD dissertations, where the PhD advisor said, okay, you're going to find out just how corrupt Reconstruction was when black people were in charge, because you know that it was all corrupt, and all you have to do to get your PhD is prove that for another southern state. And he churned them out like a factory. And Carter Woodson, who's from my state of Virginia, son of slaves, was a history teacher at this time, and he taught his students, the thing you got to do about this is you go to the historical record, because they wrote down those debates in those state legislatures. And I want you to do just what they did over at Columbia, only I want you to do it without me telling you in advance what to find out, the way they did over there. And that's how he exposed it, right? Which is kind of what Michael Henry Adams is doing too. So there's another way of doing this today. This gives organizations like Black Facts the longest continuous online presence of history that we've got for correcting these lies. This is what you do. You don't go around to the states and tell the states to get it right, because they won't. Yeah, you got to give them all the pressure so that they don't get it more bad than they already do. But that doesn't solve the problem. Instead, you turn the history over to the people themselves. They can write it. So this is their mission. And this is reclaiming history from the communities that actually made that history.
Thank you, Ken.
Yes. Ken Granderson is my teacher. He taught me this. And he was here at Silicon Harlem at the Schomburg Center just shy of a year ago, and he spoke. And I couldn't hear his presentation because I was back waiting to speak next. But when the team came to show us all forward, I heard him give his concluding lines. And I heard him say something about a sacred duty that historians have. And as a historian, I was paying close attention, because I believe I have a sacred duty as a historian too. My loyalty is only to the truth. And I have to watch for that every day that I'm working on it. And I appreciate what Ken had to say. And I fortunately could actually listen to the whole thing online. And so I was able to transcribe it. Notice that Ken Granderson is telling you here that community success depends on getting your history right. You know, those doors are opened by people before you. You got to understand that. So he feels, and I share with him, so I'm going to say we feel that it is our sacred duty to do our part to keep those doors open. I have a little bit more to say about doors in a second. So he is continuing in this tradition that Carter G. Woodson began even before he published this book. He's also exercising the tradition that Michael Henry Adams practices. Ken Granderson tells stories, but the stress is on facts. And Michael Henry Adams tells facts, but the stress is on stories. And the two, of course, work together. Stories, the raw material of compelling true stories is facts. And so I think of this as a team effort, and I think of Michael Henry Adams as the story expert, and although Ken Granderson is also a storyteller, he's specialized in the essential element of true facts. So I want to bring this to where we are right now. The Harlem School of the Arts was founded right over here at St. James Presbyterian Church in 1964. I think some of you know that. It was started in the basement to the right of that building, to the right of the church. That little building there is right between us. Here we see that the street is actually named after the founder, Dorothy Maynard, extraordinary singer and artist. And that is our founder, and that is the woman who's honored in this room, in this building, and in the quotation on the wall about children making beauty in the community. She's making that happen every day. I could see the children in the hallways, as you could too, I think. And this door, I said I'd say something about a door. This door is literally about 40 feet that way. And that is where the Harlem School of the Arts was started, right in that doorway in 1964. If you happened to catch me at the Schomburg Center last year, I mentioned doors too. There was the Harlem Mutual Association that kept the money in the community through using script in the 1930s. And that door was right next to the Schomburg Center. So there's something very special going on about how you locate these events. I did not know, and I'm ashamed of this fact, but I'm glad I can correct it, I did not know the name Dorothy Maynard until I prepared this talk. But one of the beauties of coming here is what I learn as I prepare. She was an extraordinary singer, as these headlines capture. I had certainly heard of Marian Anderson when she was excluded by the Daughters of the American Revolution, that racist club in Washington, from singing at Constitution Hall, a place I was admitted to as an audience member as a school child. So Eleanor Roosevelt ensured that she could sing instead from an even better venue. What I didn't know, and only just learned this week, was that Dorothy Maynard was the one who finally got the DAR to recognize that either they dropped this Jim Crowism or they were going to be an irrelevant body of old cranks. And so it was Dorothy Maynard, it was Dorothy Maynard, that's of course the Chicago Defender, headlining the fact, even though there's a lot of competitions for the headlines that day, that she broke down the DAR, and that's pretty epic. And here we see that Dorothy Maynard also sang a national anthem at President Eisenhower's inauguration, the first one in 1953, and that too was a first. So she was a barrier breaker. She was, as Ken Granderson mentioned, the person who opened doors that later on others could get through more easily. And so she founded the Harlem School of the Arts to enrich this community, to make sure that the children in it could not just see beauty as something that comes from elsewhere, but as something they can make right here and are now making every day. Her teacher in Virginia, she's from Norfolk originally, and I'm from Charlottesville. She's from Norfolk, Virginia, and she went to Hampton Institute. And at Hampton Institute, her teacher was Nathaniel Dett. There he is. And he had something to say too. And I want to mention this because it's important to recognize that wisdom is something that gets passed along through networks. I've heard a lot of AI and computer science people talk about neural networks. Well, the best neural networks are human beings, both within each of us and collectively as human beings. We live in an era that celebrates intelligence, but I think we all know that intelligence without wisdom is dangerous. And we should be celebrating wisdom first, because all of the cruelest things that were perpetrated in the history of the world were perpetrated or made worse, rather, by intelligence. We need wisdom. And this was a struggle for Nathaniel Dett of Hampton Institute in Hampton, Virginia, because he was a composer and a music teacher there. He was Dorothy Maynor's teacher. She was a home economics major. He convinced her to be a music major instead, so he was essential to her career. But while he was working at Hampton Institute, even at Hampton Institute, the sense was that your aspiration as a composer was to sound like you came from Europe. And Nathaniel Dett did not buy this. Nathaniel Dett, though, recognized that one of the biggest impediments was that black music in America had been misappropriated and turned into a thing of fun at best, and of racism as well, by white people. And he said, we've got to emancipate black music in America, and he set out to make it happen. So he called this the emancipation of Negro music. He said, we've got to recognize that this music is sacred. It doesn't become profane because it gets misused, because it gets abused by others. We have to use this, and we don't solve the problem by imitating European composers. We solve the problem by emancipating black music, and that's what he set out to do. And Dorothy Maynor continued that tradition, and the Harlem School of the Arts is a place where that happens every single day right here, right now, through those doors. And she recognized, as Silicon Harlem recognizes, that it is all about the community. Technology can help a community, but it's not all about the technology. It's about the creativity, it's about the artistry, and in all of that, the technology, of course, can help. So that's what makes this Dorothy Maynor Place. This is a town that has a substantial recognition of its own history. As Michael Henry Adams will tell you, it's a struggle every day still. It's under threat all the time, from gentrification, from rising costs, from increasing cost of housing, from, you know the rest, the local enterprises being priced out and so on. But it is a community that recognizes that there's a history here that is sacred, to be cherished, to be protected, and to be carried forward. And for those reasons, I think we can say that Harlem recognizes that a community that loses its past will get to be someone else's future. And so I'm going to flip this around into a more positive statement. A community that knows its past can choose its future. All right? I got a second lesson. This one may be controversial. I come from an engineering school, and all of my colleagues never stop talking about the solutions. Oh, I've got a solution. Yeah, we're working on this solution. We've got a mobility solution. We've got a health solution. We've got, an energy solution. We've got a tech solution. We've got a AI solution. They're constantly talking about solutions. At first, I thought I just didn't really understand what they meant by solution, or maybe they meant, something useful. I learned to the contrary quite quickly when I looked closely at what they were doing. You see, a little confession here. I just turned 60 a couple of days ago. Thank you. But my rank as a faculty member is associate professor. That is, I'm still considered junior in that kind of ranking. And I used to ask sometimes, say, how come it takes me so long to get advancement? And the answer was this: well, look at your colleagues. They're bringing in piles of money. They're bringing in money from the Pentagon, from General Electric, from Microsoft. They're bringing in tons of money. Look at you. What do you have to show? I'm like, well, I wrote a couple of books. And to that, the reply was, we don't pay you to write books. Now, to me, books are sacred things, right? They are vessels of truth, or you want to make them vessels of truth. So I was upset about this, and then I got an invitation that I'm sure was a mistake, was regretted, and it was never repeated. Notice that this says, first annual National Science Foundation Smart and Connected Communities meeting. I got invited to be a keynote speaker, and although it's the first annual one, I never got invited back. Because I saw what they were talking about. It was data-driven this. We're going to make communities better. We don't have to talk to them. We don't have to listen to them. They just need to buy all of our stuff. So I decided, all right, I'm going to call BS on that, and I gave a talk. I said, data don't drive. Yeah. In fact, the way I put it is like this. In the beginning is the agenda. The data follow. So anytime somebody comes to you and said, well, you got to take this because it's data-driven, I say question them. What they're trying to do is silence you because they've got the data they say they've got and you don't have it. And so this gives them the apparent authority to say, well, we're going to solve all your problems for you. I say question that. Now, so I was objecting to this whole data-driven solutions thing. And in fact, I had to share my presentation the night before, so I sent it to the chairman of the committee, and he said, I don't think you should say this. And I said, I'll take my chances. And I got a polite reception, nothing enthusiastic, but when it was all over, one man came up to me and said, I'd like you to come to Harlem and give that talk. And that was Clayton Banks. He was there. He had a thing going on a couple hours later. He was on this panel there. But I was like, wow, Clayton Banks wants me to talk at Harlem. I would love nothing better. So I spoke at the National Black Theater. That was in 2018, in October, I think. I want to say something, though, about this data-driven solutions thing, right? What happens when you tell somebody that you have a solution for them? Well, you don't have to worry a thing. Their problems are solved. Their problems are solved. Well, there was an interesting study. I gave you 100 illustrations of why this is dangerous, and I bet you could guess some of them. But I'll give you one. There was a study in Taiwan right here. It was about 10 years ago. What they did is they looked at smokers and non-smokers, and they looked at vitamin intake. And what they found is the more vitamins somebody took, the more cigarettes they smoked. And what they figured out from interviews was the following. People thought, well, vitamins are a health solution, so I can smoke more. Now, this is one of the kinds of dangers of solutions. This publication got the headline right here. And this turns into a business proposition. So don't get me wrong, this works. You can sell people vitamins on the claim that they can smoke more without worrying about it, and you can make a lot of money this way. And this is how data-driven solutions tend to work. Our metaphors matter. We have metaphors like curing problems. We have metaphors like war metaphors. We're going to wage a war on these things. These particular metaphors, I notice, are a lot less common now than they were 50 or 70 years ago. I think they were common before because people believed them for a while. But then people started getting skeptical. So they changed the metaphor. You don't hear cure quite as much. You don't hear victory or war quite as much. What you hear now is solution. And just like the people, when these items came out, people believed in the war metaphor, they believed in the cure metaphor. Well, I think right now we are in an equal danger because we're believing the solution metaphor. And I think it's time to stop believing it. Solution metaphors are devastating. I think some of you know where this is about to go. This is Hastings Street, Paradise Valley, Detroit. If you were black and you lived in Detroit, you pretty much had to live here because of racism and because of residential discrimination. And if you lived here, you probably didn't own or need a car. You probably did fine. The businesses were local. There was bus service. There was walking. People rode bikes. And it was a thriving community struggling in racist America. Well, the data-driven solution people came by and said, we've got a cure for congestion, and we've got a solution for traffic crashes. And it is the Chrysler Freeway, and it looks like this. And that is the same view. I'll put them side by side. You can see a church tower. It's the same church. This is a community devastated by data-driven solutions by engineers who are more interested in getting money than in telling the truth about how you help people have the mobility they need in community. And to add an even more offense, of course, this highway was serving overwhelmingly white drivers because of housing segregation and discrimination in the suburbs, right? So that destroyed much of Detroit. You know how the war metaphor gave us the war on drugs, and the war metaphor was less, it's harder to see than a highway is, but the devastation was about as extensive. Now, there's somebody who cautioned us about war metaphors, and people compliment themselves on thinking they listened to her. I don't think they did. This, as some of you know, is Rachel Carson, author of Silent Spring, bestseller of 1962, It was warning Americans and the world not to try to wipe out all insect pests with chemicals like DDT, or you end up poisoning the whole environment until you're poisoning yourself. And this was her message. And she said on page 8, the chemical war is never won. She's challenging the war metaphor here. And if you take the word chemical out and plug in something else, like traffic, for example, you get the same answer. The more you pave everything, the more you put in highways and parking lots and exit ramps and expressways and overpasses, the more people drive. And if that sounds like, well, you know, that sounds like people are pretty dumb to keep doing that. Well, no, they're making a lot of money doing it. And in a sense, that's smart. That's intelligence without wisdom. But they don't solve the traffic problem, even though in 2023, they're still doing this, saying we're going to solve these problems by expanding highways. Now, you can make a lot of money selling this message that DDT solves problems or gives you victory in the war against insect pests. I want you to notice what this ad is. It's directed at the people who sell the stuff retail. And it's saying, Insecto Blitz will make you a lot of money. And that's in the sense in which the stuff actually did work. Notice the headline. This is for retailers. Money makers all, because we sell Insecto Blitz and Motho Blitz. So waging a war on insects makes 0 sense for the ecology, for the environment, for farming, for agricultural productivity, for gardening, or for forestry. But that's not what you're interested in if you just want to make a lot of money selling the stuff. So we've got dangerous metaphors all around us. I think we need to watch out for them. Watch out for the cure metaphor. It's not around as much. Watch out for the war metaphor. It's not around as much. But the solution metaphor is everywhere, and it is just as dangerous, I think. In fact, I'd say it's more dangerous because people notice when you use the war metaphor. People notice when you use the cure metaphor, but they don't seem to notice, in my observation, when you say the solution metaphor. These are the solutions that are being sold. This is Hyundai's smart mobility solution. They say to solve traffic congestion, they want us all in our own personal drone vehicles. Yeah, maybe a few rich people can have drone vehicles, but this is not going to be a mobility solution. This is a revenue solution for Hyundai and its investors, right? This is typical solution stuff. And of course, these are not solutions at all. And these companies have not talked to the communities they want to perpetrate this stuff on, because as far as they're concerned, that's not their audience. Their audience is their investors, their shareholders. That's their audience, and that's who this is meant for. It's not meant for the community, right? Same thing with AI, of course, right? Now, these things can be solutions for other people. The CEO of Intel says, thanks to all of this high-tech driving stuff, if you partner with them as an automaker, if as an automaker you use Intel chips, you can get all of this data from the vehicle occupants, because they'll be playing games all the time on infotainment in the vehicle, and that's where we're going to make our money. We'll misrepresent it as a mobility solution so people will use it, but it's really a data collection and monetization solution. It is the new oil, and you and me, if we get in the vehicle, we're the oil well that they want to pump oil value out of in the form of the data that we generate. I think we should resist that. And I think Rachel Carson got this right. If I had to summarize her book, I would say she's saying that a tool is not the same thing as a solution. Notice that people use the words tool and solution like they're synonyms. I think they're antonyms. Remember those words from school? So, in other words, a tool makes you responsible. A tool you must be capable of using. A tool you choose from a set of tools from a tool shop or a workbench. You choose the right tool for the job of your choosing. Solution, no thought ever has to enter your head at all. And I think if somebody else says that they've got a solution for you, what they're trying to do is make you their tool. So watch out for that. And this, again, is where Ken Granderson comes in, because he gets this. Notice that he says, using technology that we created, control, and own, that's what a tool is. A tool is something you're in control of. A solution, you just passively receive it. A tool, you select from it, and you choose it for the right job, and you use it. And he even calls these tools, I noticed. So we are building tools. And tools enable. Notice that. Tools enable. Solutions disable. All right? So solutions disempower communities. I said I'd turn these lessons around, make them positive. Here we go. Tools empower communities. Tools like Black Facts. Tools like you name it, whatever you're doing that makes your world better and the world of your community better. Those are tools. Harlem Coin is a tool, right? So, last lesson, never tell a community what its future is. I got a positive version of this coming up too. These are the futures that are being sold to us. This one happens to be from GM, but 100 other companies have solutions like this, so-called. These are futures where if we believe in them, they've got unlimited stuff to sell us because we'll never get there. Charles Kettering, vice president of General Motors back in the 1920s, said it best. He said, keep the consumer dissatisfied. He said that to his colleagues in business, because a dissatisfied consumer always wants something, and then you can sell it to them, and that'll dissatisfy them too, and you just keep that treadmill going. So highways were sold as solutions, and notice how they're selling them as solutions for the future. Future solutions that will relieve congestion, speed traffic, increase safety. This is what destroyed much of urban America and destroyed the communities of people that lived in urban America. Notice how they are telling you what the future is. They're not asking you, what future do you want? Or here's a menu of possible futures. Which one should we go to? They're saying, here is our future. Come and get it. It's coming. You're just getting. Right? This button that you see on the left is what you got if you went to the New York World's Fair in 1939, went to the General Motors Futurama exhibit, which showed the city of the future, the city of 1960. When you walked out, they gave you that button, and they were saying, we monopolize the future, and you're lucky that we show it to you, and here's your button. They did that again in '64. Now, the future is something that creative people have worked on too. Some of you know the 1968 film 2001: A Space Odyssey. The screenwriter for that film, Arthur C. Clarke, said something about how people who sell us futures bamboozle us. And they keep bamboozling us. And he wrote a letter to Science magazine, and here's a sentence from it. And this, some people misunderstand this. This is a warning. He's saying when something is this amazing, when your iPhone first amazed you, when Google search first amazed you, when AI, ChatGPT first amazed you, you had this thought unconsciously, and that thought was, oh, things I thought were impossible are possible. That opened up a window into which the sales force could come in and say, we'll sell you this impossible future because guess what? We have state-of-the-art tech, and therefore it is possible. Amazing technology doesn't make everything work, though. And it doesn't make visions like this actually attractive. What kind of community is that, right? If you went to the Consumer Electronics Show in 2020, you could go to Exhibit 0, it was a General Motors exhibit, where they claimed that their tech was going to deliver 0 crashes, 0 congestion, and 0 emissions. And you could go there and you could see how that's supposed to happen. You'd be riding around in vehicles consuming media all the time. How do you make money as a company off of this? Not from the fares. The fares can't cover more than a tiny fraction of it. They generate money by you consuming media, and this is supposed to get us to a 0 emissions future. They even had an exhibit there of women in a Cadillac sitting around facing each other, enjoying media and each other, and never actually getting out the whole evening. They didn't go to the nightclub. They just went around the block forever. That's the sustainable future you're being sold. I want to conclude with a metaphor. That's the visible segment of the electromagnetic spectrum. It's actually much smaller than that. I think you know this. So astronomers, until the 20th century, everything they saw in the universe, they saw only with telescopes that gathered light from that tiny bit of spectrum. Now we know so much more about the universe, not from manned spacecraft, they can't do it, but rather from telescopes like Hubble, for example. Those telescopes can use the whole spectrum. Well, I think we've got the same thing going on with innovation. All of our innovation is concentrated, or too much of it is concentrated at this high-tech end. Don't get me wrong, we need high-tech. We need it, absolutely. We need state-of-the-art. We need next generation. We need all that technology. But we must never mistake the fact that most of the spectrum has what I would like to call high soc techniques rather than low tech, meaning we apply the social techniques that we have. For example, the Harlem School of the Arts is an example of this. These are, so you may not get all of the acronyms, you probably get some of them. These are some of the high-tech stuff that's supposed to deliver us sustainable mobility, but we're ignoring the stuff that we could be doing on the lower tech end. Fortunately, we're not ignoring them completely. I was able to get an electric city bike at Penn Station and come right up here in just a few minutes. I'm glad to see that. That's the way we can get to a more sustainable, equitable, affordable, healthful, and inclusive future. We can't get to it with robot cars. They aren't going to deliver that. So, never tell a community what its future is was the negative framing. Here's the positive one. Choose your own future. You're the ones. It's like if you went to the future restaurant and they gave you the future menu, you get to look through that menu. The menu's limited to what's possible, so that's a constraint. But that's good, because when menus are too big, I can spend an hour picking. But that menu there is for the community to choose from. We got to stop letting people who have a pile of money to make off of us, extracting wealth and data from us, tell us what the future is, as if it's one thing. No, there's infinite possible futures. We should choose what those futures are. So the 3 lessons again are, to me, a community that knows its past can choose its future. Tools empower communities. An empowered community chooses its own future. I've probably got this a little bit wrong, and that's a good thing, because that gives you work to do, and in doing that work, we can together get to the future that we all need. Thank you very much.
Was it worth it? Yeah. Really. So,
there you go. It's on now.
That's up now. Okay, thank you. So first of all, Peter Norton, thanks for being here. He's part of the family. My sister and him are both on the same birthday, I think. Yep. And Jesse Jackson. But anyway.
Greatness all around.
There you go. Does anyone have any comment or question? I know there's a lot of people here. Go ahead.
All right, so...
Come on, Fred. Say your name first.
I'm Fred Humiston. I live just a couple blocks from here and work for Gartner. There was, when you were saying the things that was going to solve, and immediately the one that came into my mind was, building more prisons is going to solve crime. And we've seen where that have gone. And, it's interesting. For a living, I do technology consulting. And, what you're saying about, like, the high-tech stuff, I'd even go further than that. I'd say the high-tech is often the thing that keeps the people from doing the hard work to actually do something that'll solve a problem. Because it's a lot easier to spend a lot of money on something expensive. It'll keep you busy for years. And then a few years down the road, you realize you still got the same problem you had originally. You didn't want to do the hard work to fix it,
I think that's exactly right. For example, and some people remember the term smart highways from the 90s. Public money, billions went into it. Private money, investors. It was supposed to make crashes almost impossible
And solve traffic congestion. It didn't do anything at all for those 2 things, but they called it a success because you got GPS from it. In fact, GPS was already made by the Pentagon, and all they did was, make it available to the public. About the best thing it could do is give you electronic toll charging, which makes the congestion charge in New York possible. But they could have had that 20 years ago if they actually cared about doing it right.
Anyone else?
Yep, let's get it to Sarah, and we want to bring it over to Ted. By the way, everyone, if you haven't noticed, we have a photographer. This is Emma. She born in Australia, but lives in Harlem.
Great.
That's what I'm talking about.
Peter, great to see you again. I'm Sarah Yousafzai, longtime friend and family of Silicon Harlem, and live in Harlem too. My question is, and you've written a lot and lectured here before about how roadways and highways of America have decimated otherwise thriving communities of color. are we seeing more resistance to that now? What's that trend like now as far as public resistance and vocal, frankly, ideas to counter this? Yeah, thank you.
Great question. So it's self-evident that intelligence without wisdom is dangerous, and a lot of these bamboozlers are intelligent, and they're intelligent enough to keep shifting the message in such a way that when we recognize, for example, that the war metaphor is problematic, they switch to a different metaphor. Well, they're doing the same thing with this one. So while, yes, actually, highways are still devastating communities, and they're selectively devastating the most vulnerable ones, and also the ones that are already there, devastating them too, in lots of ways that I think you already know. The perhaps harder one to catch, because it's less familiar, is all the promises about how the tech is going to offer you a seamless mobility experience that is going to solve all of your problems. Now, if you look at, I mean, it's a little incredible to me that this is given the traction that it has. But on August 10th, the California Public Utilities Commission approved Cruise and Waymo vehicles in San Francisco. And of course, the Department of Motor Vehicles had to then order Cruise to get rid of half their vehicles just because they were all clogging the streets up so much. Now, they've got a very good long-term strategy in the sense that Cruise and Waymo and the other companies are losing lots and lots of money every time they give somebody a ride, because it's way more expensive to give them a ride than than a paying passenger will pay for. Incidentally, the companies won't disclose how much they lose per ride, and that tells you that they're embarrassed by it. But what this does, though, is creates the illusion that we have something that's practical because they're losing money to make it look practical, right? So, it's a sort of way to keep the revenue stream, keep the capital coming, the investment coming, and the hope that eventually they'll start to get better as they learn from experience. Now, check this out. All of these companies say they're learning from experience. And when they say that, they mean experience on our streets, learning how to figure out what to do when they've stopped a fire truck that was answering a call. That's how they learn. They learn from mistakes like we do. So I think we have a lot of work to do. I think we are alert. There are a lot of alert people. A lot of them are in this room, but it's a nonstop job.
I do want to say, I see our great, in fact, everybody is great here, don't get me wrong, but just want to talk about a friend of mine who's here, Dr. Dylan. Dylan, wave your hand over there. He does great work for Brooklyn, the city, Africa. He's all over the place. And I traveled with him too to Africa, so we have a great relationship. I just want to acknowledge that. Do you have someone else? Okay, so we're going to go to Ted. By the way, I'm sitting here. Somebody can ask me a question. Jeez, why does everything got to go to Peter? I know he's 10 times smarter than me, but still. All right, Ted. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hey, Peter, this is Ted Schulman, and this is a two-parter. First, I just want to update you on Harlem Coin, which you mentioned. And last year, when we were planning to release it, we realized that we were ahead of our time. There wasn't a strong enough community infrastructure. There wasn't enough planning. So Harlem Coin as a tool is on hold. Okay. So we will get back to that at the right time. The question I have is about AI and where we're at in history right now as a historian. There are a lot of people involved in AI who are saying that we're now at the end of human-generated history, and that the impact of AI, and I happen to believe that the impact of AI is going to be phenomenal. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
I'm not confident that I can make a forecast. That comes partly from the fact that as a historian, I constantly look at old forecasts, and they're always catastrophically bad. It's not just that they're bad like pro or like where they think the technology was beneficial or harmful. It's, reality is multidimensional, so that linear measure never seems to work out. I think AI is disturbing in a lot of ways, in part because it's represented to us as a solution, in part because when it's, if it is a solution, then it's a solution to somebody else's revenue stream problems. then also I think we have to recognize, and I think we have to stop talking about technology as an entity that's an independent agency apart from us, and recognize that everything technology can do, has done, or ever will do is a product of human action, human responsibility. We have good precedents for things we can do when we see major threats from technological innovation. I could give you lots of examples. I'll give you one for reasons of time. Some of you know what I mean when I say Asilomar, 1975. So in 1974, recombinant DNA came out. And the biochemists and all the rest of them were like, my goodness, people could clone things. They could put two species together. They could do all kinds of crazy stuff. And that's bad. Let's not let that happen. So they got all the professionals in that, all the top ones together at a resort in California called Asilomar, all from all over the world. And they spent weeks, I don't know exactly how long, in the summer of '75, making lists of things that we'll never do. And they said, also, we're going to make a list of what we're going to do to you if you try them. You know, you'll be out of the profession, you'll lose your job, we'll drum you out of the respectable circles that we live in, you'll be an exile. And it's worked. Yeah, there have been some times that people crossed that line, but that, you know, they got the enforcement that Asilomar put in place. There's a lot of examples like that. I think we need an Asilomar for AI. But a concluding comment on this, we also have to recognize that ultimately, before we can competently make choices about technology, we have to have an answer for this question that each of us must ask ourselves. Why is my life worth living? Because if you believe what they tell you when they want to sell you pharmaceuticals that you don't need or tech solutions that you don't need, they want to tell you that your life is worth living because you're never bored, you're always entertained, you never suffer, you have no pain, you have no experience of other people, you have no reality, you have no cares, you have no concerns. You may remember Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, where everybody's got this drug called Soma and they got no worries. And his point was, if you ever got all that, your life would at that point have no value. Now, look at what they're saying about AI. Well, they're telling my students, oh, you don't even have to think. You just type in the essay topic and it gives you an essay. Ultimately, we know something about human happiness. We know that there's a psychologist named Bandura, something Bandura, Canadian guy. And he said, what makes people happy isn't comfort and ease. It's feeling competent at something and doing it, right? Dorothy Maynor knew that. And all the kids who come through here learn that. But if you believe the AI pushers, excuse me for the term, they'll sort of presume and lull you into thinking that effort minimization is the road to happiness, but effort minimization is the road to misery.
So, how about that?
I'm a you.
I realize.
Who hasn't?
I'm not getting any questions. So we're going to keep you. We're going to take a few more only because this is the end. I wanted to say a few words at the end, but I'm going to keep them to myself. I'm going to make sure that Peter responds to anything and everything. While we're doing this, I want Claire to come up here. Claire Young, come up to the front. Roxanne, come up to the front. All the volunteers, come up to the front. Where's George? Bring him up to the top. Come on, all volunteers. Everyone come up here. Susie, please come up here. Come up, Susie. Where is everybody? Eric, come up here. Valerie, come up here. Everybody come up here. Let's all stand together as we finish up a couple of questions for Peter Norton. But I just want you guys to know these are the greatest people right here behind me that have done all of this work. Yeah, and I'm very grateful, as I said at the very beginning, and I'm like, come on, Yuri, what are you doing?
Marcus, I just thought I saw.
Where's Marcus? Where's Kat? Get your booties up here. You know what I wanted to say. Come on up here, Val. All right, Kat. Come on, people. Stay here for 2 more questions that Peter, isn't Peter something else? Really? This is my guy right here. So we had a question, Roxanne, who has the mic?
Just as, to kind of add this as a historical footnote, the highway solution was not the only thing sold as the means of ultimately disrupting and devastating black communities, because there's a part of New York history. There was a Seneca Village that's right where Central Park is. So there was no reason, we traveling better. They just wanted a playground for the rich. And that devastated thousands of people who built a life and built a community. So this is the American way. So I would only say, whether it's intelligence or wisdom, if the people lack resolve, both will be of no import. We have to stay organized. We have to remember where we are and how this system moves against us consistently. Urban blight was the same thing. Communities were starved of resources, purposely. Arson, crime was allowed to go unabated. So it's by design. Let's just not lose focus. Just wanted to add that.
Education, bring it up front. Dr. Z. Dr. Z, right here. Right here. You had a question. This is Dr. Z. She's the wife of Dr. Dillon. Bunch of doctors up in here.
Yeah, thank you so much for this amazing, amazing event. I honor you. Yes, and I want to honor your brother next to you. I just want to honor you for standing for the truth and standing for what is right. Indeed, if we don't know our past, we can't move forward. And I'm just thinking of Harlem and its connectivity and connection with Africa. How that history needs to be tightened and the truth must be known. And then how do we move forward? This is now a question to my brother Clayton. We've been together to South Africa. We've been together to Soweto, Nelson Mandela's house. And the hunger that is there, even to bring connectivity to Soweto, how can we connect and Harlem with Soweto, I think is the question that has been there. So I'm just putting it on the table. But back to AI, there was an open letter that was written by Elon Musk and the co-founder of Apple, urging for a pause on the development of advanced AI, presenting that there is a societal risk connected to it. Would you like to maybe just share with us what that meant?
Thank you, Dr. Z.
First, Dr. Z, the opening words of your comment are deeply moving to me and profoundly cherished by me, and I will not forget them. To your question, first, it interests me that this statement was written by people who were working on and promoting and accelerating AI for a long time, the most prominent of whom was just at retirement age when he decided to finally, after decades of work, blow the whistle on his own career. And it was a rather convenient moment in that sense in which to do it. He clearly was ready to, as he even said himself, he was ready to retire anyway. And for that reason, I can't help but to wonder if that sentence ought not to be an exhibit in a courtroom in which the people who signed it, some of them are prosecuted. After all, it was people, they came up with courtrooms after World War II for people who were connected with that kind of monstrosity, and they are themselves saying the implications of this one may be momentous too. Another comment, and this one I can't really evaluate, I don't have the expertise, but it has to be recognized also that the kind of existential threat that they speak of can seem abstract to people who have already been suffering grievous harm at the hands of algorithmic biases of many kinds, many of them accelerated by AI. People like Timnit Gebru and Joy Buolamwini, who were fired by the same firms for blowing the whistle, were also ignored by these people who wrote this sentence. It may in fact prove to be on balance an admirable thing that they wrote this. I don't have all the information to judge, and at least it's now in front of us for our consideration with names that command attention, even though other names that also ought to command attention haven't. But I can't say anything more conclusive, as I fear I don't have the competence to do so.
You know, it's a questions. You certainly can clap all you want, because you're all going to get a degree after this, by the way, because some sort of like a master's or something. But we do have one more last question. That's Hans, but he's also one of the guys that works out of our
Over here that had their hand up before.
in the orange.
So the mandate is up on the wall. 3 questions. This question is for Clayton. The next 10 years, how are you going to answer those 3 questions with Silicon Harlem? Thank you.
Well, it's a very simple answer. It's not just me, it's going to be all of us. Otherwise, I'd kick you out of here. So, you know, if you guys saw anything like you see on this step and repeat, I put there for a reason, 10 years together. I didn't do all this by myself. That's why these people are behind me as well. And all of you in this, most of you have worked with me on something. And so I'm very clear that this is really a community-driven thing. For whatever it is needed in our community can come from us. We don't have to wait for someone to come and help us. We really have, it's about everything. Do you guys realize there's 14 colleges in Harlem? Yes. That doesn't make any sense. 2 of them Ivy Leagues. Yes. We got the Brain Trust in Harlem. 6, what is it, about 6 bridges coming into Harlem? Practically all of them free. Something's going on here. Why shouldn't we be developing our own future? And I believe it'll be with all of us. About right? Sounds good. Okay, thank you very much. Roxanne wants to somehow make a question.
No, because of the way you just positioned that on the 6 bridges, and this may be a Peter question, but certainly you can answer. I know the one thing also about Harlem is it's the biggest place where there's asthma because of so much traffic comes through here.
Well, it's the Bronx, but yeah, Bronx and Upper Manhattan.
Right.
In the nation.
You know, and they're talking about driverless cars, but that's still emitting gases. They say they have electric cars, but then now the batteries are an issue. How do we deal with this, and how does it stop from all the traffic coming through Harlem where we can't get around, but yet they don't have the same issues, you know, downtown as much?
Well, Peter will take that, and then I'm only gonna, this is like another event or something all of a sudden. But I want all of you, after Peter's response to Roxanne, I'm going to have the mic go down the line very, very quick, and then we're going to say goodbye. So let's start with Peter. Do you want to say anything that what she talked about?
Got something to say, don't you?
I'm finished. You go ahead.
So yeah, if you switch to battery electric cars, first of all, no one should even think about this until they have confronted where the cobalt comes from, where the lithium comes from, how it gets there.
Exactly.
If you haven't seen it, you can go online, go to a YouTube video called The Cobalt Rush, made by a European company called DW, and they show you right there how that stuff is sourced. And even if you set aside that horror, they can't get enough to put a battery in every car. But to get to Roxanne's specific question, you still have emissions in a number of forms. One is you have to generate the power, and the power generates emissions too, because most of our power comes from fossil fuels to this day, the electric power. But also these vehicles are so much heavier, in part because this country has a bizarre fascination with oversized vehicles. And if you have an oversized vehicle and you want it to be powered by a battery, and you want to sell it to somebody who has range anxiety, you're talking about 1,000, 2,000-pound battery. In other words, a battery that's heavier than like some of the subcompact cars you may remember from a few years ago. Well, what happens when the car's that heavy is it uses more energy to move. You end up on a vicious cycle where the bigger the vehicle is, the bigger the battery has to get, the bigger the battery has to get, the bigger the vehicle has to get. And then think about the tires. Now you got tires that are bearing 2, maybe 3 times the weight that they were before, and they wear out. And where does that wear go? Into the atmosphere, into the ground, into the residential areas in Harlem and the Bronx.
I'm sorry, I'm going on my own tangent right now. Okay, I won't. But the other issue I was, oh, you know what, never mind. I can stay too long. All right.
We're going to hear a couple other comments.
I'm representing.
I want to hear that it's in it, okay?
Yeah, we'll just pass it down. That's okay.
Right, Silicon Harlem. Can I get a round of applause from you all? There's a big round of applause. Bigger, louder, 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 louder. It's the end of the day. We had good food, good conversation. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So my name is Britt Sade Simone, and I am the founder and CEO of CurrencyShift.com. You can look it up. I've been with Clayton and Silicon Harlem for 10 years, so my whole tenure in New York has been a part of this wonderful and beautiful journey where I've been able to be an advocate, a champion, and a supporter for the causes that have grown. Because it started off with just Silicon Harlem, then expand to See Better Foundation. Now it's expanding to Be Better, and now it's expanding even beyond that, and I'm excited and elated to be a part of the future of Harlem and Silicon Harlem and Clayton Banks. Thank you for being a great mentor, inspiration, and somebody who I want to embody as I find my freedom within my own business as an entrepreneur. So thank you for leading by example.
My name is Roxanne Banks, and I am Clayton's younger sister. Yeah, much younger, 14, yeah, youngest and younger sister. And obviously been with him all of my life. And but I just wanted to say I'm so proud of you. You have done your thing. I miss you terribly in California. I do commute back and forth. But he has already been very explicit with me in saying, I'll never move back to California. Harlem is my home. So I'm sad for me, but happy for all of you. But anyway, I just want to say congratulations on 10 years. Congratulations on all the things that you've done here in the community, here in Harlem, how you've made this your home, how you and Susie have been together, bless your heart. And I'm just so, so proud of you. And I just want to say on behalf of the entire family, we love you, we're proud of you, and congratulations on your 10 years.
My name is Robert Hauser. I've been fortunate enough to know Clayton for the last 5 years. He has helped to be a model that I want to take what he said into reality, which is, hey, it's not just about Harlem. We got Brooklyn, we got Queens, we got Staten Island, we got the Bronx. And we need to make sure that we have community control over our infrastructure and internet. So with his leading the way, I'm following what he's doing, and I'm trying to take that to my community in Brooklyn.
Good afternoon, good evening, early evening. I am Susan Banks. I have been around before the inception of Silicon Harlem, before See Better, before Better Be, and before a lot of other things that have transpired of the visions of Clayton Banks. And so as much as this is Clayton's, it is much mine as well, because we are one, and just celebrated 24 years of marriage yesterday. So congratulations, babe, and keep the visions coming.
Is this working? Hello, everyone.
Well, this is my 7th year. Oh, sorry. My name is Yvonne Hunt, and I'm a native New Yorker. Live in north of New York City in Westchester. This is my 7th year volunteering with Silicon Harlem, and I am just so elated to be part of the Silicon Harlem family and to have been given the opportunity to volunteer. Sometimes I feel like I should pay you for allowing me to volunteer. And it's just been a great experience, just great networking, met some wonderful people, and it's just been really just exceptional to be on the team to help Clayton and Susan and Susie and the team just bring forth the vision, and just seeing the growth over the years has just been amazing. So and thank you. Thanks everyone for being here and for being a part of it to support Clayton and the family. So that's it.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for staying with us all day long. Really love for you to be here. What all of you, if you haven't heard, haven't really been emphasized enough, Mr. Banks and myself, we share a passion for infrastructure. And what does infrastructure means, right? Like that means even if you're wearing a backpack or you're pushing a baby stroller or if you are in a wheelchair, you should have the same access to the same infrastructure. That's what we build day to day. We actually do carry it out in our action. We are building infrastructure as we speak. So it's something we not just speak in conferences, we actually do that work day to day as well.
And say your name.
Hi everyone, I'm Claire Young. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening everyone. My name is Valerie Mason Cunningham. I am a co-founder and co-CEO of Mason & Rice. We are a consultancy firm that focuses in on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And I am also an executive leadership coach. And I'm also married to Eric Cunningham. And I'm also a good friend of Clayton's because I knew him before he met and married Susie. That's how long our relationship goes. But to see Silicon Harlem's vision unfolding, Clayton is amazing. And you keep pushing the envelope, which is amazing. The bar is going to be raised even higher for your 11th now because of what you did for 10. And the question about what is he going to do in those questions over the next 10 years, it was about together, but it's also about not making any excuses for not showing up. And so for everybody who showed up today is serious about this. And we all need to be constant learners. But action is when it really makes a difference. So for anybody in this room that's left, if you take one thing away today, share it with your family, your friends, your neighbors, and say, together, we're going to make a difference. Because excuses are monuments of nothingness that build bridges to nowhere. And those that use these tools of incompetence shall amount to nothing.
Wow, it's hard to follow. I'm Yuri. Hey guys, made that sick video that you guys saw earlier. I've known Clayton for a few years now, but this is the first year that, or this year, we've worked pretty closely together. And I have to say that I've worked at a bunch of companies, Google, Microsoft, Apple, and I would never go back. I think I'd rather spend my time building something with Clayton and with Silicon Harlem because it's a true community impact, and I think that's all I could ask for. So thank you guys for coming today. This was amazing. My first conference, and I've heard a lot about it. I clearly see why you guys keep coming back. So thanks. Appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kat. And I've only known Clayton since April, and it feels so much longer. And if I can share, with permission from Lenape, Andean indigenous wisdom, we have a value that's called joktan. And what that means is that it's basically asking the question to yourself, why were you born now, specifically now? There's a reason, there's a purpose, and I want to thank you on behalf of our ancestors and us for living Joktan for the community of Harlem.
So
I got to give a huge shout out to Clayton and to the rest of the Silicon Harlem team. Everybody on the team has welcomed me with open arms. It's been nothing but a family. Also, I just would like to echo, the culture that Clayton creates within the office. It's just a space in which, you can really just be yourself. And I feel like when you are yourself and you bring yourself to the table, I think that's where we can truly build, and that's where our true passions really kind of come out, when everybody feels comfortable in being themselves. And I think everything that we've been able to do, a part of Silicon Harlem, has been really phenomenal. Looking forward to another great 10 years. And this guy, he's just a clown. I always appreciate how he's truly himself everywhere he goes. And so, again, thank you for being a great leader, and thank you for just being you.
I know you all are glad I'm the last one. I'm Eric Cunningham. I'm Chief Financial Officer for Silicon Harlem. I want to thank you all for being here. I hope this was enlightening for you, and in a very short manner, 11th year will be here. That's a wrap. We'll see you next year.
Well, thanks for the team. What?
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, what were you saying to me? Oh, I want to, hey, if you don't mind, hold on your applause. Everybody stay, we're going to do this real quick. There's a dude up there that was doing all this stuff on the screens and messing with the microphones. What's his? Don. Don, right up there. There he is. Donnie! There he is.
He was phenomenal.
And where's the rest of the people around here? Where?
Claudia.
There's Claudia.
There, Claudia's in the...
There she is right there. That's Claudia. She's the one who helped us get this space.
Amazing.
Back in the back there is Jolie, who streamed the whole event today. As well, and he's always done it every year for us. Every year, Jolie puts it up on all the different, I'm sorry?
The name of his company is?
No, where's Jolie? Jolie, talk.
Yeah.
What do you want to say? Something very quickly, though, dude. He's like me, talks too much. Come up here and say what everybody should know about you and Internet Society.
I work for the Internet Society, and which was founded by Vint Cerf, who opened the event today. And in fact, this was my second time with Vint today, because I streamed him at 3 o'clock this morning from Kyoto, Japan. We're at the Internet Governance Forum. And he made a motto for the Internet Society, which we live by, which is the Internet is for everyone. And that's, and Clayton, is one of the best supporters of that I've ever met.
Thank you, Jolie. All right, anyone else, Roxanne? The photographer. I already mentioned the photographer, but come on up here, photographer. Emma. This is Emma. I already mentioned that she was born in Australia. She still has an Australia accent, and she lives in Harlem. So I love that. Anyone have anything else left? Because I'm ready to go to Edge or something, somewhere to go eat. Which one? Bob?
Yeah.
Bob, come on, Bob. Bob works out of our office. He's one of our co-workers.
I'll just add one comment, and this is for Peter. So Peter, because you are a historian, and I really loved how you framed everything with the history of this building, and it was St. James. Do you know the history of St. James relative to Harlem as a black community?
No.
Okay, so St. James is the reason why we have Harlem as a black community. And so back when the first subway was built, it ran from City Hall to 145th Street. There was an explosion of building around this area in anticipation that people would move up here. What happened is it didn't happen. An enterprising real estate guy by the name of Philip Payton went to these landlords and said, look, you got a bunch of empty apartments. I have a bunch of people down in the mid-50s who would love to move up here. We'll pay you at the highest rent you're getting now. They're just going to be black people. So those landlords looked at their empty apartments. They looked at Philip Payton and said, I think we're going to try this out. Now, what happened was when Philip Payton got his church, St. James Presbyterian, to move from the mid-50s to that building there, that's when it signaled all of New York that this was the place that black professionals could come and live. So St. James is very, very instrumental to Harlem being a black community. So I wanted to just give you that explanation to frame the history, because there was a little history behind that, and I wanted to give you that gift.
Thank you so much. Everything's connected, and I love that connection, and that's a precious gift, and I cherish that. Thank you.
And then I have one more personal one. This is 645. My first place that I lived was 654 St. Nicholas Avenue.
I'll be doggone.
It's very important.
Well, we know you a Harlemite, that's for sure. 654. I hear that, man. That's good. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been nothing but a joy. I wanted to thank all the speakers, all of you who have been supportive, all of you asking questions, all of you, some of you falling asleep, but I'm just so excited that I have a major thing to say, however. This is, I didn't say all day, and I'm going to say it now. This will be the last conference in terms of Silicon Harlem and Clayton Banks running it. We are turning it over to what's called See Better. The See Better is a nonprofit. You probably saw some of that throughout the various things that we were sending out to everybody. But this will be, I will be here, but I won't be the guy anymore. We are got a lot of focus at our company right now. Didn't you guys hear something about $600+ million? I'm spending my time trying to get that money. So I don't have a lot of time to talk about a conference, but we are going to keep it going because it's so important. And this guy, Peter Norton, if there's anything you learned today, we got some of the best people on earth that will tell the truth. I don't know why you threw Granderson in it, but anyway, that's... No, I'm just kidding. Now, Granderson knows I was behind him before anybody knew what he was talking about. He was always mad about everything. Now he's happy. So, and that's him right there, if you didn't know. There's Granderson, way big time, man, so everybody sees him. A lot of the presentation had his name in it. So that's it from me. I am excited for our future as all these people you see here and the company moving forward. We still need your support. It will still be, by the way, you want to put in your calendars December 7th. On December 7th, we're going to have a meetup at Silicon Harlem, right in our office. I'm going to give the predictions for 2024, but also there will be more things that we're going to be talking about for the future. And I think it's going to be important. We've got the Greater Harlem Chamber that's coming. It's going to be a pretty good event. It'll be in our office December 7th around 6 p.m. And we'll probably have empanadas. There's always a good ways to get people to come. So with that being said, thank you all. Have a great night. Have a great rest of the week. And, being connected to me. If you didn't hear me earlier today, my email is mr.banks@siliconharlem.com. I would love to hear from you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Bye.